Manhattan is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, and one of the smallest and most densely populated of the United States. And now, the sky above him was painted a poisonous purple color, reflected in the eyes of players ready for anything. Knights, warriors, magicians. The system's preventive measures against lowering the rating had begun. The mission type is defense. The system summoned the doomsday monster, Behemoth, whose huge claws tore right through the rift in the sky. The man, dressed in ordinary city clothes, clutched the sword uncertainly and looked up with his mouth slightly open. Behind him, apparently another magician, screamed at the top of his lungs. The first one's eyelids trembled with horror. He passionately wished that what he saw was just a dream. The system ordered to defeat Begatome before it destroyed the world, by which time the monster had already made its way through the rift. A huge humanoid head with horns was trying to decide whose limbs to tear off first. The next second, Behemoth opened his mouth like the gates of hell, letting out a deafening bestial squeal while his eyes burned with a devilish fire. The man gestured for the warriors to stop, demanding that they maintain formation, otherwise they would lose, and the price for this would be the end of the world. An unimaginable monster emerged from the rift and walked freely through the wide streets of the city, waving its paws through the air. A magical blue flame blazed near its ugly head. BattleNet started in 2010. At first, it was a simple competitive game between nations, but everything changed with the opening of the Space League in 2022. Then there was a battle for survival against other space creatures. The representatives of the Earth, people, were rapidly losing and dying in whole cities at once. Today, in the year 2023, there are only 10 nations left on Earth, which puts the planet in danger of destruction. The hippopotamus suddenly stopped right in the middle of the road, straightened up and opened its mouth, inside which a deadly funnel appeared. The monster bent its long knees and leaned forward, releasing a tangible ultrasound from its throat that struck all people like waves of radiation, instantly attacking every cell of the body. Something quickly slid through the air, and a man, looking like an ordinary office worker, froze above Behemoth's huge head. The stranger drew his dark eyebrows together, shaking his head to brush unruly strands of hair from his face. A few seconds later, he darted even higher like lightning, and the entire space around him was filled with a bright white light, framed by purple flashes. Every emotion in the human's eyes disappeared as the boy rushed straight down, stretching out the palm of one hand in front of him and clenching the other into a fist, as if he was preparing to hit the monster. The Behemoth wasn't going to give up that easily, so while the guy was flying down, the spawn's magical flame completely burned one of his arms up to the shoulder, leaving a blurry stump. As soon as the stranger touched the Behemoth's flesh, it sank into the ground with the enormous force of a moving electric drill, destroying the asphalt. A strong wind arose, which almost blew away the warriors' team. They could barely stand on their feet, covering their faces from the flying dust. The man fell to the ground as the asphalt began to crumble right under his feet, opening his eyes. He was stunned by what he saw. The system was lit up with a sign, Earth, USA, mission accomplished. That same guy was standing on Behemoth's corpse. The man whispered under his breath, thinking that the stranger was a combat priest and possessed incredible strength for his class. Son Jaihan, a member of the America First Guild and the 7th-ranked player in the world, is an unremarkable-looking young man with eyes that are keenly focused on everything around him. Son's attention was drawn to a commanding voice, amplified 100-fold, coming from the direction of a tall skyscraper. It said that his beloved country America had won once again. The speaker spoke with a strange grin on his lips and said that this historical moment would remain in the memory of all citizens and the Universal Master. He was talking about himself, Baron Williams, the head of the America First Guild, the #1 player in the world rankings. Tall, broad-shouldered, blonde, blue-eyed, confident, and dressed in a snow-white suit and guild uniform. There was a crowd standing behind him. They gasped, demanding that the priestess, who had suddenly descended down to Jihan, return immediately. Baron waved his hand. The man next to him was worried that the Behemoth's energy was still raging on the surface, but the leader was confident in the girl's strength. He narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the body of the huge dead monster. The Behemoth was indeed powerful. The corpse emanated such energy that it could knock out most of the players. Those who were close to it could not rise from their knees and desperately tried to cough. Jihan manages to stay next to him despite his injury. However, the priestess has already descended to the ground. Sophia, a member of America First and the 3rd-ranked player in the guild, a young maiden in a floor-length robe with long blonde hair, screamed in fear when she saw Son. Realizing this, She pointed her staff at the guy, using a restoration spell, from which soft green healing energy immediately gushed out. Seeing the young man wince, the priestess hastened to remind him of the pain caused by the behemoth's energy, so the hero would have to endure it a little. He clenched his teeth with all his might and just hissed, expressing displeasure, but he had no intention of complaining about the pain. Suddenly, the guild members on the skyscraper balcony became animated, calling for Mr. Baron to look down. A large golden chest appeared in front of Jihan and Sophia, from which a golden glow emanated, the reward for the boss, which the others noticed. The boy clutched the stump of his arm tightly as the guild leader ordered him and the priestess to step aside. The man and his assistants gathered to collect the reward themselves, and immediately raised their hands, glowing with the red energy of collection. The warriors standing below clicked their tongues in irritation, outraged by the impudence of William's actions, but they could do nothing. The end of humanity was near, and it was a real danger, so such people were their only hope. The leader and the rest of the guild members descended from the skyscraper's balcony. Baron called on the guild to listen carefully. Those present lined up as he was about to announce the names of those who would receive the awards. Sun exhaled, and Sophia let out a muffled cry when the names of the lucky ones were announced. Priestess number 4 and number 5. The priestess waved her hand towards the guy. Stepping forward, she demanded to wait, because it was he who killed the monster. When asked why Jihan was left without a reward, Baron frowned his bushy eyebrows and pointed his finger rudely at the young man. The dream was not an American. The sentence that was pronounced struck the boy's heart like an arrow, but he did not show that it had in any way hurt his feelings. Blue, piercing eyes pierced the indignant couple. The man stated firmly that citizenship did not make Jihan one of them. He lowered his head, looking back fearlessly. As it turned out, for all his achievements, Sun was now only a useful assistant. The priestess clenched her fists, intending to condemn what was said, but the 7th player twitched his injured shoulder, assuring that everything was fine. Jihan turned on his heels and walked in the opposite direction, throwing out as a parting word that he didn't care, knowing deep down that the guild leader was right. He was just a refugee who fled after losing his homeland, almost the only one who survived and saw the destroyed city with his own eyes. The young man obtained the 4th rank of the nameless divine arts fragments of an unknown ability, reaching 7th place in the world player rankings. But even this did not help Jihan to integrate into society. Others did not recognize him as one of their own, and forced him to experience all kinds of discrimination. And it was not these circumstances that worried him more. There was something else that hurt the player to the depths of his soul. He felt incredible guilt for being the only survivor. He wanted to howl from helplessness. Sun sat among the destroyed streets, having climbed right onto the roof of a broken taxi, where just a few weeks ago a random resident was driving somewhere in joyful anticipation. The guy shook his head and, as if coming to his senses, decided to restore his hand with his own energy, because the results should come soon. The system sign immediately announced the results of the low-ranking Bronze League task. Task type, defense, conditions met, more than half of the players survived. The USA completed the task. China was among the lucky ones, despite the widespread destruction. Russia, Japan, and other countries failed the mission. The sky turned red as the system listed the destroyed countries on a large 3D globe. People looked up in horror, not believing that only 2 countries out of 10 had completed the task. A red sign threatening dire consequences stated that humanity had lost and had not passed the rating downgrade prevention. There are other players who have not passed the rating downgrade prevention. They will meet the orcs in the final battle during the rating downgrade prevention. The warriors who had been damaged by the behemoth's energy, currently standing next to the guild leader, cried out in dismay upon hearing who they would be fighting. Sophia ran up to Baron, who was starting to get angry, calling on him to bring Jihan back, since they only won the last fight thanks to the fighter. But the man was adamant. He firmly replied that the guild would go into battle without him. The system called for representatives from each planet. The event would soon begin. In the 3-dimensional arena, people were transformed, on the opposite side from them. Orcs. Williams led the warriors, with the first representative standing behind him. The guild leader couldn't allow an outsider to rise in the rankings at his expense. He spat at the orcs, the vile pigs as the man called them. The monsters were confidently playing with the weapons in their paws. Their powerful, wide bodies were covered in ritual designs, and their small red eyes glowed in the semi-darkness. The priestess, having appeared in the arena, stepped back. The girl's eyebrows shot up indignantly. Were there really only 4 representatives of their people, in addition to the ranker from China? The guild leader's hand clenched into a trembling fist. He convinced himself that everything was fine. They didn't need Song Jihan. The man clenched his teeth and growled fiercely, releasing his inner strength. He was burning, emitting lightning, and believed that he could handle it alone. The first player called for the orcs to attack, and he himself rose up, forming a bright magical flame coming from his solar plexus. He loudly declared that he was a representative of humanity and swung his arm to attack the monsters. Having built up enough rage, Baron roared, his eyes empty, only the seething anger remaining in them. He rushed at the enemy, and the huge orc knocked down the target with a single blow, as if it were a toy airplane. Sophia's mouth opened wide, clutching her staff in her hands. Even the strong-looking player standing in front froze in horror. The rest of the people watching the carnage suddenly gasped, and some covered their mouths with their hands. Jihan jumped off the roof of the taxi, seeing the news sign from the system. His face reflected bewilderment. The orc's blow proved fatal for the guild leader. The system stated that the human representative was dead. The remaining population of the planet, upon reading the inscription, howled in stunned horror and despair, realizing that they were now left without their leader. The monsters did not stop there. The warriors who rushed to avenge the leader fell into a trap. As soon as another orc killed players with his bare hands, the system immediately notified about the death of another human representative. Finding herself on the ground, Sophia begged for mercy as the monster brought his deadly axe down on her. But he seemed not to hear the human voice, and only raised his weapon over his head again, intending to thank the people for their weakness. A second. And for humanity, the game is over. It has lost and has been excluded from the Bronze League. There is no lower league. Humanity has been recognized as worthless. It has been excluded from the Space League. A small portal appeared near the foot of one of the last people. A black hole with purple flowers. This is how the deletion that the system had announced began. The portal grew in a matter of seconds, covering the entire area where the men and women were now standing. Jihan stepped back, looking in bewilderment as his entire body was engulfed in thin clots of deadly energy. Now he found himself in pitch darkness and looked up in horror. The end of the world was coming. A portal, a black hole, formed right in the planet. It seemed that the Earth was destroying itself. People were writhing, screaming, calling for help from their loved ones for the last time, and there was no way to refuse or run away from this. In the cycle of deaths, when the human race was being devoured by energy, the star flared up for the last time, and then the removal of humanity was complete. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the system had detected an error, causing some people to remain, and the nameless divine arts were preventing the deletion. That was what Jihan's consciousness heard. That same fragment of an unknown ability, the user must find out the real name after reworking 3 divine secrets for the player. Then, he will be able to awaken them. His eyes were closing. He wanted to fall asleep. But right now, the system and the higher ones were deciding the fate of the guy who desperately wanted to save and protect his loved ones. The majority voted to have the player return during his first entry into the league. Something seemed to knock the player out of consciousness, and the next second he woke up from loud voices, finding himself sweating, with his heart beating wildly and his breathing quickened. Jihan sat up abruptly and grabbed his head, which was suddenly pierced by thousands of needles. It hurt mercilessly, and several empty bottles of strong alcohol were lined up in a row on the table before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the boy tried to understand what had happened, because he only remembered reading that he would return during his first entry into the league. Removing his hand from his face, the player looked around in surprise, the pain giving way to bewilderment. He was sitting on a wide sofa in front of a large TV in a spacious room. Suddenly, some cogs in his head started to move, and Jihan shuddered when his hearing focused on the sounds of the street coming from behind the curtained window. The young man ran there and abruptly pulled aside the curtains blocking the view, and then was stunned. A faint note of hope trembled in my soul when it became clear that it was once again 2022, and South Korea still existed with its population, cities, and provinces. Under the windows of Jihan's house, boys played Kings of Swords, fighting with sticks from the trees. A young couple passing by were having fun. The girl was egging the guy on, asking if he would play today too. He chuckled, intending to do it after the training. The player looked at this picture in shock, unshed tears frozen in his eyes. He really had returned. This realization suddenly overwhelmed Jihan with a wave of panic, and he rushed to open the status window. A smile formed on his lips as he saw his name and the second-level designation on the screen, the time when humans first entered the league. It became a little calmer. Adrenaline started running through the blood. The guy had been given a great opportunity. If he uses information from his past life, he can change the future. Jihan slowly turned to the opposite wall, where a large portrait of his family hung. This time, he would protect everyone. Now everything will probably turn out differently, because he himself saw how the game ended and returned. In 2012, people had no idea what was going to happen. Up until that point, Korea was on its own. In the world ranking of players, the top 11 were from here, and among them one was in third place. He was faster than light, more powerful than any lightning bolt, and could dispatch an entire swath of enemies with incredible speed and a single movement. The man had the ability to wield two swords at once. He was the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin, and thanks to him, Korea remained invincible. The Sword King is the pride and treasure of the country, the strongest warrior, thanks to whom the country always occupies a high position in Northeast Asia. There was a correction here, it always occupied, since Yoon Se-jin soon made an unexpected statement to journalists. He decided to change his name to Ryuhei and renounce his Korean citizenship to take Japanese citizenship. And in July 2020, the player joined the new Japan Self-Defense Forces. By asking to be addressed as Ito Ryuhei, the man sent the Korean BattleNet into the greatest shock in its history, and his departure plunged the country into chaos. It was on that day that Jihan returned, crossing his arms over his chest. He chuckled, because he never liked this player. The news was all over the place about the Sword King's actions in letting his country down, and concerns about the fate of Korea's ranking in the league were growing. Korea, which was ranked high, has suffered a series of defeats and has fallen down the list at a terrifying rate. But even now, some analysts see little change in the rankings, and news channels optimistically point to talented young people, hoping that the country will remain in the top 20. Jihan, in a fit of anger, grabbed the remote control and turned off the TV. It was no wonder that with this approach the situation turned for the worse. No one could replace Se-jin. And everything would have been different if BattleNet had given Korea at least a little time, but the conditions were too strict. At the very beginning, BattleNet was a simple game. People on the go called the system with its signs and enthusiastically read the rules. But just 2 years later, when the Space League began, BattleNet became a battlefield for survival. If a player died in the game, then in reality he also lost his life. Such were the inexorable rules. In countries with low ratings, monsters appeared. Huge dinosaurs burning cities to the ground, monstrous spiders, two-headed werewolves, and other creatures invented by the system. This led to slaughter, wars, and millions of human casualties. After Se-jin's departure, Korea, as expected, sank to the bottom of the rankings and was destroyed. Those who were lucky enough to survive continued to repeat that it would not have ended like this if the Sword King had remained in his homeland. This man played a huge role for the country, as he possessed extraordinary strength. The portrait that hung in the room where Jihan woke up depicted his family, and next to a young girl holding a baby in her arms stood Se-jin. The face of the former national hero seemed to come to life and mocked the guy. Unable to bear it, he punched the mocking grin with all his might, breaking the glass on the painting. The fragments painfully dug into the thin skin, but the only thing that worried the player was the question: why did his sister fall in love with such a bastard? Like a disease, the web from the broken glass spread across the entire portrait. But would everything have turned out differently if she had lived? The thought of going to the BattleNet headquarters, a skyscraper with a sculpture of two huge crossed swords on the roof, ran through my head like a computer line. Jihan frowned, looking ahead, biting his lower lip. It was good that he returned at this time, but now, having called up the system tablet to find out his indicators, he sighed in disappointment, since they turned out to be too low. The guy scratched his forehead sadly, fully aware that it was his own fault, since he had previously spent all his time drinking and gambling. In the past, he was a real fool, because he did not realize what an incredible thing he had. The system plate indicated that the player had a gift, Eyes of the Wanderer, allowing him to see information about other players. Everyone who turned 18 became a player, but only a small number of people received gifts. Jihan was given the lowest rated gift and only used the ability to predict the winner of various online bets. At that time, Song did not yet know that her true value would only be revealed after awakening. Looking at the table, he hissed in irritation at the sight of the nightmarish indicators. Were they really equal to the first level? Then how did he manage to get the second? After closing his eyes for a moment, the guy suddenly opened them, finally remembering what he had forgotten. His gaze fell on an overturned bottle of bright yellow liquid lying on the table. An experience potion. It was embarrassing to even remember that Jihan drank it when he was drunk, and then the level increased. Continuing to study his characteristics, the player stared in surprise at the new, previously unseen numbers and scratched the back of his head. 100,000 achievement points, and Jihan didn't know where they came from. since he hardly achieved anything before entering the league, especially since the points were free. Thinking that something might have changed due to going back in time, the guy opened his inventory. He instantly broke out in a sweat from the strain and let out a startled cry when he saw the image on the screen. EX rank points. Exchange. Coupon. Last survivor advantage. Choosing the path to test yourself again cannot be sold. Jihan wasn't sure that he was the only one with such an advantage. After thinking about it, he still clicked on the achievement points exchange coupon button. The system added an achievement store. A golden shadow from the screen fell on the player's pale face, and he whispered words of delight with his lips alone. The gold plaque indicated many achievement upgrades, status windows, even spots for an additional class with more points. Jihan thought hard about whether he should improve the store. Then there would probably be more choice, but for now, there wasn't much to choose from. However, given the lack of many options, it was worth choosing at least something. So the guy decided to try to improve the store. The achievement store got a second level, but the player decided it wasn't for him and decided to continue. Next, the achievement store received a level 3, adding an additional place for the title, but this turned out not to be what was needed. There were only 50,000 points left. If the store was upgraded, it had 10,000 points left. The higher the level, the more expensive the upgrade. There were two choices left: buy up all the available options or level up. There was no point in thinking about it. Jihan put everything on the last attempt, and the achievement store reached level 4. The system notified that urgent recovery had been added. Jihan was scared for a second, not knowing what it was. Urgent repair provided the ability to restore a broken item to a new condition. The player buried his hand in his hair. This was bad. He was angry with himself, exclaiming dejectedly that he now understood the reason why he had not been able to give up gambling. Deciding to take a break, Jihan left the room and went to another, where before entering he put his finger on the sensor, which recognized his fingerprints and opened the door. The mechanical doors slowly opened. The mechanism loudly announced that members of the Jihan family were allowed to enter. Once in Song Jihan's playroom, the boy approached a large chair that looked more like the interior of a spaceship. Having climbed up the small glowing steps, the player sat down there, pressing the buttons on the dashboard, absent-mindedly thinking that the system had identified him in the absence of the owner. A sign appeared in front of his eyes, saying that Jihan had opened the BattleNet inventory and the player was going to use it. His first key is the corrupted Dongfang Shu brush, rank A, a useless broken brush. But this was not a problem. The guy immediately gave the system a command for urgent restoration. The image on the screen began to change rapidly, and Dong Fanshu's damaged hand was gradually restored. After some time, 2 stones appeared on the brush, red and blue. The restoration was complete. Jihan extended his hand, squeezed his palm, smiled with satisfaction, and nodded to himself. Preparation complete. Dong Fangshu brush, SS rank, famous writer's brush, associated with the god of martial arts. An image of a tall, stately man, resembling a celestial being, appeared before the player. The brush from the system screen flew softly into the guy's hands, shining with a magical blue light that trembled in the air, wrapping around the object like a small snake. The player heard a cold, metallic voice announce that training in the Gangnam Bronze League would soon begin. There were 10 seconds left before the call. A state window appeared in front of Jihan, and he quickly jumped up from the chair, holding onto its back with one hand. The guy raised his brush up and smeared it across the screen, where a white blot immediately appeared. There was a reason why Jihan was able to take 7th place and become a martial saint. It combined strength, agility, and health points into a special, rare stat. The boy had never used this broken brush before, but what she wrote would begin his awakening. Jihan continued to swing his brush furiously as the seconds inexorably ticked away. Strength level, agility level, health level. Everything increased to 5 at the time the count ended. Player Sun Jihan entered the BattleNet League. The huge Coliseum is the main location of the BattleNet battles, and this time, the main task type is survival. A dry metallic voice expressed hope that the players would survive when faced with the Coliseum's monsters and hundreds of other players. This was the last thing Jihan heard while in his playroom. The next moment, he, still holding a brush in his hands, transformed right there in the arena under the hot summer sun. He was worried, not knowing what happened to the combat force, and immediately called up the status window. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had no faith in himself at all. But now he saw his characteristics that had combined into a fighting force, and this meant that he had succeeded. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he had gained combat power, completed the acquisition of a unique skill, and received 10,000 achievement points. Jihan smiled. Probably for the first time in a long time, he was finally here. It was just one step towards gaining the nameless divine arts. The combat strength increased to 5. This is enough to easily pass the Bronze League. The system sign announced that the player entered without joining the combat connection, without which he will experience 100% of the pain received. Jihan sighed dejectedly. He shouldn't forget that he lived in a world where pain was reduced by money. At this time, people were reducing the amount they received in the game more by using the connection. Yoon Se-jin had a high-tech one. It got rid of 99% of the pain. The guy clenched his fists, taking a deep breath, deciding to use it later. Through his closed eyes, Jihan heard a notification from the system that the achievements window was open. As it turned out, he received a limited task. He had to take first place in the training. The reward: 1,000 achievement points. This had not happened in the past. The player grinned at his own thoughts. With fighting force, it was easy to do, and now the game had begun. He needed to survive until the very end. Before the player had time to prepare, he heard heavy footsteps and the sound of a sword swinging behind him. Someone's youthful, mad laughter cut through the air like a sharp blade. The stranger shouted that the newcomer was caught. But his arrogance immediately disappeared. The player began to blink stupidly when he realized that something went wrong. The sharpest tip of his sword was caught in a grip, but not a normal one. It was simply clamped between his fingertips. Jihan didn't even need to turn around completely. He caught the dagger and turned his head slightly to see the attacker. The newcomer's eyes lit up with an unnatural blue light. For some reason, he thanked him for the first murder. The murder of people. The game had a guild, a group of people who trained and managed players. Since everyone in the world was interested in BattleNet, every country started investing resources in encouraging players. Thanks to active investments from well-known enterprises, large and small guilds emerged in South Korea that could prepare strong players for the league. For example, the Gangnam Bronze League, from the first zone, is a place where rising stars of guilds make their debuts. The game was about to begin. All the players, warriors, magicians, priests, knights, looked around warily. The young man with dark hair and new clothes, bought for the occasion of the game, was noticeably nervous. Do Hyukyo grabbed the hilt of his sword, telling himself to calm down. Everything would be fine, because he was luckier than the others. The guy was from the Divergent Guild, which was run by various groups. Very famous, it was this guild that included many rising stars. Hyukyo is an ordinary young man who was able to join Divergent after receiving the A-rank gift of agility, although only a small number of players received such a gift. Setting himself up for victory, Hyukyo narrowed his eyes, looking around, searching for his first opponent. It seemed he had not expected to see nothing but monsters and thugs around him. Having decided that these guys definitely wouldn't be touched, the guy tried to retreat to a safer area. He believed that the most important thing for completing the mission was to stay alive, so it was better not to run into trouble. Hyukyo continued to look around at the potential opponents, noting that most of those present were from large guilds with good weapons, as if they weren't even in the Bronze League. The player's search was successful. His gaze caught on a stranger with no visible weapon and not even a uniform. He stood carelessly with his back to the other players, as if he had entered the arena by accident. Was he really going to participate in the Bronze League looking like that? Heki raised an eyebrow, amazed at the newcomer's attire. He must have been summoned by accident. The player grinned, taking a better grip on the hilt of his cool sword. He decided that this weirdo would be easy prey, so he rushed at him from behind. He couldn't believe that he could make money for such an easy kill, and he even thanked the stranger out loud. The system just announced the start of the game, and Yukio sped up to kill the enemy right there and get the points he deserved. He raised his sword with a joyful cry and pounced on the newcomer, confident of his victory. The delight on Hyukyo's face turned into complete confidence, and a question appeared in his eyes. This guy seemed to sense danger on a subconscious level and caught the sword with his bare hands. The blade was held so tightly by someone else's fingers that his own hands were shaking. How could that weakling have managed to keep up with Hyukyo's speed? Meanwhile, the new guy, without taking his angry gaze away, easily let go of the sword. Hyukyo immediately fell to the ground, screaming desperately in pain and resentment. Without turning around, Jihan noted the other's self-confidence, assuming that he decided to participate in the Gangnam Bronze League because of some gift. Almost in tears, the warrior exclaimed that his A-rank agility was not a gift, and in general, such a rank is not a joke. Putting his hand in his pocket, Song turned around and shrugged, replying that he would not deny anything. Hyukyo cursed to himself because this poor man dared to despise him by blocking only one blow. He quickly rose to his feet and decided to attack with all his speed using lightning magic. Jihan tensed up, seeing that the enemy had decided to attack with maximum effort, and it had been difficult to deal with him the first time. The player leaned forward, pointing the blade straight at the other's neck, this time not questioning his own agility. Alas, the sharp attack did not give him any advantages, because the newcomer dodged this time too. Hyukyo abruptly put his sword away, staring wide-eyed at the unremarkable opponent. Again and again, with enviable persistence, he attacked, but Jihan nimbly dodged, teasing the player. Without being distracted from the attacks, he thought that the feeling was completely different, and that the second level was again difficult to get used to. Rather, he himself has become too slow, and the enemy is not fast at all. It will not be easy. For Jihan's current status, after countless battles, the other's trajectory seems simple and obvious. This dangerous dance has been going on for more than half an hour, and it is not known who will be the winner. When his heavily breathing opponent jumped to the side once again, Don realized that he was reading all the moves. Taking advantage of the newcomer's hesitation, the angry Hyukyo screamed terribly and ran forward. Unfortunately, Jihan only now realized that he had lost his concentration. He turned around in horror, hearing someone else's cry, and was seriously scared in the first seconds. The guy managed to group himself and strike at the breach, knocking the sword out of the enemy's hands. How surprised Hyukyo was when his palm became empty in the blink of an eye. Not even a second passed before Jihan jumped into the air, grabbed the alien blade, and landed on the ground. Eyes blazing with a bright light, Don turned and charged at his bewildered opponent. The sword was stuck in the throat of its former owner, and Hyukyo began to cough. He paid for his carelessness by shouting that it was absolutely impossible. Instead of blood, pixels gushed from the throat of the defeated enemy, and he fell to the ground, curled up into a ball. The body slowly disappeared into space. The guy bared his teeth, promising the new guy that the next time they met, victory would be his. Jihan shook his head. This player died, and he's already talking about another fight. Standing over the lifeless, ghostly body, he heard the system's voice asking about the first kill in the tutorial and about getting 100 achievement points. Following the player, the alien sword disappeared from Jihan's hands, to his great regret. Now he's warmed up, he can continue further because, to take first place for sure, he needs to kill more than 5 participants. The player walked a little further and saw out of the corner of his eye an empty part of the field. On the other side, dozens of pairs of monster eyes were staring at him. No one wanted to fight them. In BattleNet, in addition to players, there are monsters, but killing them is equal to 1/10 of a murder. You will have to finish off as many as 10. Therefore, most avoid them and prefer to fight with players, especially when it comes to orcs. Thinking that fighting them was simply stupid, a sign appeared in front of Jihan. The new task was to kill 30 of the strongest orcs. The reward for this was 500 achievement points. Then, the player decided not to give up killing monsters because he would get the same number of points if he had killed 5 players. Don scratched his head. Because monsters are just monsters, they don't even look like real orcs. He stretched his body to prepare for the fight and the well-deserved reward. The guy decided to cross the field to get to the monsters with a few jumps. The orcs, looking intently ahead, began to hum and point their fingers. They couldn't believe that a man without equipment or weapons was running towards them. With a war cry, the monsters rushed forward, threatening to kill the madman on the spot. They swung their sharp axes with gusto, not doubting that they would chop the player into pieces. At first, Jihan looked at the floor, but then he raised his head, smiling mysteriously. He didn't slow down when he ran up to the orcs very close. The picture before his eyes merged into one. The monsters waved their weapons so quickly. Don covered himself with his hands as a sharp blade whistled past him. But somehow, in an unimaginable way, 2 axes ended up in the player's hands. At that very moment, he was going to show the impudent monsters how to throw them correctly. The guy swung his weapon with all his might and actually threw it into the crowd of orcs. The axe immediately chopped into pieces several monsters that stood in front. The other orcs growled as they saw their brethren die, their red dotted eyes glowing in their terrifying faces. The man disappeared from their sight, moving faster than light. Now he was behind the crowd. With his second trophy, he began to cut up the monsters, finding himself right in the center of their cluster. A few seconds later, the severed, ugly heads of the enemies flew into the air. Jihan threw his hair back from his forehead as he dealt with some of the monsters. One of the orcs growled, opening his mouth wide, and called out someone's name. 5 of the 30 monsters were defeated. The rest surrounded the player, encircling him from all sides. He, without hesitation, turned around his axis, assessing the situation in a split second. The axe, which Jihan held tightly in his hand, entered the flesh of his opponents with refined movements. The guy moved like lightning from one monster to another, not allowing himself to be touched. Everywhere, one could hear the growling of creatures calling for the killing of man. At one moment, a wooden spear with a sharp tip flew towards the player, and Don deftly intercepted it. Then he broke it in half, which was also not difficult for a second-level player. Scraping the sharp end of the equipment, he turned his head to see the puzzled orc. He stood alone, still holding the broken weapon, and grunted in surprise. Jihan swung his axe, expressing his contempt for the monster, saying that it shouldn't have screamed when attacked from behind. The monster seemed to be mad with fear, because it did not even attack, but only tried to repel the deadly attack. Jihan, clutching the handle of the spear, broke it off from the other side. Now the almost defeated orc was left with only a useless wooden stick in his hands. Jihan spat to the side, mockingly informing that the orcs needed better weapons, ones that suited their size. The monster howled when he saw that the man's axe had also broken, and the others called for him to be killed finally. A hubbub of monsters rose above the arena. They approached the player again. He considered the orcs too persistent. Finding himself in the ring, he suddenly raised his leg and stepped hard straight onto the ground, destroying it. The blow was so powerful that a wave passed straight from the surface, knocking the monsters off their feet. Pushing off the ground, the player flew above the group of remaining orcs. A sharp, honed blade appeared in one of the guy's hands. In the second, he held the axe tightly and swung his sword in different directions to discourage his opponents. The guy soared into the sky so sharply that magical circles passed through the air, as if through water. Descending a little lower, he pointed the tip of the blade straight at the enemies. A few swings and the figures of half the group glowed blue, signifying a fall. The orcs, like pigs being slaughtered, squealed that they had lost their sight. Jihan got into a fighting stance, raising his weapons in both hands up. One swing of the sword and the bulky figure of one orc flew back. The player's magical wave of power pierced the monsters, piercing their bodies like a needle and thread. Like a sharp arrow, she flew out of the alien body, rushing into the distance. The surviving orc watched in bewilderment as his brothers, one by one, ended up lying on the ground. He opened his toothy mouth again, muttering that this player was not human at all. In the last seconds of his life before Jihan chopped off the monster's head with one precise blow, he screamed that this was a real monster. The system announced the completion of the task, the destruction of the orcs. Jihan received 500 achievement points. Then, seeing that his level had increased, the guy was surprised by such a turn of events right in the middle of the game, because usually experience is calculated at the end. Perhaps this happened because of his low level, but it was even better this way. Now it was worth increasing the stat. Don wondered which one to choose, carefully studying the screen in front of him with the characteristics. Of the proposed ones was combat strength, a unique characteristic that combines strength, agility, and health points. Compared to statistics of the same level, this one doubles the player's capabilities. But there was another important reason why fighting power was special for Jihan. After gaining 30 points, he will have a chance to obtain nameless divine arts. He needed to get them as soon as possible, so the guy resolutely pressed the button to increase the characteristics. There was only one drawback. It was not so easy to pump up combat power. And yet, to Jihan's great surprise, the strength increased. The blue board showed the 6th level of the characteristic, mana, 5, and 1 remaining stat. Usually, it required gaining combat experience and training to increase his strength. But for now, these points would only affect his growth rate. The player smiled. It was great anyway, even though he didn't know why it happened. He had barely wanted to note what would happen if things continued like this, when suddenly a girl's figure appeared in front of him. Something flew past the player's head a few centimeters away, shining with a bright green light. He realized with surprise that it was a magic arrow fueled by the participant's mana. The girl next to whom the knight stood smiled, calling Jihan a lucky bastard. She shook her hair, gathered in a high ponytail, and suggested finishing with the player quickly, because there was little time left, and the man nodded. He was going to be the first to deal with the new guy in order to take the reward. Sun shrugged, noting unsatisfactorily that players from different classes had teamed up, something that happened often. The survival map must be played player versus player, but there are no rules against teaming up. Judging by the emblem on the girl's clothes, she is a member of one of the best guilds in Korea, the Turtle Guild. Warrior and archer, a combination of melee and ranged combat. If they are from the same guild, then everything is clear. Jihan heard the voice of the system. It announced that the training would soon end. There were 60 survivors left. If he just dodges, he will easily survive, but they are clearly in the mood to kill. It seems the couple thinks they have found an easy target. The knight even managed to flirt with the girl, inviting her on a date. A blue scoreboard appeared in front of Don. He had 4 kills. The guy was barely holding on to first place, and that was encouraging. He could definitely get first place. The girl, pulling the arrow onto the bowstring, shook her head with a smile, saying that the knight was much older, he should be ashamed. She snorted in surprise when a bright flash flashed before her eyes. The flash turned out to be Jihan's attack. Unexpected and so sharp that it killed the girl right there. Here it is, the power of 6 points of combat strength. The knight standing at a distance froze when he saw his girlfriend being struck down on the spot. The man trembled, gritting his teeth. He could not believe that a newbie without equipment managed to kill a warrior. Without answering, Jihan instantly found himself behind the player, who until recently had not even been worried that he would not be able to defeat the guy. Don swung his blade and plunged it into the knight's back, who screamed desperately, scared to death. Jihan was surprised when he realized that his attack did not bring the expected result. The knight smiled tensely as he looked over his shoulder. His exclusive B-rank turtle armor was very durable. Gaining confidence, he assured that such a weapon would never penetrate it. But the man started and screamed hoarsely when the newcomer began to cover his back with more and more blows. He aimed at the same place, and even such powerful armor could not withstand the influx of attacks. Clutching his sword tightly in his hands, Jihan mocked the knight who was too arrogant and believed in his own victory. He said with a grin that the player deserved more suffering. The knight's shrill cry came from the computer screen, and 2 spectators calmly watched what was happening. Lee Hyo-yeon of the Divergent Guild, Human Resources Manager, head of the 3rd Department, whistled in surprise. She asked her interlocutor if she was happy with what was happening in the arena, and she was surprised. It was Lim Gaeun from the same guild, Ha-young's bodyguard, asking her if the woman was glad that this guy wasn't standing in front of her now. Gaeun could have been disqualified instead of being given 2nd place. Maybe he shouldn't have avoided a fight with a new guy if the opportunity presented itself. Haeyeon smiled, confident that her protector would never lose and would beat the guy. Gaeun told the lady that she would refuse, but she shook her head. This is an order, so there will be a battle. The woman bowed her head obediently, ready to carry out the order. She looked closely at the screen. A shadow fell on Gaeun's face. There, Jihan continued to cover the back of the unfortunate knight with powerful blows. Gaeun could have sworn that she had seen this guy somewhere before. In the Divergent Guild, Lim Gaeun was not the last person. Strong and agile, she could deal with any opponent in no time. A well-known and promising player with an S-rank gift. Her performance in the league lived up to all expectations. The woman had everything to take 1st place, and that is what happened if Song Jihan had not appeared. The Turtle Guild scout team was baffled as to how a man with no equipment or guild managed to get 6 kills on the 2nd level. Nobody knew who this guy was who walked into the arena wearing just a t-shirt and sweatpants. The system stated that Jihan took 1st place in the training. As a reward, he received 50% of the experience earned and increased his level to 6th. Sitting on the couch, the player was pleased with himself. He was leveling up so quickly because he was at the very beginning. There were no equipment points given for training, so he decided to invest the remaining stat points into combat strength and increase it to level 6. In addition, he was given a title for his achievements in the league. The bronze title, Conqueror of Learning. +1 to all stats and 20% additional experience gained. The title is only retained in the Bronze League, but that was still not bad. 10 points of combat power was like a free ticket to the Bronze League. The battle for promotion to the Silver League was available after level 25. He should concentrate on leveling up. Jihan remembered that he had the opportunity to get a class when he saw the stats board. Getting a class is an important moment when a player chooses a class. There are 4 options to choose from: Warrior, Archer, Mage, and Support. In his past life, Jihan chose the Warrior class. It would probably be easier if he chose it again. It was nothing new for the player. The achievement store also gave the opportunity to add a Warrior for 10,000 points when choosing another class. The guy reached out his hand to select a class and clicked on the desired line. The living dead filled the entire space, growling sounds escaping from their mouths. The system invited players to the Bronze League in the Gangnam area. This time, the type of task is the defense of a high fortress, below which the living dead have gathered. They fell on top of each other, scratching and growling, trying to climb up. It was necessary to protect the crystals placed around the perimeter of the tower and survive the zombie attack. The battle will continue until there are 5 towers left. Lim Gaeun stood by one of the crystals, looking down at her opponents. The woman narrowed her eyes in disdain, even though they were in the game. All this was too disgusting. The disgusting, dangerous living dead were ready to devour anyone who stumbled and fell down. At that moment, Gaeun heard the sounds of the system behind her. New players appeared on the small site. 2 guys. The blonde archer sighed when he realized that out of all the options, this was the card they got. He was from the LK organization with B-rank equipment. The one who showed up with him was a mage who wasn't even in the guild, but his equipment was impressive. The woman looked at the sky. She was waiting for another player, the most important one on this map. Now the support was supposed to appear on the site. The space immediately lit up with bright colors. Defense is a long-term fight. It's a war of attrition, and support is very important. Gaeun covered her face with her hands, saving herself from the bright light, but when she saw the new arrival, she was stunned. The two familiar facial features discouraged the bodyguard. She immediately realized that it was Song Ji-han. The new guy was now wearing a tracksuit and had a stick slung over his shoulder. As his body slowly manifested on the tower, the player looked around, asking if the defense was here. 20 minutes ago, when choosing a class, the system warned about not being compatible with the user. But Ji-han still chose what he wanted. There was only one reason for such a choice, which even the system considered unsuitable. A new ability, a divine power, unlocked after choosing a class, is required for a new unique skill to appear. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to get it, even if you train hard. It won't help like with other skills, but there was another way to get it. This was an additional contribution to him, but Ji-han did not want to spend them. There was another way, one that no one knew about, and this is a very quick method that allowed the guy to show up for the mission. Gaeun met Ji-han with displeasure, not expecting him to choose such a class. The magician theatrically covered his face with his hand, shouting that this was madness, so he did not want to talk about training. He pointed his finger at Ji-han, asking if he was a beggar, because he had spent a lot of money on his own equipment, and now he would probably have to drag such a bungler along with him. Don didn't respond to this, but simply measured his ally with a glance. The archer tried to calm his comrade, saying that he was crossing all boundaries, but the guy irritably threw the stranger's hand away. The magician continued to shout that this was completely inappropriate and he would not play. Gaeun closed her eyes tiredly. Her new allies were too noisy, and it would be difficult to complete the task together with a newcomer. She flinched as she heard a new indignant cry from the smug magician. As it turned out, Ji-han, who had been silent the entire time, grabbed the offender and lifted him off the ground. He struggled and demanded to be let go, and the newcomer suddenly and easily agreed. For a moment the magician was silent, only blinking his big eyes in surprise. An unknown force threw the grumpy magician, and now he was outside the tower. Ji-han didn't just let his ally go, he threw him into the air. A heart-rending scream filled the entire space as he fell like a stone straight into the clutches of the living dead. And they were already opening their mouths wide and sticking out their long tongues in anticipation of a victim. Meanwhile, Ji-han unbuttoned his jacket and spat angrily, saying that if the magician didn't want to play, then let him not play. The archer and the bodyguard looked in shock at the newcomer, who didn't even change his expression after killing his ally. When the magician transformed again on the platform, the boy reached out to him again. Now the wayward player fell to his knees, begging not to kill him because he would try his best. Kim Gyo-hyuk fell to the ground in his expensive gear and begged for mercy. This annoying mage didn't just start acting differently for no reason. In the Bronze League, you get 3 lives during defense. Kim Gyo-hyuk, after being killed by Song Ji-han, was immediately revived. The player then killed him again in cold blood, easily replying that he would rise again. Thus, Go-hyuk had 1 last life left. If he died again, he would take the last place. And this was what the players feared the most. The second time, the magician fell to his knees before his judge, assuring him that he would try his best. Looking at the floor, the guy clenched his teeth. He could not be last under any circumstances. For that, he would be punished by lowering his level. If the player's level does not match the ability level, it is automatically removed. Ji-han noted how quickly the mage changed his tactics. As it turned out, last time Go-hyuk tried to attack the offender with fire strikes. Hearing that the blows had worked surprisingly well, the magician suddenly raised his head. Then he smiled ingratiatingly and nodded vigorously. However, fire mages are very useful against entities that attack players. Getting to his feet, Gyo-hyuk, trembling, created a fireball on his palm to show off his skills, and he was level 15. He tried to appease Ji-han again, saying that he certainly wouldn't want to lose such a valuable team member. Gaeun shook her head, finally remembering where she could have seen this magician. Kim Gyo-hyuk was previously a member of one of the 10 great guilds and was respected by everyone. But he lost the fight for promotion to the Silver League 4 times and caused a massacre. A real loser, that's what this guy was, but he exalted himself above others. He had barely managed to convince his judge when the magician decided to set a condition. Ji-han looked at the player with bewilderment, who demanded an apology, and only then would he help the team. The archer supported his comrade, exclaiming that this was a good idea. Feeling the support, Go-hyuk became bolder, calling the offender a bastard in his heart. But he couldn't stand it and grabbed the impudent fellow by the collar again. Without further ado, Jihan once again lifted the boy off the ground and swung him with one hand as if he weighed nothing. He raised his head and smirked, asking the mage if he was sure of his demands. Go-hyuk acted as if nothing had happened, or as if he didn't understand what was waiting for him. The impudent fellow needed to be taught a lesson, and so for the third and final time he flew into the air. Looking at him attentively, Jihan swung his stick like a bat, and he hit the magician with it like a ball. He immediately screamed desperately, flying down. The system announced the death of the player, and Jihan, as if nothing had happened, called the remaining team. Winking at them, he asked them not to lose their heads. Meanwhile, the living dead stubbornly climbed up the slippery rocks. The crowd on the other side of the tower was washed off the wall by the fire. The other teams were successfully completing the tasks. Their fire mage was attacking the enemy with all his might. Jihan's team just looked at the others. The archer sighed heavily, realizing that they had lost the advantage of Hyogyok. Finally, he got angry at the involuntary judge, shouting that he and the magician should have come to an agreement. Without answering, Jihan called up the status window, which indicated that for first place among 10 towers, one could receive 1,000 achievement shackles. The new information surprised him. It turned out that there was also a related task. For killing 1,000 zombies on your own, you could get 3,000 achievement points. Jihan thought seriously. He wanted to get a reward, but it was clearly not easy to complete the task. Guyan assessed the guy for some time, considering him to be the worst in many respects. I did what I wanted and chose the support class without taking into account my characteristics. Even an ordinary player doesn't do such nonsense. The Divergent Guild had no reason to keep an eye on him. The archer did not let up, demanding an answer from the player, threatening to leave him if he continued to behave like this. In response, Jihan asked quite sincerely whether it was possible to do so. His interlocutor did not expect such a reaction and did not even know what to say. Gayan reached for her sword, saying that she would be at the forefront and let the guy stay behind. The result was already predetermined, but the player's duty must be fulfilled. The woman was stunned when she heard that everything was fine, deciding that she had misheard. But Jihan had already rolled up the sleeves of his sweatshirt, saying that everything was fine. He would take care of the zombies. Let the rest stay and protect the crystal. At the very moment when the archer cried out in irritation, a dead man's hand appeared on the edge of the tower. An ugly monster, a bloody zombie, with glowing red eyes, snapped its sharp teeth, slowly climbing towards the people. It was different from the usual one. The creature's head was made of liquid bone. It does not die from physical attacks. Such an opponent was too tough for such a team. He, having torn himself off the ground, rushed towards Jihan. At that moment, a bright beam tore the monster apart. Lightning circled around the player, guiding his homemade weapon. The rest of the team couldn't believe their eyes when pieces of the living dead man's body began to fall to the floor. Gayan followed them with her eyes only, not understanding what was happening. Could it be that this was the white sacred flame of divine power? Several other monsters had already managed to climb up the wall, and Jihan barely had time to wield his staff. Powerful blows pierced the dead bodies, cutting them into pieces. Another bloody zombie was already reaching out with a clawed hand towards the player. But Jihan did not allow anyone to come close to him, cutting the enemy with white flame. Jihan deftly threw the stick into his other hand. He didn't know if he could handle it. But killing another monster? I realized that it was worth trying. He needed to kill 1,000 living dead on his own, because there was a good reward at stake. One by one, the guy attacked the enemies crawling towards the team. After some time, the number of zombies killed decreased, and he managed to kill 26. Jihan thought dejectedly that attacks really didn't work on the bloody zombies. He decided that he would release some divine power when they appeared. This was necessary in order to finish them all off at once. Another bloody zombie fell down, thrown from the tower. The guy's attacks were admired by other players. Even the archer acknowledged his strength. He realized that he was wrong to think that Jihan was an idiot, and he exclaimed loudly what a good job he was doing. Gayan watched in amazement as the boy freely used divine power during battle without any unnecessary expenses. From the very beginning, he hit the heads of the living dead with utmost accuracy. A few minutes later, Dawn stopped, dozens of bodies lying at his feet. The system announced that the condition had been met. The boy fully understood the faith of the other world, but the divine power increased from 6 to 7. He knew another way to increase divine power, and this method fortunately worked perfectly. Divine objects were sacred in the year 2010. When the teaching on Earth began, they were sold at a high price, justifying it by the presence of secrets in the objects. After 10 years, none of them had been discovered, so the value of the items gradually decreased, especially the seemingly divine items that were not suitable for use as weapons. Many people didn't even know they existed. Priestess Sophia, top 3 of the America First Guild, revealed that she had increased her divine power with an item from another world. The interlocutor with whom she was training stared at the girl in surprise. Sophia nodded, saying that after finishing her training, it still wouldn't work. She deftly jumped off the bench and nodded her head, saying that it was possible, and that was how she became a priestess. If you hold it for a long time and pray, you can gain divine power, although the conditions vary slightly from item to item. The interlocutor ruffled his hair. He didn't know about such a simple method, but such items are incredibly difficult to find. Thanks to this, the girl managed to monopolize all divine items. Sophia thought for a moment and replied that this was not entirely true. There was someone who was constantly collecting divine items, Jihan thought. Jihan returned in time to the Sword King's penthouse and saw something incredible in the house. All the divine items were collected there. They were empty due to the power being drained. The Holy Grail, the cross, the medallion. The divine items of the other world have been deactivated. The boy stood by the useless trinkets, wondering if this was the case. The person who collected these items was known to him. The older sister, Songjia, is the girl holding the baby next to Yoon Se-jin. Together with him, the girl was Korea's best support and heroine. Her death is a long story, not the most pleasant to remember. Among the items she left behind, Jihan found a steel staff. Otherworld priests strengthened their faith by hitting cult members on the head with it. Judging by the description, they were supposed to smash the heads of the living dead, which is what Jihan was now doing. The item's rank has increased, and it can absorb just a little more divine power, but its heaviness already makes it great for striking. Gayan noted the guy's amazing physical fitness and how well he controlled everything. The archer excitedly noted that a tower had fallen not far from them, and those players were highly rated, and they managed to enter the top 5. A zombie roared next to him, opening its mouth wide. When the archer, in a trembling voice, suggested joining the fight, the bodyguard did not wait, but began to chop down the living dead with her sword. Noticing the movement, Jihan was briefly distracted from the carnage. He was surprised by the woman's ardor, catching something familiar in her movements. The sword that Gayan wielded was called Plum Blossom. Gayan was famous for temporarily holding the position of Sword King, but she met a tragic end. She died at the hands of Yoon Se-jin, and the guy once had the chance to save her. A woman's voice brought Jihan out of his thoughts. She asked if the player would mind if they helped. Then the team would take a higher place. Without answering, Dawn called up the status window. They were in 5th place with 398 kills, with a little more to go. The player decided that the Plum Blossom sword would do just fine without him. Nodding to his ally, Jihan encouraged her to continue in the same spirit. He left the living dead to the warrior and the magician, soaring somewhere upward. The puzzled players stared at Jihan's back, not expecting such a turn of events. And he was already flying down straight into the thick of the crowd of monsters. The player's gaze was directed straight at the target. He gripped the staff tighter, intensifying the divine fire. If he gathers the rest together, he will be able to tear them to shreds. His mana rushed into the group of normal and bloody zombies. The archer, watching his ally, whistled in amazement. The system announced that the group was the last survivors. They completed the limited quest, Take First Place Among 10 Towers. The game was over. The guy moved back to the tower platform. The archer greeted him with a standing ovation, shouting that this support was amazing and thanking him for his efforts. Jihan didn't pay any attention to him, thinking that he had to try again since he had become stronger. The guy was looking for something on the screen, continuing to think, while the archer was praising him to the fullest. Gayun, also ignoring the cries of her ally, thoughtfully approached the edge. She didn't believe that an independent player was capable of doing something like this alone, especially a low-level support. Was this some kind of error in the system? The woman shuddered when she heard the archer's voice. He said that he was leaving. Jihan buttoned up his jacket, deciding that it was time for him to go out and receive his reward. He froze when he heard Gayun call his name. Plum Blossom's sword. She looked him straight in the eyes. Dawn didn't look away, asking if his bodyguard knew. She was determined to talk, because a person with such potential and achievements was needed by the Divergent Guild. In order to recruit him, Gayun, as a member of the guild, needs to do something. The woman decided to ask the guy for his phone number. She continued to stand and look at Jihan, but a few seconds passed before the warrior herself was surprised by her own request. The player himself seemed not to understand what was wanted from him, perceiving it as a manifestation of a different kind of attention. Gaeun waved her hands, exclaiming in fear that this was not what she meant. Finally, having calmed down, she tried to explain everything in order. But Jihan interrupted her speech, asking for forgiveness. He suddenly announced that he didn't remember his number, which surprised the woman even more. Pressing something on the system screen, Jihan said goodbye, saying that he would give it to him as soon as they saw each other again. The next second, his figure dissolved into the blue color of the system. The bodyguard didn't understand how it was possible not to remember her number. Then she sighed, realizing that the guy had probably turned her down in this way. Jihan walked along the crowded streets of the city, scratching the back of his head. And he really didn't remember the Korean number, since he had previously used an American one. The player walked past a cafe where people were quietly having lunch, thinking that he didn't know who to ask about something like this. Don seemed to have just realized that they wanted to accept him into the guild. There was an advertisement on the roof of the neighboring house about joining the guild. He probably distinguished himself greatly. He could have asked for Gaeun's number himself, but the guy wasn't planning on joining the guild yet. He called up the status window, because there were more important things for now. The level increased by 2, and I also managed to earn 1,500 equipment points and increase my divine power. But the equipment store still didn't have anything he could afford. Jihan decided to go home and rummage around in his sister's closet some more. The elevator doors closed behind the guy, barely audibly. The fingers quickly dialed the desired floor combination. Lost in his own thoughts, Jihan opened the door to the apartment. Entering there, he lowered his head, noticing something unusual. The guy's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. There was a pair of women's boots on the floor which made Jihan freeze in amazement. The bag of noodles fell to the floor with a loud thud from his weakened hands. Everyone has a moment in life that they regret, and Jihan regretted a lot in his past. Now he opened the door to the room with shaking hands. Until now, the guy could not forgive himself for not protecting one important person. Her ghostly silhouette slipped past, casually talking to Jihan about everyday things. There was so much he wanted to tell her when they met. In those moments when Jihan drank himself to death, the girl encouraged him. Looking into the void, the boy spoke of how strong C was. The girl carefully took the bottle from the stranger's hands, promising to protect him. His niece's face shattered into tiny pieces before his eyes. He couldn't protect her and was endlessly remorseful. Jihan clutched the lifeless body in his arms, screaming terribly somewhere into the sky. But now, Sia stood in front of her parents' portrait, smiling broadly at her uncle. He missed her so much, even though it probably sounded shameless. Without blinking, Jihan could not take a step, much less say anything in response. This year marks the 18th birthday of his niece, the daughter of Yoon Se-jin and his older sister. Having mastered himself, the guy swallowed the lump in his throat, asking if the night in Jeju was over. The girl laughed, replying that she had left before everyone else. Jihan looked after the baby from childhood, because she was born when his sister was working to provide for the family. And now, having lost her entire family at an early age, for her uncle Sia is more important than anyone else. She is his family. Pressing his hand to his face, Jihan asked if the girl had called her father. She lowered her head, her thick bangs covering her eyes. As it turned out, he fell in love with a woman and told his daughter about it over the phone. She shuddered, deciding that her father had gone crazy. Would he really abandon her and leave her alone? And this was the condition of that woman in exchange for her love. The daughter did not believe that her closest person agreed to this absurdity. Jihan bared his teeth when he heard this stupid story. However, he could not do anything, because this man had always been like this. Irresponsible, selfish. He abandoned his own daughter and country for a woman. Barely containing his anger, the girl's uncle scolded his father-in-law, while Sia noticed the portrait for the first time. Pointing at him with her hand, she asked if Jihan had broken the glass on him. He cursed under his breath and immediately asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had become very angry at that moment. Just when he decided that he had acted too rashly, Sia smiled and said that she had wanted to do it herself. Jihan's anger disappeared, giving way to bewilderment. The girl assured that she was fine, despite the death of her mother and the betrayal of her father. She never stops smiling and worries about her uncle more than about herself. But the thing is, she doesn't have to be like that anymore. Jihan reached out his hand to his niece, deciding that he could not allow her to take care of him. The boy patted C on the head, saying that she was already quite grown up, and he even knows how to take care of his uncle. The girl blinked in surprise. She knew that Jihan would not let anyone hurt her and would protect her. He asked her not to overwork herself, and Sia agreed for the first time in a long time, thanking her uncle. The girl pressed herself against Jihan's jacket and immediately recoiled. Laughing, she noticed that he smelled of sweat, causing her uncle to gasp and become embarrassed. In the Gangnam area, the Divergent Guild was located in one of the prominent buildings. Gayun stood there, ashamed, staring at the wall. Clutching her sword, she exhaled and asked Mrs. Haeyoung not to hold back her laughter. The woman was indeed trying her best not to burst out laughing. Finally, she burst into loud laughter, asking her bodyguard for forgiveness through tears. Wiping away a tear, Haeyoung noted Jihan's sense of humor, who didn't even give his phone number to the great Gayun, and even said that he didn't remember it. Gayun lowered her head, answering that she was powerless here, because people always judge by appearance and she was not as beautiful as the lady and generally looked like a man. Haeyoung immediately stopped laughing, looking cautiously at the bodyguard. She raised an eyebrow, thinking she had a problem. Doesn't this girl realize how popular she is, and doesn't hear the guys in the guild whispering behind her back about wanting to ask her out on a date? The lady waved her hand, asking Gayun to ask people's opinions. They would clearly convince her otherwise. In the break room, the bodyguard asked Haeyoung what she planned to do about hiring Jihan. She sighed heavily, answering that he needed to be convinced at any cost, because the old people, like madmen, insisted on arranging everything as quickly as possible. The head of the third department's gaze fell on the screen of the phone lying nearby. There was a notification about a live broadcast, a prediction of the winner of BattleNet from Mr. Sun. The woman transferred the image to the screen, surprised by the event since there were no major fights today. Gayun didn't know that Haeyoung was still watching gambling broadcasts, but the lady convinced her that they were just analyzing strategies. Both were stunned when they saw who appeared on the screen. Jihan himself leaned towards the camera, asking Sia if everything was working properly. The bodyguard screamed, not knowing that Haeyoung was watching the players' live broadcasts, but she waved her hand. Now the guy claimed to be the Sword King's son-in-law. The commentators were as shocked as the guild members when they saw the roof of the Sword Palace, which only members of the Sejin family could enter. Jihan asked her niece to stand a little further away, and she nodded. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Jihan's figure was illuminated by divine fire, and he raised his leg in the air. And after a few seconds, he forcefully put her on the ground, destroying the floor. From the place where he stood, cracks appeared. They went straight to the symbol of the Sword King. 2 crossed blades. This statue was a landmark of Korea. No one could have imagined that they would decide to destroy it. It was visible that a huge crack had opened up right under the swords. Jihan's figure looked quite small compared to the statue, but that didn't make it any less majestic. With wide eyes, the boy raised his fist straight in the direction of the blades. The space was illuminated by divine fire. Less than a minute passed before the statue was shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. The system lit up with achievement completion signs, and Jihan was incredibly happy, feeling relieved, saying that he now wanted to talk about the citizenship of the Sword King, Yoon Sejin, a platform that has no equal in the world. The BattleNet streaming platform. Being part of the BattleNet, the number of viewers, subscribers, and views will help the player to get the achievement rewards. With such a loud title for Jihan, there will be no better chance to get all the rewards. He gathered viewers and received 100,000 dislikes on this live broadcast. But this was not a surprise for the guy after all. There is some benefit from Yoon Sejin too. Jihan noticed one particularly active commentator, or rather his profile picture, 2 swords, and he was scolding the player for destroying the statue. The guy was no less angry at the sword fandom, because it was the club of crazy fans of Yoon Sejin that drove Sia to death. People supported the hero. Their anger grew and gradually turned towards his only relative, Yoon Sia. They claimed that the Sword King had abandoned his country because of his disobedient daughter, and that the girl must die for him to return. The frenzied crowd literally devoured Sia's energy and strength alive, exhausting her morally and physically. Like many sharp daggers, cruel words pierced the girl, leaving her no chance to live. Jihan's jaw muscles twitched in silent rage. He knew that people needed someone to blame and take out their anger on. The guy decided that he would gladly become a target for their emotions, and with some inner joy he smashed the statue, causing a surge of angry comments. Sia looked at her uncle in surprise as he announced to everyone on the stream that Ito Ryuhei would not be returning. Jihan walked away from the destroyed swords, taking something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. The commentators were amazed at what a player from the Bronze League was doing. He pulled out the phone containing the recording of Ryuhei's conversation with his daughter, after he decided to accept Japanese citizenship, and held the device up to the camera. The stream was broadcast directly to the main square in the city, and all residents were able to hear with their own ears how their national hero leaves his country for another woman. Lee Haeyoung's mouth dropped open in confusion. While Lim Gayun's eyebrows furrowed, she considered the man a real bastard. Many huge screens in the city center broadcast a stream. The voice of the national hero left his own daughter for a new love. This was the woman's condition in exchange for her love. After these words, Jihan turned off the recording. He turned around and looked cautiously at his niece, who was standing silently to the side. Sia smiled at her relative, as they had agreed, and the girl nodded in agreement. She walked up to the camera and awkwardly bent down to get into the frame, then introduced herself. And the commentators immediately noted the beauty of the King of the Sword's daughter. The girl straightened up and clasped her hands in front of her, saying that she was shocked by this situation and that she was here to say something. As it turned out, the father left his daughter the Sword Palace as an inheritance. But being honest and fair, Sia could not accept the inheritance from a man who abandoned his country and family. Therefore, the girl firmly decided to give the house bequeathed to her country. Jihan lowered his head as he listened to his niece's words. She hoped that the donation would be a great help to the Korean players. However, knowing that the cameras couldn't see him, he allowed himself to grin. 30 minutes ago, he himself suggested this to Sia. She cried out in amazement upon hearing about such a sacrifice. The uncle was just drying his hair with a towel after coming out of the shower, and the girl patted him on the cheek, noticing that he didn't look drunk. Sia clasped her hands in a prayerful gesture, asking her uncle in surprise why he wanted to give away everything they had. Sun noticed that his mind was sharper than usual and thought for a few seconds, his hand hovering over his head, holding the towel. He wasn't sure that he could convince his niece, especially since he didn't ask her to sell the house at an exorbitant price, but to donate it. But this had to be done at any cost because when Seijin destroyed Korea as a representative of Japan, the anger of the Koreans got out of control. The government could not cope with the discontent and confiscated the property of the traitor. Sia had nowhere to go. She couldn't withstand all the threats and persecution from the Sword King fan club. The girl decided to take a terrible and irreversible step. She took her own life. Therefore, since the house will be taken away anyway, it is better to give it back ourselves and protect everyone. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jihan grimaced, knowing that he now looked like an ordinary freeloader and drunkard, spending all his days at home because he couldn't tell his niece that he came from the future. Sia considered her uncle's words, still staring at him. And the next moment, completely unexpectedly for the player, she agreed. Shrugging her shoulders, she walked into the room. Jihan rushed after the girl, asking again if she really agreed. But there was no point in asking questions. Sia said that her uncle was not the type to ask for something like that without a reason, which stunned the guy. However, besides this, the girl had not seen him so confident for a long time. Jihan couldn't come to his senses for several more long minutes, looking after his niece in confusion. He couldn't understand who Sia had grown up to be, and remembering their conversation now, he only shook his head with a smile. Looking at his sister's daughter, the player thought she was an absolutely amazing person. The commentators did not support the girl's idea, saying that the guy was a fraud and was clearly not the son-in-law of the Sword King. But this didn't upset him either. Jihan was ready for attacks. Then, if everything went like this, there would be no claims against Sia. Stepping forward and looking straight into the camera lens, he addressed Yun Sang-jin, assuming he would listen. Even though Jihan's suit was torn from his previous actions, he still knew that he had done a great job. Sia looked at her uncle in shock, who spoke in unprepared text. Her father justified his actions by a woman. What made the commentators laugh was the words about the national hero. Jihan called him a nobody. He grabbed the half-torn sleeve of his jacket and loudly announced that Seijin had flown to Japan only because of his failure in Korea. Even Lee Hae-young and Lim Ga-yoon were completely shocked by these words. The women did not expect this on a live broadcast. Throwing aside the torn sleeve, Jihan declared that the man should enjoy his stay in Japan, because if they met again soon, he would destroy him. The strange stream ended in the sunset of the city landscape, and the comments continued to discuss what happened for a long time. When the family returned home, Jihan was changing clothes. Sia was immersed in reading comments on her phone and asked her uncle if it was necessary to go so far. Moreover, now both the Koreans and the Japanese are outraged. But Sun replied that everything is fine. There is no need to pay attention to them and worry about trifles. The girl suddenly tore herself away from her mobile phone and quietly said that Jihan was now different, as if he had changed overnight. He rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek, satisfied that his niece had noticed after all. But he clearly wouldn't be able to act like he normally did after dying and going back in time. As soon as the player noticed that he looked like a dependent who drank all day, there was a knock at the door of the apartment. Both residents froze. Sia sat down on the sofa, thoughtfully asking who it could be. Son put his hands in his pockets, expressing that he had not expected such a quick visit, while his niece became worried that they had already come for her uncle. Jihan waved his hand, asking Sia not to worry because it was not what she thought. He needed to earn some money anyway. Meanwhile, in Japan, in Tokyo, where both night and day, the city lights never went out for a second. Sejin watched the news system screen while sitting on his bed. They were still discussing about the Sword King receiving citizenship from another country. The woman, who had been lying quietly until then, moved closer, putting on a robe. She couldn't sleep because of the recent upheavals. Shizuru was worried that Sejin was going through such hardships, and he asked to be called by his Japanese name. His lover's hands closed around Sejin's stomach and she shook her head. Korea's top 1 player, the King of Sword, Yoon Se-jin, and he will always remain so. The man turned around, feeling a touch on his cheek, looking into Shizuru's eyes in surprise. The magic of love hovered around the woman, drawing her lover to her. It was as if she was sharing her own breath with him, confessing her love. Both clung to each other, merging in a kiss. A pink, suffocating aura enveloping the couple. In Korea, Jihan opened the door to the uninvited guest and invited him in with a smile. The man standing at the threshold apologized for the intrusion, but still slowly took off his shoes. Sun said that he expected the government to intervene because the matter was important. The manager of the BattleNet department of the South Korean government, Park Yoon-sik, a respectable middle-aged man, came to visit the family. After Yoon Se-jin left, his department had not come to visit. Now Jihan gestured for Yoon-sik to come in. He greeted Sia. This man made sure that the boy and girl were taken into account. The Sword King's daughter straightened up and lowered her head, greeting him respectfully. The player watched the guest leave, contentedly thinking that now that everything was prepared, he would be able to take what he needed. Yoon-sik was offered tea, and while it was cooling, the man shared his impressions of the show, calling it quite cruel. The government has accepted the fact that the Sword King cannot be brought back, but they cannot let the citizens know about it so quickly. As soon as Jihan heard that a fight between Korea and Japan would soon take place, he immediately asked Yoon-sik to get down to business. The manager took a demonstrative sip of tea when the player asked if he should refuse the donation of the Sword Palace, as it was an official admission that the king would not return. Yoon-sik immediately squeezed the thin handle of the cup tighter and swallowed hard, admitting that it was so. The man peered carefully into the player's face, remembering him as an unemployed alcoholic who was obsessed with gambling. He nevertheless admitted that the government had not yet given up hope for Yoon Se-jin's return, and he offered Jihan to become a contract manager instead of a donation. Sun crossed his arms over his chest, realizing that they wanted to put the responsibility of management on him until the real owner returned. He asked the manager if the house would go back to the returning owner, and the man quickly began searching for something in his folder, nodding. He added that it would be good if both relatives remained in the Sword Palace and placed a contract for the manager on the table. Having pushed the papers towards the young people, Yoon-sik said that all the conditions there were favorable for both parties. They needed to read the contract and think about it. Carefully studying the documents, Jihan decided that it was even better for him if the government wanted otherwise, because at the beginning he was going to give everything. Putting the papers aside, he slammed the table hard, announcing that the family also had a request. Sia blinked her eyes in confusion, not knowing what to say, since she had not been involved in the conversation to begin with. The system announced the beginning of the Golden Light stream, which was immediately greeted by the commentators. Someone was surprised that the player climbed onto the head of the Colosseum statue. The fair-haired knight, a handsome guy, put his hand to his head as a visor, greeting everyone on his stream. He reported that today, everyone had to return to the bloody and dusty Colosseum, where the players were already gathering in the arena. The young man called himself a streamer, a travel specialist who came back to the people smiling happily. He took a running start and jumped down from the statue, landing deftly on his feet. Then he masterfully drew from its sheath a sword, as golden and prominent as his armor, which screamed of wealth and luxury. One of the spectators donated to the player, and he was overjoyed, promising to dance for his benefactor. The guy bent in different directions and even showed the back of his armor, which caused puzzled looks from the other players. They obviously didn't like the local upstart. A player from another class even prayed for him to be hit by a car. Streamer Golden Light didn't pay attention to evil tongues and sidelong glances. A notorious buffoon, he was popular for his hyperactive appearance. The boy was once a respected member of the Golden League until he decided to drop down to bronze, saying he was going to explore the depths of the sea. Space Jester, in fact, he wasn't interested in the game. The streamer only cared about having fun. He was madly interested in sea creatures, more than in real life. His gear and stats are still at gold rank, so he has fun hitting and killing bronze players who are weaker than him. Others believe that he is a real psychopath who burst into the arena and called victims to him, allowing them to choose who would be first. Carefully examining the arena, Golden Light suddenly froze when he saw him. Jihan was standing nearby, holding one of the new weapons, and the streamer saw content in the guy. He rushed towards Sun, pointing a microphone at his mouth, declaring that he wanted to take the Sword King's son-in-law, the smasher of the statue of the two swords that everyone was interested in lately. Gihan looked at the annoying streamer and turned away, remembering that he had only a few achievements left to get. Having called up the system table, he began to move his finger along the table. It was necessary to raise the views. As the stream continued, the player turned to the camera, gave a thumbs up, and stated that he was being completely ignored. Seeing the many comments, the Space Jester's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that the Bronze League player was also streaming. Golden Light began to bite his nails in tension when he realized that he had simply given free publicity to an unlucky player. He glanced at the system sign and wondered how he could make people watch only his stream. One of the viewers offered the streamer a deal for 2,000 gear points. Kill Sun Jihan so that he would take the last place. The player was amazed by such generosity. Because 1 point of equipment costs about $1,000, the Sword King fandom was ready to take revenge on the offender and increase the reward. A plan for enrichment was already maturing in the Jester's head. He knew that the fandom hated Jihan, but he didn't think it was that strong. The awards increased with each new commentator more and more often. The guy's eyes ran across the screen, and he himself was beside himself with what he saw. Now the reward was calculated in simply incredible numbers. Golden Light blushed and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. The number of points will soon reach 40,000, and 50 is not far away. The system announced the start of the game and the call for all players. The knight fell to his knees, stuck his sword into the sand and screamed loudly, his mind exploding from the bright prospects. The streamer covered his face with his hands, causing even more disgust among those around him. He couldn't agree until the amount increased to 50,000. One of Yoon Se-jin's fans made a strong-willed decision. He promised to add 10,000 equipment points if the player defeats Sun Jihan. Hearing this, the Jester concentrated so much that he turned black and white and entered the greedy mode. It was a great deal for the guy, and he stated that the determination of the Sword King fandom rubbed off on him. Sun Jihan stood with his back to the knight. The Jester challenged the player to begin to fall into despair. Its active ability, Charge, accelerated the user's body and allowed them to rush forward at high speed. Streamer emitted a golden light and was about to end someone else's game. As the Jester raised his blade above his head, a golden flash lit up the air. He himself shouted that he would become Jihan's personal death, intending to pounce on him from behind. The bronze player, even feeling and hearing the incredible danger, did not even turn around in the first seconds. But then, when his opponent was a few centimeters away, Sun turned around and in a split second made such a lightning-fast move that it prevented the other player from touching him. The golden light froze and raised its head, realizing that its hand had stopped obeying its owner and was simply hanging above. As it turned out, Jihan had a zero-rank kitchen pusher in his hands. On another planet, aliens use a pusher to cook atheists. The system suggested supplementing it with a kitchen knife. The guy chuckled that he had no choice but to fight with what he had, and reached into the inside pocket of his sweater. The golden light stood awkwardly, continuing to look at the poorly equipped player who ironically wanted to match his weapon. The streamer himself did not understand how he ended up being attacked by something incredibly sharp. The bronze player jumped to the side, finishing actively waving his hand, clutching a regular knife in his fingers. His opponent couldn't hold back and screamed at the top of his lungs, the alien energy still holding him in the air. The commentators were furious that the bronze player was already using divine power and a support class, and the system had just announced the spilled first blood and increased the player's achievement points. He raised the kitchen knife in front of him with interest. On another planet, aliens used it to cook the atheists. The Jester rose and resurrected, theatrically folding his arms across his chest, saying that he did it for the sake of all the players. As it turned out, the player had a resurrection cross. It allowed the user to resurrect once. The boy reappeared in the arena, his eyes downcast, his red cloak fluttering in the air, falling right on Jihan. Putting his finger to his temple, the Jester said with a smile that because of his inattention the audience was disappointed, and that he would soon repay Jihan for all his suffering. The guy clearly didn't expect that the enemy would be right behind him. Listening attentively to this speech, the golden light froze in fear, turning its eyes to Jihan, who grinned. Less than a minute later, the confident streamer's figure was painted in the colors of the system. Player Sun Jihan committed a double kill. As he walked away, He thought that no one had used resurrection before, and it was not worth repeating, not because of the fines, but because of the vulnerable position of the resurrected. Jihan turned towards the raised area of the arena. Under the canopy sat the observers who had come to watch the game. Because of this, the atmosphere around was more tense. Today they were beautiful elves. The commentators noticed how they looked at Sun. The player was shaking just by looking at these creatures, because they played a big role in the fall of humanity. But he planned to deal with them later, and now it was worth concentrating on pressing problems. Looking around, Jihan noticed for the first time that he had remained isolated in the arena. Apparently, he had been counted among the outcasts. Moreover, the other players, seeing that he turned around, ran away screaming. Knights, monks, mages. Everyone rushed forward, shouting that now was not the time to fight each other, because Sun had killed even a Gold League player. The guy shrugged and sighed heavily, thinking that it would now be more difficult for him to kill. However, he finally found D-rank holy items. He no longer needs to fight to fulfill the condition to use them. Lost in thought, the player weighed the knife and the pusher in both hands, looking at the system screen. The boy raised an eyebrow and smirked when he saw the new game task. He needed to subdue all the goblins that had gathered around the goblin champion. A disgusting creature with yellow eyes and sharp, half-rotten teeth growled as it appeared next to Jihan. But not even a minute had passed before he suddenly turned around and ran away, begging to be saved from the player filled with divine power, rushing after him with a mortar. The creature didn't manage to escape far, its mouth opening and closing silently when a heavy blow fell on its head. Jihan gripped the kitchen knife tightly in his palm, preparing to launch his next attack. Using it as a basis for a fight, Sun stunned the goblin and sent him flying with a mortar. The condition for using holy items has been met, and the items from the D-rank cooking set have been used together. It was necessary to hit one on the head and the other to pierce the heart. Since they are from a set, they have a certain order of use. Straightening up, the player thought with satisfaction that he was lucky to figure this out before the end of the game. Jihan spent a lot of time. If he could have mastered the weapon earlier, he would have been able to kill more goblins. But, noticing the shadow hanging over him, the guy realized that this was not the end. A huge champion goblin loomed over the man. Compared to ordinary goblins, whose height is only a meter, such goblins have increased physical and mental strength. Complaining that the system had given too long a description, Jihan knocked the goblin out with one blow of the mortar. The heavy body fell at the man's feet within a few seconds. Raising the knife, the player hissed, not understanding what all the fuss was about when in fact the monster was just tall. He swung the kitchen knife and plunged the weapon into the goblin champion's heart. For his efforts, the system rewarded the player with another point of divine power. Cooking sets. The pusher and kitchen knife have been downgraded after this 1-second battle. Since they were still E rank, Jihan could earn divine power points again, but these items were not very suitable for killing monsters. At the other end of the arena, the sounds of blades striking and war cries could be heard. Sun decided that it was time to catch the players, because they had gone too far. The guy started rolling up his sleeves, muttering that it would be bad. But nothing could be done, because if they didn't come to him. Divine power was radiating from the player in all directions. He firmly decided that he would approach the others himself. The commentators were talking with all their might about how terrible Jihan's appearance was. In the real world, Seoul, Gangnam District, Yeoksam Station, there was peace. But not in the apartment and the gaming chair of the Golden Light, which did not look as frightening as in the game. The guy sat in front of 4 wide monitors, pointing at Jihan's image, and was indignant about the latest incident. The streamer watched as the player he hated dealt with goblins. He had too high stats. The jester fell headfirst onto the keyboard, starting to whine that in the Bronze League people have a maximum of 20 stat points, and Jihan has a lot of them. Howling sounds were heard from the speakers. The guy chuckled something and raised his head. As it turned out, player Sun Jihan committed the murder by knocking out another user with a mortar. Golden Light's eyes widened at what he saw on the screen. All the censored words suddenly flew out of my head, because something was happening that no one could have expected. With the help of, albeit divine, but still ordinary objects, Jihan moved straight through the corridor of players, knocking each one off their feet. He committed double murder time after time without fail, and the system signs kept popping up in the air. Even the commentators who didn't believe in him couldn't deny the guy's success, because killing 4 people in flight seemed impossible. Triple kill, mega kill, rampage, and this is only a small part of what Jihan did. A line of opponents flew into the air and fell flat on the ground. The users were beside themselves with rage. The shooter demanded additional improvements for himself from the magician, who snapped back irritably. One of the bolder players loudly called out to Jihan, calling him a cheater and a deceiver. The shooter shouted that he had had enough of victories and that the guy needed to leave the arena. Without blinking an eye, Sun began to fight off the stream of arrows fired at him. The attacks were unable to reach their target because the player was a master at wielding the mortar. The intense gaze with enviable speed anticipated which direction the arrow would fly in and immediately deflected it. Finally, when the shooter simply ran out of weapons, Jihan looked in that direction with some strange expression on his face. Both warriors immediately drooped, starting to giggle stupidly in different ways, almost dropping the objects in their hands onto the ground. A few seconds later, Jihan was already standing nearby with a raised dagger, and the system notified that the player had committed a double murder. The E-rank cooking set items were used together. The boy received 1 point of divine power, while the cooking set items were downgraded to F. Hidden quest completed. Get 10 kills in the Colosseum. Jihan got 5,000 achievement points. He thought he got everything he wanted. But, unfortunately, this was not enough. He needed something more substantial. The young man's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw one of the inscriptions on the system's screen. An epic quest that was not given in the Bronze League. Among the spectators of the Colosseum, you had to find the Queen of Shadows and provoke her. Reward: 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the constellation Queen of Shadows, the absolute being, the representative of the star and the divine creature in BattleNet. The constellation's interest meant that it would become a sponsor for the player, helping them gain abilities that were otherwise impossible to obtain, something that could only happen in the Diamond League. This task must be completed at any cost. If one constellation can be lured to one side, then others will become interested. But will Jihan be able to find what others can only dream of? This will be especially difficult to do in a crowd of ubiquitous and hated elves. These creatures looked at people unfavorably, even aggressively. Like marble statues, they sat in separate stands from the rest of the spectators and pierced the users with their gaze. Jihan took first place, and now everyone in the Colosseum knew about his record 10 kills. They moved the show to show Yoon Sejin, and the news spread throughout the community. This brought the guy about 10,000 subscribers and 4,000 regular viewers who were part of the Sword King fandom and hoped for Sun Jihan's defeat, became his supporters. And it was no surprise to anyone that all the anger was now directed at streamer Golden Light, who was defeated by a Bronze League player. Commentators saw that Jester had filmed Jihan's murders and was promoting them through his streams, and he was thinking hard about how to increase his reputation. Getting up from his chair, the streamer stretched, loosening his stiff muscles. He decided that he couldn't do anything about the current situation. From now on, he will also be on Song Jihan's side. The guy has a new fan. Golden Light dreamed of becoming Jihan's editor and making his BattleTube popular. Sia, dressed in funny pajamas, sat with her eyes wide open, excitedly asking what she had just watched. Jihan, not having time to take a sip of water, looked around in surprise because his niece was interested in when he managed to become so strong. The girl shook her head, saying that she felt sorry for the others, while her uncle noted that the world was a cruel competition. She noticed that many viewers wanted to donate to the player. Sun immediately opened this option on the system panel. She also suggested raising the minimum amount since Jihan decided to open a fundraiser. Then the guy decided to set the minimum to 10,000 points of equipment. Sia was amazed at someone else's appetite because it was equal to 1,000,001. Then I thought, maybe it really wasn't enough after all. But Jihan's thoughts were occupied only by the epic task. He must find and provoke the Queen of Shadows. But it was still difficult to figure out how to find her among so many viewers. The guy was pulled out of his deep thoughts by his niece's cheerful voice offering help. She noted with a smile that her uncle always had that expression on his face when something wasn't going according to plan, so it was worth telling her everything. Jihan smiled back, absent-mindedly thinking that the girl looked so much like her mother, his sister. Shrugging his shoulders, he decided to give her a chance and see how she handled it. Sun told about the epic task and answered his niece's questions. Surprised by the strangeness of the task, Sia enthusiastically decided that she would find the Shadow Queen by rewatching the game. Jihan left the room. His conscience immediately began to torment him because of his request for help. After all, it all looked like looking for a needle in a haystack. But he was still proud of his niece. The girl sincerely wants to help, so all that remains is to thank her for it. Returning to his room, Jihan decided to do what he had been putting off for a long time. He already had one class, support. Now the system asked if the player wanted to add another one. The guy bought an extra seat for the class with the points he earned. Now he could choose another one. Smiling contentedly, Jihan extended his finger to the desired inscription on the screen. He firmly decided that he wanted to add a mage class to his support class. At that moment, a purple funnel began to form around the guy's figure. A new power, different from the divine, was coming from his heart, and it was clearly felt. Now, after some time, it was necessary to try out a new class. The reason for this choice was hidden in a unique stat that only appears after obtaining these two classes. The strength stat was the player's desired prey, a small purple ball slowly appearing on Jihan's open palm. In his past life, he had a conversation with an important person while drinking. While drunk, Baron Williams kept saying how sad he was that the guy had gotten citizenship a little earlier. The guild leader would have recognized him as an American and treated him better. That day, after saying they would become closer, Baron shared something unusual with his protege. The man took another sip of whiskey and used his other hand to lift the bottle into the air using red energy. He started talking about strength, abilities, and was surprised when Jihan did not understand what he was talking about. Williams talked about strength, the stat that comes with the perfect combination of divine power and mana. Smiling drunkenly, the man, looking into a glass of ice, said that it was not easy to reach such a level. Others could not do it. He was the only player with two classes. Only the guild leader can have power, since he has two windows of status, support and mage. Such was the gift of Baron SSS rank. As it turns out, there is another condition. You need to have 10 or more points of divine power. Jihan asked again if he could get something similar, but Baron shook his head condescendingly, repeating with emphasis that no one else except him had two classes. The man acted ignorantly, but Sun did not dare to argue. It was true that only Baron had the power to dominate space. But that was the case before. And now, knowing the conditions, Jihan decided to take a desperate step at the cost of his own health. An incredible energy, stronger than the Bronze League, seemed to tear his body apart. This stat propelled Baron to the top spot in the world rankings. Despite his poor development and control of it, Jihan must get it in order to cope with the tests in the future. He must endure. It is necessary to concentrate divine power in the hands and direct mana from the heart there, uniting it with it. It was important to concentrate so that nothing would slip past. Sun clenched his teeth, holding the sphere in his hand with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, delighted by what was happening. Jihan muttered something, looking at his hands. The space was illuminated by bright red flashes. A deafening explosion threw the player back somewhere. Jihan hit his head painfully against the wall, unable to hold back a scream. As it turned out, he was thrown back against the door when the guy slid down a few seconds later. Breathing was still difficult. Jihan rubbed the back of his head, closing his eyes. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't just hold them with his hands. Leaning back against the wall, he took a deep breath, thinking that he should have increased his mana reserves, since they were used up after the first attempt. Looking at his own palm, the player doubted whether he would be able to combine the two energies in his hands, because holding them was definitely not an option. A crazy thought struck his head. Would he really have to do this forever? Jihan jerked to his feet, ignoring the nagging pain in his head. The player decided to calm down and think logically to help himself in a difficult decision. Let's say, if there is no need to hold the force, especially if it is not so tame. What happens if you put it into your own body? Take the divine power that originates in the upper dantian and combine it with the mana of the middle, holding the layer of the lower one while they mix. Taking the ideal shape, you can try to compress them in this state. The sphere, surrounded by other particles, grew larger and burned even brighter. Jihan closed his eyes tightly, sweat trickling down his face from the strain. The player's deafening scream filled the room, a red stream of energy bursting out from his body. The system announced that Jihan was trying to unite the three daniations. The danger was great, because the player had exceeded his limit and a threat to life was detected. Sia, who was calmly listening to music on her headphones, jumped when she heard some noise coming from the side. The girl watched the game with fascination, looking for the Queen of Shadows, but she could concentrate more on the matter, turning away from the table. Combining the three dantians, Jihan tried to merge the divine power and mana together to use the power. I also subconsciously added another combat power to them. But the conditions for combining the three daniations are very strict. It is necessary to be able to use each of them perfectly. They had their own distinctive nature, and the stats had to be at least 100 points. If a person is far from this level, then when trying to unite the three daniations, there is a chance of losing his life. Sia screamed in fear and pulled the headphones out of her ears when she heard a heartbreaking scream coming from her uncle's room. She dashed down the corridor, asking what had happened as she went. The girl, beside herself with horror, abruptly opened the door, imagining the most terrible pictures. She fell silent, staring in surprise at the basin of ice water on the floor and the towel. Jihan sat leaning against the bed and put a wet towel on his burning forehead, saying that he was screaming from a headache. Sia asked suspiciously why he felt better so quickly, and the boy replied with a chuckle that the human body was incredibly amazing. The niece moaned something, covering her face with her hands. Sun immediately apologized because he didn't want to anger her. Sia wiped away the tears that had appeared from the recent tension. She was really scared. She thought that something bad had happened to her uncle. Jihan looked at the girl with confusion. He was inattentive. It was worth thinking about Sia. Still not removing her hands from her face, she tried to calm down, asking again and again if her uncle was okay. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and looked down, assuring her that there was no need to worry. Looking at the player again, Sia sobbed again, wiping the moisture from her eyes. A few seconds later, she burst out laughing and punched the guy in the chest with all her might, screaming that she wasn't worried because he himself said that everything was fine. He bent over from the blow, muttering his gratitude, and Sia went on to look for the Queen of Shadows. And even though Jihan's head was still splitting, he would never show his weak sides to his niece. The unification of the three Dantians failed because the guy had a low level and did not have enough points. The towel from the basin suddenly rose into the air, radiating furious energy. Clenching his fist, Jihan cried out in victory. He had received the power after all. After the fusion, divine power and mana are replaced by the unique stat strength. Three DNTNs could not be combined, but the fusion created strength. Jihan was surprised by the inscription on the screen. The connection was weak, and the PowerPoint was too strange. There were 12 of them from the start. The combat strength and strength stats interact and share their value. This means that if one stat is pumped up, the combat strength increases by 2 points, and the strength points also increase due to the interaction of the forces. Jihan even felt embarrassed for a moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What he saw was a pure deception. The fact that he has strength is already very good, but how effective will the three combined Dantians be? Realizing that he was completely tired, the player decided to leave this issue. If he tried to do it at the current level, he would definitely die. He got what he wanted anyway. It was time to try out the mage's ability. Raising his hand, he opened his palm and called for fire. A small flame immediately appeared in the air. The system immediately announced that the player did not have enough mana. He smiled weakly. The full moon seemed to be watching the user's unfortunate outcome and chuckling. Finally, after this long, difficult night, the sun rose over the city. It ran gently across Jihan's face, making its way through the half-open curtains. The guy didn't feel rested. He just muttered discontentedly that it was already morning, and immediately received a notification that 10 points of divine power had been added. As it turned out, he couldn't absorb divine power from D-rank sacred items and below. He had to use C-rank divine items and above. Yawning, Jihan glanced at the hand acupressure device and the game ball. Fortunately, they were cheap. He managed to buy them with glasses. He decided to sell the rest at the second-hand market, then went to see. He called the girl, asking if she was awake, but received no answer. A few minutes later, he saw his niece, who obviously had not closed her eyes all night. Sun was struck by Sia's appearance, and she replied that she had been persistently watching replays of the game, and her efforts were not in vain. Sia pointed her finger at the screen when Jihan leaned over the laptop monitor with a frozen heart. This was a fan video. There were people who got the zoom as a gift. They only film representatives of other species. For Jihan, it was very strange that people would use such an amazing gift for secret filming. His niece immediately distracted him from his thoughts, urging him to take a closer look. A replay of Jihan's fight was broadcast. The commentator pointed to a group of elves, noting that they had very clear skin without any imperfections. The two elves sitting on the thrones looked like high-ranking elves. Among them was one drow. The title of queen would suit her. She should be the Queen of Shadows. Sia turned to her uncle with a smile, asking what he thought. The guy praised her for a job well done. But still, the player doubted to himself that the constellation could be found so easily. The girl promised to watch videos from foreign channels. She even made an edit video especially for her uncle. Jihan was surprised that Sia knew how to edit, and she replied that she used to make videos from her father's games for fun. Hearing this, the guy froze in surprise. He immediately narrowed his eyes, using an unkind word towards Yunsei Jin. Straightening up, without removing his hand from the back of the sofa where Sia was sitting, the player turned his head towards the portrait. Even through the broken glass, this man looked at his relatives mockingly. Left his daughter alone, a real infantile bastard. 2 days earlier, when Park Yunsik came to the family, he assumed that he knew the Sword King's girlfriend. It was Ito Shizuru. the owner of the SSS rank gift, unparalleled beauty. Jihan exclaimed that Yoon Se-jin might have fallen in love with the girl because of this ability, and Yoon Sik said that the department thought so. And now the player suddenly remembered this person, looking at the Sword King. Something similar has happened before. It is not the first time that rising Korean stars have taken Japanese citizenship. If this gift has no limits, she can switch to another player at any time. Since that day, Jihan has been searching for information about Ito Shizuru, a woman of incomparable beauty. Unfortunately, the search has not yielded any results so far. Japan must be hiding her identity. Now it's impossible to find anything. As Manager Pak said, you need to be extremely careful. The player turned his back to the window, deciding that he needed to prepare in advance. If he was right, the opponents had already begun to act. The Japanese self-defense forces had already arrived in Korea. Sia, dressed in a business suit, was a little nervous as she asked her uncle how much longer they had to wait. Looking at his watch, Jihan replied that he was almost ready because they might be late. Both felt great, ready for new achievements that awaited the family beyond the threshold of the house. Jihan straightened the collar of his jacket, grinning as he said that it was time to greet the guests. The elevator descended slowly, passing the 32nd floor. The uncle asked his niece if she was nervous, noticing her thoughtful look. The girl shuddered. After the incident with her father, this would be her first appearance in public. Jihan hastened to reassure her. He asked Sia to be confident and brave, because there was no need to think about what others would say. The Song family had done nothing wrong. The niece forced a hesitant smile and nodded to herself. Several bells from the elevator alerted passengers that they had arrived at the lobby. No matter how much Sia tried to calm herself down, she still couldn't contain her emotions in front of the open elevator door. Jihan told her in a barely audible voice that many already knew what they were going to say. As soon as they both had time to leave, a respectable man turned to Jihan, saying that everyone was waiting for him. All the guy's requests were fulfilled. He smiled, thanked, and asked to make sure that the event went well. Manager Park Yoon-sik didn't answer, but simply nodded in response. He admitted that at first Jihan's request caught him by surprise. He hadn't expected at all that Song would want to put the Sword King's collectibles up for sale. But now the idea is clear. So the auction of the former Sword King, Yoon Se-jin's favorite items and other belongings, was organized. The manager asked if this was necessary to attract Japan's attention. Jihan confirmed his guess. He specifically chose such lots. They need Yoon Se-jin's connector and the data stored on the server. Japan will certainly try to take possession of them. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. The owner of the items may secretly enter the country and interfere with the auction. But whatever he does, citizens will be forced to face reality and realize that they have no choice but to accept it. Park Yoon-sik took a new look at this seemingly simple-minded guy, thinking that he seemed to see the future. Jihan added that this was their last chance to change the public's mind and asked the manager to ask reporters to keep an eye on the Japan Self-Defense Forces table. Suddenly, loud shouts were heard in the hall. Someone was calling Sia by name, calling her relatives, but the security did not let them in. The girl turned around and shuddered when she saw her aunt and uncle. The richly dressed woman called Sia a madwoman who stooped to holding an auction. She immediately switched to Jihan, calling him a swindler who had the audacity to sell someone else's inheritance. Sia firmly stated that it was her relatives who were thrown out, because they used her father's name to deceive people. The uncles and aunt were stunned and froze, seeing such a harsh rebuff from their always submissive niece. The girl asked if they thought she was stupid, the one who couldn't see who was actually looking at her father's money in his absence. Sia said that now all of her father's things are hers, and only she has the right to decide the fate of the inheritance. Turning sharply, she demanded that security remove her relatives, who did not belong there. Jihan looked at his niece with admiration, calling her cool, and she proudly threw her hair out of her face, saying that she could stand up for herself. The manager opened the heavy doors and informed the family that they had arrived. Sia and Jihan walked straight onto the auction stage and were already noticed by reporters. The savvy journalists immediately turned on their cameras and flashes, ready to capture the sensation. Jihan glanced at the crowd with indifference when he heard them ask him why he was holding the auction. Sia was also attacked, claiming that her decision to give up the Sword Palace and hold an auction was provoked by public pressure. As the girl and boy walked towards the podium, reporters pounced on them, asking if they believed the Sword King would return and if Song was trying to profit from a relative's property. Jihan got tired of this pretty quickly, and unnoticed by the others, he gathered bloody energy in his palm, then made a circular motion with his fingers. A few seconds later, the lens of one of the photographer's cameras burst, scattering into small pieces on the floor. Then the same thing happened with the cameras of other reporters. The crowd looked at the equipment in a daze, not understanding what had happened. The player, reaching the podium with a microphone, asked the crowd to be quiet because they were at an auction, not a press conference. Finally, straightening up, Jihan, with his characteristic confidence, announced the start of the auction. His men prepared 3 lots. The first was Seijin's BattleNet connector. It reduced the feeling of pain by 99%. The data stored in it remained intact. Also present were Seijin's analyses of himself and high-ranking East Asian players. Those present began to discuss the lots. The data of the King of the Sword is very valuable, and the analyses are incredibly useful when the battle between Korea and Japan is approaching. Jihan looked at the people sitting at the tables and grinned imperceptibly. They would not want to miss a single lot. The analysis from a high-ranking player is not easy to get. Suddenly, the guy noticed that someone's hand confidently reached up. The player was stunned when he saw who exactly wanted to ask the question. Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment manager of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, a plump man, was smiling, and next to him stood a girl, looking askance at Jihan. Takeda, twitching his gray mustache, slyly asked if he could offer a price since the auction had already begun. He offered $5 billion for all the lots, which caused a natural reaction from the others. The man added that he would like to request a personal meeting with Song Jihan and Yoon Xia. With his hands in his pockets, the player approached Kazuo, asking him to say whatever he wanted to say. This is not the time or place to accept an offer to meet, as Japan knows firsthand. The interlocutor shook his head, replying that he was scared by the guy's gaze, especially since the man was a guest, and the host should have been more welcoming. If he shows his hostile attitude, someone will have to intervene. After these words, the young girl in 2 steps appeared at Jihan, putting the hilt of the katana to his head. It was Kazuo's bodyguard named Shadow. She couldn't be compared to Keno, but she was also an amazing player who could do a lot. The man pretended to be worried, saying that he was in no way threatening, but simply keeping me informed. A glimmer of divine fire appeared in Jihan's eyes, and he was amazed at how similar the warrior was to Yoon Sejin. They didn't take a single step to the side, just like Shadow, who continued to stand nearby. Thin fingers gripped the katana with force. The girl was ready to strike at any second. A shadow appeared in front of Song Jihan, and he fearlessly attacked it. The next second, something happened that no one expected. The player forced Shadow to fall back with 1 blow. The girl dropped the katana from her left hand, although she held onto the other one. She lowered her head, clenching her teeth in impotent rage. A bruise from the blow had already begun to bloom on the delicate skin of the bridge of her nose. Shadow suddenly felt an incredible force coming from her opponent, just as she was about to pull out the tip of her katana. Jihan put his hand on Tenny's shoulder, advising her to abandon her plan, since the auction was being broadcast on his BattleTube channel all over the world. Does the girl really want to bare her blade in front of the audience? Takeda Kazuo's expression suddenly changed and he waved his hands, calling on everyone to calm down. He rose from his chair and began to bow to Jihan and apologize, saying that his bodyguard was rather hot-tempered. The man raised his eyebrows, telling the boy that they needed to discuss something. He is ready to pay $5 billion, taking into account a personal meeting. Jihan frowned and Seiya screamed when Kazuo insisted that the Sword King's daughter answer the offer. The player was at a loss for words when such a claim was made to his face, since the property of the national hero belongs to his relative. The man put his hands behind his back and slowly walked next to Jihan, noting that the auction was actually being run by a girl. He was getting closer and closer to Seiya, saying as he went that he wanted to meet her in person, since she was clearly interested in where her father was now. It was truly a forbidden move. Seiya cowered in front of Kazuo like a small animal in front of a predator. Her interlocutor calmly straightened his bow tie, saying that he could be asked about everything, and he himself had a lot to tell. Raising his small, cunning eyes to Seiya, he asked what she had decided. Seeing the confusion in the other person's eyes, Kazuo rubbed his hands, thinking that the girl would definitely agree, because such an offer could not be refused in a sane mind. The man's face took on a truly incredible expression as Seiya loudly announced that she refused. Now he looked at the girl in bewilderment, starting to stutter, not believing that Seiya was refusing $5 billion because of the need to meet in person. The girl replied that her uncle was right, and if her father could only be contacted on his terms, then she did not want to know anything about him. Seiya smiled, stating that she was a minor, so she had to do what her uncle said. Jihan thought it was a complete relief. He thought all the items would go to Japan. Even though Seiya declined a personal meeting, it is unknown what else Kazuo can offer. The man fell silent, replying that nothing could be done, and Jihan thought that he had given up. But the Japanese man suddenly beamed and exclaimed that he was still offering $5 billion. The offer of a personal meeting was optional, his own whim. The player was angry listening to this deception, but Takeda took something out of his inside jacket pocket, saying that he had received orders from the very beginning to offer money. Smiling widely, he placed an envelope with the seal of the Sword King on the table. Then Sia said that this letter was personally for her, written by her father. He asked again if they had come to an agreement, and the girl bit her lip, not knowing what to do. On the envelope there was a seal with a flower and the name written, Ito Ryuhei. Unable to resist, Seiya picked up the concerto, and Kazuo happily turned to Jihan, saying that it was too easy to get the Sword King items, and didn't the Korean BattleNet have 5 billion? The man spread his arms, deliberately mocking the player, singing as the auction ended quickly. Jihan recalled that the recruiting manager of the Japan Self-Defense Forces in his past life was banned from entering America, and he was good at recruiting foreign players, which earned him the nickname Japanese Disaster. Now, confident of his impunity, Kazuo clasped his hands together, offering Sia to sign the contract right now. Jihan thought that the man must be directly related to the player who uses the incomparable beauty. This was a man to be wary of, especially since Japan had received all the items too easily, as if the participants had agreed on everything in advance. It would look bad on screen. Those present were indignant. Why did they come at all? It was pointless. 5 billion from the very beginning. But all was not lost yet, we just had to turn the momentum around. At that moment, Seiya entered the game. She began to read a letter from her father into the microphone, which stunned everyone. He wrote that his daughter's decision to give away the Sword Palace was a real shame, because it was the last thing left of him, and the property should have been managed wisely. And finally, this is the end of the relationship between father and daughter. Let Sia not expect anything more from him. The guests invited to the auction began to whisper loudly when they heard the cruel words. Wiping away stinging tears from her eyes, the girl forced a smile and said that it was his handwriting. And this is what her father wrote. Jihan turned away, physically feeling the pain of his niece's betrayal. From what he heard, the woman was of incomparable beauty and knew how to influence the mind. He hated Yoon Se-jin from the beginning, but to Sia, he was a good and reliable father. He couldn't do this to her. A loud sound of paper being torn in half was heard through the speakers. Seiya, in a low voice, as she tore the letter into pieces, told Kazuo to convey the following words from her to Mr. Ito. His daughter read his last will and was glad to end their relationship. The scraps of paper fell to the floor. Sia pretended to be upset and said that she shouldn't have shredded the letter. Now the cleaner would have to work harder. But at that moment, the pieces began to rise upward, circling around the girl's face. Jihan declared that everything was fine. He would take care of it, and with one movement of his hand, he lifted the paper into the air, and it headed towards the shining sphere. The boy clenched his fist, summoning fire, and the pieces of paper burst into bright flames right in the air. Like so many phoenixes, they blazed and immediately turned to ashes. The rest of them opened their mouths in silent surprise. The auction participants were amazed by the player's possession of both combat techniques and divine power. Jihan stopped using energy and immediately heard an admiring cry. Kazuo's face shone brighter than the sun. A man like this was needed in Japan. He didn't immediately realize that a whole crowd had rushed towards the player, leaving him far behind. Representatives of various guilds vied with each other to offer Jihan to join them under any conditions. He looked at the business cards, raising his hands up, asking them to wait, because he was uncomfortable with everyone crowding around him. He stepped back, deciding that now was not the time to talk about such things. Jihan heard his niece's weak voice. She said that her uncle could go without her. The girl seemed to be suffocating. Beads of sweat appeared on her face and she began to babble something. Sia grabbed her head, almost falling off her feet. She muttered that her head hurt too much. The next moment, the niece moved to the side and fell to the floor. Jihan froze in horror for a second, forgetting about everything in the world. His dear relative lay on the stage and did not move. Jihan ran up to the girl, lifting her in his arms and begging her to open her eyes. When Sia woke up, she was mumbling something as the guy kept asking her if she was okay and urging her to hold on. The girl was clearly trying to say something to her uncle and grabbed the collar of his jacket. Pressing herself against Jihan, Sia whispered in a completely calm voice that she was pretending. The girl thought that it would be difficult for her uncle to cope with the guests, so she played along. While they were negotiating, the security quickly pulled the crowd aside. The guests were indignant. Now they wouldn't be able to place a bet. A puzzled Jihan looked at his niece with wide eyes, admiring her intelligence. He shook his head, sadly noticing how much his daughter resembled her mother. The guy turned to the guests, asking for forgiveness for the auction ending abruptly because his niece felt ill and needed rest. Supporting the girl, who was diligently playing her role, Jihan loudly asked if she could go on her own. Kazuo persistently tried to get through to the young people through security. He asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience his visit had caused them. Pointing to his business card, the man invited Jihan to greet him personally and asked permission to contact him personally. At that moment, the business card flew out of his hands with a whistle. Jihan just laughed at the man and instantly burned the piece of paper in the air. The player held out his palm and menacingly announced that this was his answer. Commentators could not believe that the bronze player had rejected such an offer, while the manager stood silently, clenching his fists. He straightened his bow tie again, smiling strangely, muttering that Jihan was the best. The unknown force that can tear a business card to shreds is real. He deserves it even now, being only at the Bronze League level. Kazuo must get his hands on this rising star at any cost. Meanwhile, hidden from prying eyes, Jihan gave his niece a high five. He praised the girl for her excellent acting skills, and she brushed her bangs from her face, replying that she was good at everything she did. The player froze when he heard from the system about an unread message. He read the notification. It said that he had a sponsor, who even with the broadcast turned off sent 10,000 equipment points. The writing style was similar to Takeda Kazuo's. While the uncle and niece were talking, Lee Ha-young blocked their way and greeted the family. They froze when the woman said she was glad to meet them. The head of the third department wanted to greet the guys on behalf of the Divergent Guild. The woman smiled, asking for forgiveness for the sudden visit. She really wanted to meet them. Jihan was not at all embarrassed. He only asked how she came here without an invitation. Haeyeon openly said that she had good connections with the Korean BattleNet department, and she used them. The player was surprised to hear the revelation that at work the head of the third department was known as a spoiled child. This confidence, shamelessness, and tone of voice were definitely familiar to him. Their owner extended an elegant hand. Looking closely at the woman, Jihan saw a completely different figure before his eyes. That one from his past life, a sly woman in a mask and revealing outfit, coquettishly said that she was his fan. He looked at the head as if enchanted. Sia cast a questioning glance at her uncle. She did not understand what had happened to Jihan, who was silent, and blinked her eyes in surprise. Turning her gaze to Lee Ha-young, she shuddered, deciding that the guy had fallen in love with the stately woman opposite him. The player said that in everything there is a line beyond which it is dangerous to cross, because once you cross it, it is impossible to turn back. The head and her bodyguard were stunned when they heard a quote from the writer Dostoevsky, who was known for his gambling addiction. Lim Gayan frowned and became angry as she looked at Jihan. Unable to hold back, Plum Blossom's sword pushed her mistress back with her hand and stepped forward. The woman almost threw herself at the guy, asking who he was and how he knew Lee Ha-young's motto. Only a couple of people knew that the lady was a real gambler. No one from outside could know about it. Jihan smiled, realizing that there was no longer any doubt. This woman's nickname was Zero, and she was the manager of America First. The only Korean besides him, this scoundrel was always drinking and gambling, but became the guild's deputy thanks to the capabilities of her voice, an ability that is used for amplification. After finishing the training, when people pay attention to pumping other aspects of stats and gift ranks, she reveals herself in a new light. And the strongest was she, Zero. Continuing to smile, Lee Ha-young gritted her teeth and ordered Gayun to shut up. Jihan thought that the guild was doing well, and he met Zero on one of his previous broadcasts. What she wrote in the chat was imprinted in his memory, so he decided to clarify. The guy apologized for catching them by surprise. Lim Gayan was surprised that her mistress was also writing in the chat. She didn't know what to do with herself from embarrassment. The woman coughed, feeling awkward at being suddenly called a gambler. Jihan thought with a smile that this was a fact, and Sia, looking at him, was sure that he really liked the chapter. Lee Ha-young smiled and shook her head, saying that she didn't mind talking in a more casual setting, and that they would see each other often in the future. Sia covered her mouth with her hands when she saw the guild leader take out his phone. She must have really liked her uncle. She confidently handed over her mobile phone, offering to meet in person since the Divergent Guild needed the guy. Sia almost squealed with delight, painting in her head the rosy prospects for the development of her uncle's relationship. Lee Ha-young fixed her hair, thinking that she was good, and was good at setting the tone of the conversation while separating business and personal relationships. The woman glanced at Gayun, showing with her eyes that she needed to learn. This is exactly how you should manipulate men. The atmosphere changed. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of flowers coming from the flirting Lee Ha-yeon. Jihan sheepishly apologized, replying that he still didn't know his phone number. Both women froze in shock when they heard the answer to all their efforts. The guy turned to Sia, asking what her number was, causing his niece to look confused. Sia suddenly decided that her uncle was playing the prude. She thought that Jihan was up to something and needed help, so she pretended to feel bad again. Jihan told the women that his niece was not feeling well and that they had to go. Hyeon held out her business card with trembling hands, and the player promised to use it to contact the guild leader. When everyone left, Sia was proud of herself. Now she didn't have to worry about her uncle's relationship. Hayoung turned to his bodyguard, who was trembling slightly. The woman saw that Gayun was overwhelmed with emotion and was barely holding back the laughter that was bursting out, and she ordered her not to hold back. Uncontrollable laughter echoed through the corridors, and the head of the guild grumbled something in response. Jihan was brought out of his thoughts by his niece's question. She noticed that something had come as a big surprise to her. With a smile, Sia noticed that her uncle was wearing his father's suit. The player shrugged. His own had already become too small. He straightened his jacket. The guy noticed that the suit was not to blame. Sia nodded. If it suited her uncle, then everything was fine. She suddenly added that Jihan's answer was simply terrible. He looked at the girl in surprise. She shook her head, saying that it was too old-fashioned and tasteless. The "I'm the first one to reject you" tactic has been around since prehistoric times. While Jihan didn't understand what was being discussed, Sia mentored him by saying that you can play hard to get, but saying that you forgot your number is terrible. The player was lucky that his niece was nearby and saved the situation, but she was incredibly surprised to hear that he had not planned anything like that. The hand with the index finger extended hung in the air. Sia asked incredulously if this was true. Jihan nodded. The next task in BattleNet involved moving to the Bronze League in the territory of Gangnam. The task type was protection. It was necessary to protect the crystal and survive the zombie attack. Moving into place right in the suit, Jihan shook his head wearily. He remembered how difficult it had been to calm Sia down that evening. The girl immediately burst into tears, deciding that she had ruined her uncle's chance for a relationship because of her stupidity. Did his niece really think that he liked Lee Hae-young? Who would pay attention to a gambling enthusiast? Still, he hadn't expected to meet Zero under these circumstances. In a past life, he was sitting in a bar and watching a sports match where Argentina's Diego Maradona won. Jihan became close to Zero because they both lost their homeland, and on weekends they bet on sports. The woman was obsessed with them. The player's victory upset and angered Zero, but Jihan knew that he would win. He advised her to pay attention to the rank of the gift God t-shirt, but the woman did not listen to him. Jihan advised her to stop playing games, but she just waved her hand. Then she said her motto, that very quote from Dostoevsky, and it really irritated her. Sun asked if Zero was going to get rid of the scar on his face. The woman pressed the mask tighter, answering that it was the price for the deal with the devil. The couple had a lot in common besides sharing the same nationality. Zero asked why Jihan became strong only now. If she had been as strong in the past as she is now, she would have stayed in Korea, and then her friends wouldn't have died. So what united them most was guilt and self-hatred. The woman shook her head drunkenly, saying that she had no right to say that it was all her own fault. Both felt guilty for failing to protect their loved ones. Jihan looked at the amber drink in his glass, wishing he could drown in it and not feel anything anymore. Now he looked at the bloody sky in the game space, remembering these moments. Commentators watching the game were puzzled as to how long the player would remain standing there. In Jihan's right hand was a sword that pierced the horse, Pontiff Urk, an alien sacred object. The guy was curious why it was so cheap despite its rank, but it turned out that it was because it was too big and heavy for most people. Jihan decided to try the dagger in action and swung it widely. Then, raising the weapon above his head, he swung. It wasn't difficult for Jihan to handle such a blade. The user heard strange voices asking him to show the status window. The ground shook as a huge weapon descended upon it. The number of spectators grew, and they began to ask questions about the origin of his power. 12,000 people were already looking at the player. Jihan didn't know if he should show the window, but it would be unwise to ignore the request of regular viewers. It was worth deciding whether to answer directly or lie. Finally, the guy took a deep breath and addressed his viewers directly, greeting them and introducing himself. If they are so interested in his status window, the player will show it when he gets 200,000 subscribers. That was his promise. Commentators began to complain that such a number would not be reached anytime soon. But Jihan decided to add one more condition. If he loses even one game, then he will immediately show the window. The audience didn't expect this, but everything would have changed if the guy had met the troll. Jihan gripped the hilt of his blade even tighter. Blue beams appeared behind him, signaling the arrival of his teammates. The guy turned around sharply, raising an eyebrow. The players that appeared were not the ones he expected to see. It was simply impossible. Golden light, Argentina player Diego Matsid and the hated Kim Gyo-hyuk. The jester theatrically wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with a handkerchief, exclaiming that fate itself had brought him to Song Ji-han. The fire mage turned red with anger, clenching his teeth, threatening to kill the player with one look. Ji-han met the Argentinian in person for the first time. Diego Matsid seemed oblivious to everyone as he continued to play with the ball. He was Argentina's best player until Sihan's return in time. But now he was nothing special, and besides, he looked vulnerable and stupid. Suddenly, the guy thought about something, realizing that it was strange. If he himself is a support, Golden Ray is a warrior, and that disgruntled third one is a mage. Could it be that the football player here was an archer, considering that in his past life he had the mage class? Ji-han couldn't even imagine what had happened. Meanwhile, Go-hyuk was terribly angry when he met his offender. Because of him, he lost his ability, and now he didn't even want to see. A system board appeared in front of the magician's face. Someone registered a reward for the task. Go-hyuk was surprised that such a fool could give him such a thing. He was completely taken aback when he read that he was offered to destroy the crystal and prevent Ji-han from taking first place. A few seconds later, the game began, and Masida's sword flew into the face of the first zombie. Without saying anything, he continued to attack the dead man with the ball every now and then, as if he were scoring goals into the goal. Stopping for a moment, the man ordered Ji-han to apply enhancements to him, because the archer needed more strength. In a team game, it is important to treat all participants fairly. Previously, the player did not use stats because they were not enough. But now the number of divine power points has increased. You can try. The user called upon the force, and the figures of all team members lit up with a bright blue light. Golden Light clapped his hands happily when he realized that he had also been given a buff. Ji-han turned out to be a real support. Go-hyuk was puzzled as to why Ji-han supported him when he addressed the boy. Looking over his shoulder, the player asked if he was going to play for the first time. The same jester jumped up to them, wondering what had happened between them and whether they were both friends. The magician muttered what would happen, then Ji-han nodded to him, satisfied with the answer. Declaring that he relied on his team, the boy took off and jumped from the tower, asking for the blade to be placed on his shoulder. The trio looked down in confusion as their support disappeared from sight. Masid pointed down, asking if Ji-han was crazy, and the magician immediately called him a stupid football player who didn't understand anything right away. Kim Gyo-hyuk hated the player. Does he really think that his teammates are subordinates? The wrinkles on the guy's forehead smoothed out. He decided that he would do what he decided for himself. Ji-han rushed into the thick of the living dead. The zombies growled and stretched out their half-decayed hands towards him. A fireball appeared in the player's hand. He was about to attack the enemy with pure fire. The mana and divine power, which became more powerful after the fusion, will tear this gathering of zombies apart. Ji-han's eyes turned white, and the fireball turned into a powerful sphere. It turned into a real hurricane that descended to the ground. With his power, he swept away the living dead like paper dolls. Ji-han pushed himself off the wall and extended his hand with a dagger. Then he rushed forward and raised the weapon above his head. The tip pierced one of the monsters, but the enormous power of the weapon splashed out to the sides, increasing the effect of the force. The zombies, who were at a great distance, began to melt from the fire. Masid and Golden Light leaned over the edges of the tower, calling the Korean support crazy. Enemies died in a matter of seconds, and it was all broadcast live. The audience discussed the guy with admiration, not understanding where he came from. As if from nowhere, a bloody zombie rushed at the player, screaming deafeningly. The hideous face grunted and snapped its sharp teeth, trying to reach the user. Ji-han stood in front of him and thrust his blade into the ground. He smirked at his thoughts. Everything was going as the player thought. It was not in vain that I had to endure those torments. That is the true value of the ability to control space. A bloody sphere appeared above him, and the two zombies. Absolute territory. Anyone who enters it falls under the control of the user. Many people don't know about this ability, but Ji-han was personally familiar with it. Baron was poor at control, unlike his abilities, so he often used him as a training partner. Song Ji-han fought against the Guildmaster's power quite often. The guy was able to fully study her in that amount of time. From the destroyed ground, the player pulled out a sharp sword with a jerk. Ji-han is currently in an absolute state, using both divine and martial powers along with mana. The level of the pathetic Bronze League was no obstacle for him against the fight against the strongest zombies. The number of slain living dead gradually increased, burning in the divine fire. Last time, Ji-han couldn't kill 1,000, but now he knew he could do it. There was very little left to get the deserved reward, but it was necessary to move even faster than usual. Song Ji-han literally flew above the ground, wielding his blade. My head was buzzing. My feelings were tense to the limit, trying to move only forward. A bright blue light poured from the player's eyes, as if he was blinded by the target. Golden Light and Masid found what happened absurd as they watched the support. The jester noticed that he too was now interested in looking at his status window. Meanwhile, Kim Gyo-hyuk was preparing to carry out the mission. The spectators asked Golden Light to show them the mage, who turned around, calling out to his teammate. The streamer was stunned when he saw what he was about to do. Gyo-hyuk was already standing next to the crystal, apparently preparing to attack it with a fire blast. The rest of the team froze, not understanding what the magician was doing. He raised his head high, filled with hatred for Jihan. Finally, he sent the player to hell with all his might, calling him a rootless scumbag. Jihan froze with a dagger in his hands, hearing these words behind him. The magician, without stopping, exclaimed that in the last few days everyone had been looking only at him. All he had done was court his niece and manipulate her. Jihan froze, especially hurt by the words about his niece. Kim Gyo-hyuk didn't stop, wondering what the player had done to make the girl obey him obediently. The audience understood that the magician was testing Jihan's patience, because the impudent man even doubted the player's intentions towards his niece. Now the reward of 50,000 equipment points for Kim Gyo-hyuk reflects the degree of hatred of the Sword King's family towards Jihan. Millions of dollars helped the magician gain courage. Jihan himself stood, clutching a sword in his hands with fallen living dead lying under his feet. And in his ears there was the insane laughter and insults of the former team member. He breathed deeply, trying to calm down, thinking that this bastard had acquired patrons, or that he was being forced to do so. This guy is a complete loser, hoping only that he will have time to do everything since Jihan is far away. The player was not affected by the insults directed at him. Kim Gyo-hyuk continued to shower him with accusations of ambition, and how his uncle was grooming and manipulating his niece. Then the same dirty hints followed again, asking what Jihan had done that they obeyed him so obediently. Rage flared in the guy's eyes, and the veins on his neck stood out from the tension. The magician had no right to say anything about Sia. After returning in time, the player could not help but remember what he tried to forget. Like his worst nightmare, he was haunted by Sia's death, her lifeless body hanging like a rag doll in his uncle's arms. Jihan choked on his own tears, which continued to flow, soaking into his shirt, already stained with his niece's blood. To hide the scars left by the attack of the Sword King's family, she had to bandage her face, but her body lost the warmth of life forever. He allowed this to happen and could do nothing more. All he could do was wish for himself to die and scream at the top of his lungs so as not to go completely crazy. And that is why now, standing on the deceased zombies filling with divine fire, Jihan swore that such a thing would never happen again, that he would protect her from everyone and everything. At the moment of gaining power, the player realized something while trying to unite the three Dantians. He could use nameless divine arts, and the gentle blue color of the power would change to a bloody hue. Until he had 30 points of combat strength, it would only be an imitation. But the guy clearly felt them at the moment of the fusion of the three Danyates, languishing in pain, scratching his chest and wanting to pass out as soon as possible. Jihan is familiar with the feeling of mastering the nameless divine arts. Several agonizing seconds passed as the player collected his thoughts, fully concentrating on his own sensations. Noticing the delay, the living dead, with disgusting screams, attacked him from behind, stretching out their half-rotten hands. At that moment, gathering all his strength, Jihan felt how everything around him was transformed. Electricity pierced his body from head to toe, as if it had been born in the man in order to rush far upward. Sand turned into lightning when he used the Heaven's Break technique. Otherwise, the lightning step of the shimmering sky, and this did not go unnoticed by those around. The Sword King's family immediately sent 100 points to Gyo-hyuk, urging him to quickly break the crystal, since Jihan was already rushing to the player. As soon as the fireball appeared on the magician's palm and he felt relief from the curse towards Jihan, the player was immediately called out. Recognizing the voice of the golden light, without even turning around, Gyo-hyuk threw a fire sphere towards him, knocking him down. Flashes of fire glowed red on the magician's palm, and in an emotionless voice he ordered them not to interfere, otherwise he would burn the enemy to ashes. Numerous symbols appeared in the dark sky. Waving his staff, on the base of which precious stones were ringing, the magician crossed his arms, filling the fireball with power. He decided to finish off the crystal. A crazy grin appeared on his handsome face. The player believed in his own strength and the support of the Sword King's family. With another wave of his hands, Gyo-hyuk threw the flaming sphere towards the crystal, and a string of flames immediately followed it. But the sphere was not destined to reach its target. A few seconds later, a ball from the legendary Argentine player crashed into it. In the silence that followed, the ball, covered in black soot, bounced back, leaving traces behind it. A look of surprise appeared on Go-hyuk's face as he turned sharply towards the footballer. Diego himself was completely unperturbed, and his fans greeted their favorite in the chat with all their might. The magician looked like an offended child, asking where he was throwing the ball, to which the footballer replied that he always took the game seriously and this blow could ruin everything. In addition, the villain cursed their comrade, who dragged this task on himself and even his relative. Diego will not allow the game to be spoiled anymore. Now the traitor player turned red with rage, his teeth clicking together with a dull sound. He cursed filthily at the football player, completely not noticing the one who appeared behind him in divine flame. The golden light shone with delight. Clutching the sword in his hands, Diego stood next to him. Seeing these glances, Go-hyuk immediately became quiet and slowly turned around, because he felt the stinging traces of lightning on himself. Jihan's face was so dark that nothing could be seen on it. He slowly assumed that the magician had something to tell him, and at that moment his pupils turned red. This did not bode well for his interlocutor. Go-hyuk shuddered and was horrified. He trembled all over and almost ran back, because his own body subconsciously screamed about danger. The player looked at Jihan as if he were a deity and asked himself what he should do now. Biting his lip, he realized that he had already lost, so he could finally allow himself to speak out about Jihan. But things didn't go according to plan. Jihan ordered his opponent to shut up, literally sealing his mouth with one movement of his hand, without even touching Gyoyoku. The staff fell from someone else's hands. The magician moaned in horror when Jihan told how he wanted to blow up someone else's head, but for some reason changed his mind, only because he didn't want to give the magician such an easy death. San began to move his fingers on his hand as if conducting, telling Go-hyuk what he would do to him. From these movements, the alien body uncontrollably moved to the side. The connector filters the feeling of pain. If Jihan kills the magician, he will only go down to a lower level. The traitor's face had already turned purple from all the manipulations that had been done. Jihan mockingly asked if he had felt something similar before. The guy then promised that he would introduce Go-hyuk to the unknown world right now. Go-hyuk trembled more than before when Jihan's hand dug into his shoulder with a steel grip. The magician mentally cursed the player. He knew that he couldn't really kill another. However, he himself had already lost all his abilities. It was impossible to fall any lower. It's a shame to lose the award, but Go-hyuk was still able to anger his opponent, so the victory is still his. Quick thoughts were flying through his head, preventing him from realizing the most important thing. And when the player realized what was wrong, it was already too late. The whole body seemed to be torn into small pieces. It hurt so much, as if Jihan was not just holding the interlocutor by the shoulder, but piercing him with a sharp dagger straight into the chest. San watched without blinking as Go-hyuk writhed in agony, screaming at the top of her lungs. The magician screamed, choking on tears, begging for it to stop, because his torment was incomparable to what he had ever experienced. A cry of horror and incredible torment rang out from the high tower, calling on Jihan to stop. Golden Light trembled with pleasure as he watched this scene. He considered Go-hyuk to be completely unstable. The footballer agreed with the team member. The streamer was surprised that the connector was causing so much pain, but Diego advised the shiny one to take a closer look. With one hand, Jihan was crippling Go-hyuk, but with the other hand, he was healing him non-stop. A bright green sphere of health glowed in the other person's palm. This was a side effect. The space jester scratched his chin, suggesting that what was happening was a bug, a mistake. If you heal wounds that are damaged over time, like poison or burn, you will get overloaded. And at the same time, the player feels all the pain that the connector lets through. The streamer thought it looked really painful and wondered what ability Jihan was using to deal so much damage. Muscle tension and bone cracking, bone fracture and muscle rupture. This happens because of the ability that sends an unknown energy into the body and destroys it from the inside. Only a few martial artists are skilled enough to use it. Go-hyuk, who was barely able to comprehend, couldn't understand what was happening since he had set the connectors to 95% pain reduction. It hurt as if my organs were being torn out of my body step by step, and the flesh itself was being pierced with needles. The mage didn't want to feel this, so he screamed in despair, calling on Jihan to kill and end it all. As if obeying the order, San removed his hand and swung his sword, cutting off the bastard's head. The cameras showed viewers Jihan's gaze, and they were amazed at how calmly he carried out his revenge. A few seconds passed, and Go-hyuk's body slowly dissolved into pixels, and the system announced the death of the player. Golden Light screamed, and Jihan began to carefully examine the area so as not to miss the enemy's rebirth. The streamer smiled tightly, deciding to be more careful with Jihan. He felt his fear to the fullest extent. As San had expected, Gyohyuk appeared again, not sparing the air in his lungs to scream. Jihan cast a calm glance in his direction, listening to the screams and pleas for mercy. The system appeared for the second time and showed a sign with the death of the player Kim Gyohyuk. He was not in the arena for even a few minutes. The magician's body once again dissolved into blue pixels on the floor. Jihan wiggled his fingers, glancing at the dissipating figure. He needed to regulate his power better. The system announced the player's rebirth. Gyohyuk slowly appeared on the court and immediately crawled away from Jihan, screaming hysterically. He tried to move as far back as possible, begging his opponent not to come closer. Then he began to plead, shouting that he was wrong. To this, San only shook his head, noting that he shouldn't say something for which he couldn't answer. At that moment, a spectator with the nickname of his niece sent the player 10,000 fortune points. The girl, standing in front of the monitor, screamed that it was enough. She was okay now, and her uncle had gotten too carried away. She was worried that if Jihan continued his actions, he would lose all his subscribers. The girl literally begged the player to stop and concentrate on the task. Jihan felt his niece's emotions and was relieved to notice that it was calmer there than he had imagined. And although this was not enough, looking at Gyohyuk crawling away, the guy determined a peaceful period for them, and such a punishment as an example is quite sufficient. Trembling with horror and humiliation, the magician continued to beg for mercy, first asking to be saved, but then choosing death. Jihan decided to find out who had prompted his ally to do such a thing, and loudly asked who had ordered it. He screamed in horror, seeing someone else's red eyes in front of him, then named the nickname of the Ill-Wisher, Sword King Family 898. It was he who offered 50,000 equipment points for the destruction of the crystal. Kneeling, Gyohyuk folded his hands in a prayerful gesture, shouting that he had completely lost his mind. Such a reward was not worth his death. Jihan wondered how one person could offer so many points. It must be a whole organization. Deciding to keep this in mind for the future, the player grabbed the mage by the collar of his cloak with force. Holding his opponent in the air with one hand, Jihan muttered that he should thank Sia for saving him. Gyohyuk had tears in his eyes, swallowed hard and nodded his head vigorously. A few seconds later, the player had already set off on a long flight, but was completely happy. The echo of his gratitude to the girl carried far beyond the tower. A streamer and a football player cast their sympathy votes for Jihan when the system announced the death and exclusion of Kim Gyohyuk from the game. While viewers cheered in the comments, Sun dusted off his hands thinking about the zombie massacre. He hissed irritably. If it weren't for the interference from the outside, the player would have finished the task long ago. Jihan dealt with the evil spirits quite successfully, cutting them down left and right, and now out of 1,000 living dead, 921 were killed. The guy called up a status window and started quickly looking through something on it, then decided that he could quickly finish off the remaining 80. But suddenly, an unread notification on the window surprised him and caught his attention. As it turned out, the related quest Origin of the Zombies was already listed as completed. As if he had just woken up, the player looked around the ground, which turned out to be full of motionless bodies of the living dead, all due to the trace of the lightning-fast tread of the shimmering sky. The electricity that the guy himself generated when he managed to release his rage was able to do the almost impossible. It zigzagged through the rows of standing zombies, effortlessly killing the remnants of humanity in them. To be more precise, Jihan simply lost control, causing the scattered power to explode. He didn't use nameless divine arts, but 3 Dantians, so it didn't turn out very well, although the result is pleasing, but still there is a feeling of awkwardness. Standing next to the rescued crystal, Jihan took a deep breath, thinking that he should train more. The guy was distracted from his heavy thoughts by someone's voice calling him by name. The golden light jumped around the player like a little dog, asking if he would go down and if he could come with him. However, San did not pay attention to him, but immediately approached Mr. Masid. With one hand he shook the outstretched palm, with the other he held the ball tightly under his arm, accepting gratitude from Jihan. He did what he had to. The player smiled, offering to meet outside the game so he could repay. As soon as Jihan started talking about wanting to discuss something with Diego, he felt the floor trembling under his feet. The ground around the tower began to crack, creating huge furrows. An earthquake had never happened in the middle of a mission before. The space jester screamed in fear that he sensed an explosion and didn't know what to do. Jihan heard shouts from the side, calling for him to look the other way. Commentators also wondered what was happening to this place, and it became especially alarming when something began to rise from under the ground. San froze in shock, and a semblance of panic began to splash in his eyes. A few seconds passed, and what seemed to be a growing mountain turned out to be the hand of a giant who was awakening. A huge palm emerged from under the ground, scattering living dead people around. And right in the middle of it, a human mouth of the same size grinned. It opened up and screamed disgustingly, raising a real hurricane in the air. The golden light squealed when it saw the oddity. Diego only groaned in disappointment, calling the hand disgusting. Having fallen silent, the mouth bared in a creepy grin. The remaining zombies perked up, sensing an ally in the unexpected guest. Jihan didn't know what to do in such a situation. He could only look helplessly at the giant. The player gritted his teeth. The appearance of such a monster had angered him considerably and interfered with his plans. The zombies that tried to get close to the hand immediately felt its evil intentions. Jihan, watching the monster, grimaced, feeling disgusted by what he saw. This thing, whatever it was, simply devoured the living dead, scooping them up into its palm like food. The huge mouth smacked as it chewed on dozens of bodies, the sound of crunching bones echoing throughout the valley. Having dealt with the next batch, the palm straightened above the ground and the mouth opened wide. Something that the mouth couldn't handle slowly slid from the middle of the tongue onto the tip of the tongue. A large lump of zombie remains. Having fallen to the ground, he began to move, as if a new monster was being born right from him, only vaguely resembling a human. Golden Light was puzzled as to why this monster appeared on the Bronze League map when it should only be in gold and above. Jihan swallowed hard once again, because before them appeared an evil monster created from pieces of different bodies, a corpse golem. These creatures slowly rose above the ground, slime slowly dripping from their heavy bodies. The streamer was right. They had no place in the Bronze League. San immediately called up the status window to find out the reason for the zombies' appearance. Was it because of a related task? The system explained that the goal of this task was to defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal, which the guy didn't quite understand. He was slightly surprised by the new notification. It said that the player had cleared the map 10 towers. Next, the system gave Jihan a bonus task: stop the corpse golem. Other teams from different parts of the tower looked at the sign in bewilderment. They also did not understand his presence in the Bronze League. The game required stopping a corpse golem created by the follower of destruction, Black Hand. There were more and more of these incredibly strong living dead, because the mouth continued to eat the zombies. The system, as if mockingly, suggested using the blessing of the crystal so that it would be possible to reduce the difference in strength. Looking at the horde of newborn corpse golems, the streamer groaned. How can they complete this task if even the Golden League players can barely cope? Jihan closed his eyes in dismay and shook his head. The game can't wait for the teams to cope. Suddenly, something dawned on the guy. He thought that otherwise they would not have been able to offer a reward of 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment to boot. So the gift was rare, which means it was at least an epic rank quest. Diego started training with the ball, and Golden Ray sighed heavily, moaning that since the task was a bonus, they should give it their all. He suggested that Jigen be the first to receive the blessing, and he was already pulling his blade out of the stone surface of the earth. Both teammates looked at their leader in surprise when he replied that he would not need a blessing. Taking a step forward, lightning bolts shot out from under the player's boot, a trace of shimmering sky's lightning-fast gate. They sparkled as Jihan moved towards the corpse golem. This is a dead man with an incredible amount of health. It can only be defeated by destroying the core in the center of the body, and it was located deep in the monster. Since the corpse golem was considered a boss monster, even in the Golden League, Jihan asked the streamer and the football player to step aside. Lightning went around the men, and they, looking at Jihan, did not even understand at first what he was asking them about. Not even a few seconds passed before the player took off faster than light and literally flew into the sky, accelerating to attack. On the stone surface of the area where he stood, there was even a trace of a boot from which smoke was coming. Masid and Golden Light almost screamed in unison upon seeing this, and were immediately amazed at their comrade's strength. The streamer gasped, opening his mouth slightly, and only now turned his head to look for Jihan. Meanwhile, he, with his sword in his hand, was approaching the head of the corpse golem, being the size of the monster's mouth. The most basic ability among nameless martial arts is the 3 talents of martial devotion. At its core, it is based on the concepts of heaven, earth, and man, each of which has its own meaning. Sky, firmament and vertical strike, earth, surface and horizontal strike. A person is a person and a piercing blow. This is the basis of the nameless martial arts. This means that there is a technique that will allow the player to destroy an entire mountain. 3 talents of martial devotion. Now Jihan used mountain destruction. This was how he was able to reach the core in the center of the corpse golem's body. The golden light never closed its mouth, slightly open in surprise, and Diego clutched his ball in his hands with all his might. Having seen the outline of the core of the living dead man, he still could not hold the ball in his hands. Jihan took advantage of the moment and pierced the base of the corpse golem with his sword. Yes, what he knew sounded impressive. The guy raised an eyebrow at what he saw. But in reality, it was a normal vertical strike. Player San Jihan defeated the corpse golem. In this way, he completed the task of the fourth tower, causing delight among the commentators. As the player swung his sword, Golden Light felt conflicting emotions that were difficult to describe in words. Looking at Jihan, the streamer felt fear, despair, anticipation, and pity. All this was mixed up inside him, and the winner himself looked like a deity. The Golden Light fell to his knees because he felt true admiration, while Diego stood next to him without moving. The streamer was breathing heavily, so deeply, as if he was remembering how to do it. He understood that he had never experienced anything like this before. At first, the blonde perceived Jihan as excellent material for broadcasts. The streamer closed his eyes tightly because he understood that things would never be like before. He wanted to capture every move of the one who would become the best player and streamer in the future. Opening his eyes abruptly, Golden Light raised his head and resolutely clenched his fists. He has to film this player to capture how Jihan became a true legend. But, unfortunately, the streamer's efforts to give his all to Jihan were not crowned with success. No matter how much he showered the player with confessions and praise, it did not have the desired effect. It was this moment that gave Jihan the gratitude of footballer Diego Masida. Meanwhile, the other BattleNet team looked in despair at the huge shadow that loomed over them. Everyone unanimously called the game stupid. But the corpse golem didn't think about anything, but simply destroyed everything he saw in front of him. It didn't take much effort for him to bring his giant palm down on one of the tower's sections, destroying it. Thus, the third tower, and after it all the remaining ones, did not complete the bonus task. Only Jihan's team completed the task, and its players received 3 times more experience and equipment points. San didn't see the stunned faces of his comrades. He was thinking about how generously the game would reward them. Seconds later, the player glanced to the side. He still had one more thing to do. Jihan offered Diego to meet in real life, but he initially refused because he thought that they just wanted to repay him for a favor. But then the stakes became higher and surprised the footballer. He was asked to provide information regarding his own ability. A fire sphere formed on Jihan's palm, a hint to this. A magician. It would be boring to tell everything now, so the player wanted to discuss everything in detail over lunch. Masid froze in confusion, thinking that he had heard a hint about changing classes, because if someone else had made this proposal, it would not have been worth wasting time. The footballer was approached by San Sihan himself, whose incredible strength he had personally witnessed. Diego couldn't help but be interested in his words if there really was a separate class that suited him. It made sense to meet. Such an opportunity could not be refused, so the player promised to write to Jihan, who offered to find a suitable place. The Golden Light, listening reverently to their dialogue, immediately began to jump on the spot, asking to be included in the company. Jihan shrugged, replying that he had already invited Masid, and even refused the fact that his teammate was helping him with the stream. The streamer did not calm down, begging to be accepted as a reliable comrade, or at least as an editor. San sighed tiredly and seemed to give hope to the restless guy. But then he added a firm no and left the game, slowly disappearing into space as tiny pixels. The Golden Light almost cried as it reached out to the disintegrating image. He groaned that Jihan had acted very cruelly, which made the audience laugh quite a bit. Finally, Jihan found himself at home in his apartment, tired after the fight. The status screen stated that the player had completed the interconnected quest Zombie Walkthrough and received 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. San sat on the bed, his trusty sword resting there. For such a reward, the task was more than difficult, the player thought, remembering how much he had to work hard for the points and the crystal. Tossing the last one into his palms, Jihan thought with disappointment that the crystal had disappointed him. It bestowed a divine blessing on the player and can only be used in the bronze and silver leagues. Divine blessing can only be used by saints who play the support role to the maximum. This is a top-rank buff that increases all stats by 50% and is considered mandatory at the top ranks. But this item can only be used once and only in the bronze and silver leagues, which did not suit the player. Next, there will be rewards for the defense itself. For first place, Jihan was given 50% more experience and equipment points. The guy's level has increased 3 times. Now the level has risen to 13, and the combat and normal strengths have 17 points each. There are 12 levels left before the game to move to the Silver League. The system then announced that the player had fully understood the religion of the other world, and his divine power had increased by 2 points, merging with the Force. Then the equipment rank dropped from C to E. Seeing this, Jihan raised an eyebrow. The characteristics did not increase, and the sword, piercing the horse of Pontiff Urk, could not withstand its remaining power and began to crack right before the eyes of the owner. The system warned that the equipment would be destroyed, and the next second, pieces of the weapon flew around the room, casting a bright yellow light around. Jihan tried to hide from the flying fragments and the detonation of the explosion. The power of the 3 dantians inside was leaking out. The player couldn't understand why the dagger couldn't withstand the destruction of the mountain. The lightning flashes were so strong that they damaged the player's shoulder, cutting through it as if with a sharp blade. Jihan gritted his teeth and stretched his hands forward because it was too dangerous to leave this sphere like this. He needed to absorb the power into his own body. The glow was so bright and blazing that it could be seen even from the windows of neighboring buildings. Finally, the glow of the sphere died down slightly, and a lone window lit up in the building opposite. Takeda Kazuo and the Sword King 898 family. The manager tried so hard and even moved into the next apartment, but his plan failed. It was he who acted on behalf of the Seojin family and instigated Gyohyuk to frame Jihan with a generous reward. Kazuo sat at a table filled with numerous monitors and watched the magician. He had finally found an assistant who fully shared his goals. He was incredibly happy, because when Jihan was avenged, he would be able to see his status window. Takeda rubbed his hands in satisfaction, calling people fools who, having lost their strongest player, continue to quarrel with each other. Thanks to them, it is easy to engage in incitement. It is enough to pretend to be one of the fans of the King of the Sword to interfere with Jihan. Now the manager looked slyly at the screen. The guy was on guard thanks to Takeda. But he needs to fear not the man, but his compatriots. The Japanese man laughed villainously, imagining how San Jihan would feel the taste of his helplessness. Now the manager wasn't too upset as he ate the crispy chicken. His plan had failed, but it wasn't worth spoiling the game yet by pretending to be a fan of the Sword King. It would be great if everything worked out the first time, but Gyohyuk turned out to be an incredibly pathetic player. He failed to master the game at any level, dying every time from Jihan's attacks. It would have been better to break the crystal right away. The magician only needed to do this. Then, according to Takeda Jihan's plan, he would have had to show his status window. Still, the manager was indignant, furiously chewing the chicken meat. Because of Gyohyuk, the man was in trouble. He almost fell out of his chair, furiously threatening the screens with his fist, because at this rate he could lose Jihan. A second later, the man slammed his fist on the table, cursing everything under the sun. Takeda Kazuo finds himself in a difficult position. He understands that Jihan is a talented player whom he must lure to his side, but he will only be given the go-ahead if he has proof. The bosses are considering firing the man because he cites his intuition as the reason, which is why Takeda needs Jihan's status window, direct evidence of the player's value and potential. The manager had little time. He had enough of these amateurish strategies. Jihan doesn't have long to wait until a professional takes him on. Kazuo will get his window and permission to present all the evidence to Seijin. Jihan can be recruited using a special method that was used on the King of Swords. Meanwhile, Jihan saw that his divine power had increased by 1 point. It had merged with the Force, and it had also increased by 1 point. The boy sat on the floor, wounded by shards from the dagger, realizing that strength received 1 point for every 3 divine. Thanks to their connection, the combat strength indicator increased to 18 points. The sword piercing the horse was destroyed, and the remaining divine power in it must have been absorbed by the player's body. The system announced that the strength had exceeded 17 points. From now on, the player can only absorb divine power from divine items of A rank and above. Jihan was amazed by this news because now he could completely forget about increasing his divine power. He shook his head sadly, thinking about how cheap a trick it was, when the door to the room slammed open and Sia appeared in the doorway. She excitedly pointed to the screen of her mobile phone, bragging that she had received a 50 billion deposit. Jihan looked there with interest, while the niece herself breathed out in confusion when she saw the state her uncle was in. She immediately asked why he was like that, and the guy looked at his own palm and briefly replied that his sword had exploded. Then he forced a fake smile, assuring her that he was fine. Sia grabbed his hand and dragged him out of the room, finding Jihan unbearable. She was indignant that her uncle remained a child. He urgently needed to wash and treat his wounds. Jihan allowed himself to be led away, but looked at his niece's back in surprise. He thought how touching she looked, considering herself an adult, but still appreciated the concern hidden under the grumbling. A little later, already washed and with his wounds treated while eating meat, the guy looked in surprise at his niece, who asked if he was okay. The uncle and niece were sitting in an inexpensive cafe. Sia said that since they now had so much money, perhaps the family could afford much more than the usual pork tenderloin. Sia loved this kind of food, but Jihan, as far as she remembered, always preferred Western food. But he still ate enough to stop admiring her. Jihan had really missed eating in such a cozy atmosphere, and now he had eaten properly for the first time since returning. Smiling happily at his niece, the guy declared that he still preferred Korean cuisine. Sia pursed her lips, saying that since she was paying, her uncle could have ordered something better and more expensive. But he waved his hand. They would still have time for dinner. He didn't even have time to bring the drink to his mouth before he stared at the girl in amazement. She said that there might not be time. In response to Uncle Sia's questioning look, she replied that she planned to return to school. She was the head of the student council, so it was strange for the girl to be absent for so long. Jihan asked if it was worth resting for another week, as the teacher advised. Sia was slightly embarrassed, reminding him that the day of receiving the blessing in the gift room was already near. Looking at his phone, Jihan nodded. His niece was right. On August 22nd, Sia will turn 18. Even in hellish and difficult times, she waited for this day. The niece dreamed of receiving a blessing in the school gift room. She hoped that she could change the situation if something good happened to her, but hope quickly faded. She received an F-rank gift. It was a turning point after which the strong C broke. Jihan lowered his head. The wounds from what happened to his niece in her past life still tormented his soul. The girl will probably be upset if you tell her about this in advance. It's better to gradually lower her expectations. When her uncle asked her if she would be back tomorrow, the niece nodded happily, because there was no better time than Monday. Jihan straightened up in his chair, saying that he would take the girl to and from her, and she immediately screamed. She waved her hands, screaming that she was no longer a child, but Jihan shook his head, asking her not to resist. Sia, knowing her uncle's stubbornness, sighed dejectedly, asking why he had suddenly started behaving like this. She pursed her lips again, crossing her arms over her chest, saying that it didn't suit the guy. Unable to contain himself, Jihan burst into laughter into his fist, looking at the expression on Sia's face, again asking the girl to agree as long as he offered. The next morning, when they arrived at the underground parking lot, the family couldn't believe their eyes. It was empty, and at first they both thought they had been robbed. After all, the Sword King's family used to have all kinds of sports cars and supercars. Sia assumed that they had been sold. Jihan rubbed his face with his hand, and he had been wondering where all the keys had gone. The girl was happy that she would be going by bus, but then the player noticed a small car nearby. Jihan told his niece about this half-heartedly, and she screamed as soon as she saw the vehicle. Sia ran up to a rather battered small car of bright yellow color. Her mother's car? Jihan said that it was not sold because of the low price. Pulling the handle, the guy discovered that it was still unlocked. He immediately sat down in the driver's seat and saw the keys. His niece asked incredulously if her uncle wanted to go in this particular car. Instead of an answer, she heard strange sounds and clouds of smoke from the exhaust pipe. Jihan asked if Sia was uncomfortable riding such a vehicle, but she immediately waved her hands. She replied that she was a little worried, which surprised her uncle. An unfamiliar man with an unpleasant and menacing appearance appeared in front of the car and immediately demanded that the car be removed from the road. It was precisely these situations that Sia did not like, but the stranger continued to shout with a threat in his voice, demanding that this trough be removed. BattleNet School was located in the Gangnam district of Seoul, and the conflict flared up in the school's parking lot. Jihan raised an eyebrow. He knew the cheap car would attract attention, but he didn't expect others to openly pick a fight. He calmly asked what was going on, but the man aggressively continued to insist that such a car had no place there. Jihan, having heard in a rude manner that he had taken someone else's seat, immediately got out of the salon, saying that he was the guardian of a student of this school. The parking lot guard who had come out to hear the noise was talking to another man. Both of them screamed when they recognized San Jihan, the bronze assassin from BattleNet. The security guard began filming the conflict on camera, telling his interlocutor that the player had brought his niece, who was on academic leave, to school. The video quickly went viral online, with the headline stating that the Sword King's son-in-law had arrived at BattleNet School and was arguing with the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, the Divergent Guild headquarters was also following the news. Lee Ha-yeon, the head of the third department, called her bodyguard, Lim Ga-yoon, who was playing a game during her break. The boss was already hiding the phone with the news about San Jihan in her bag, answering that they were sent to the BattleNet school. Gayan asked what happened there. The manager chuckled, taking out a bright red lipstick from her purse. Without even hiding it, the woman continued to go crazy from what she thought was Jihan's contempt. She even growled quietly, anticipating revenge and the feeling with which to repay the player when they met. Meanwhile, the impudent stranger continued to throw mud at Jihan, calling him a pauper. The man raised his fist back to strike, ordering the boy to bow his head. San didn't answer, but it was clear from the sparkle in his eyes that the stranger would not go unpunished. At that moment, he roared, repeating his order, and fell upon the guy with blows. Sia quickly got out of the car, calling out for Jihan in fear, realizing that she couldn't help in any way. The men standing to the side were in no hurry to help, but they also did not expect to witness anything strange. The stranger's fist magically stopped in front of the boy's face. The impudent man's body began to flicker red, emitting electrical impulses. He stood motionless and clearly could not move. The mouth was sealed by an unknown force. No matter how hard the stranger tried to open it, he couldn't do it. The next moment, San suddenly lowered his hand back, and the man's heavy body fell to the floor. He found himself on his knees. Jihan called the stranger rude, suggesting that he was someone's driver. The player scolded the man as if he were a guilty child, saying that his behavior was a bad example to follow and resembled the habits of a bandit. Sia ran up to her uncle, asking him to stop, when suddenly someone called out to the girl. Kim Hiso, the vice president of the BattleNet School Student Council, was looking out of the window of a nearby expensive car. Sia became quiet and greeted her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time. Hiso got out of the car and saw a man on the floor, her uncle, and immediately asked what he was doing there. The man rose heavily from his knees, starting to ask for forgiveness, as Kim gasped, asking her friend where all her cars had gone. Turning to her mother's car, looking at it with confusion, Sia hesitantly extended something in response. Scratching her chin, Sia told her that her father had sold all the cars, to which Hiso continued to chatter excitedly that her friend could call her. Looking devotedly at her classmate, the girl promised that she would give her a ride to school because her car stood out too much. Hiso assured her that it was no burden, but Sia continued to mutter about how awkward she felt. Looking at the girls, Jihan wondered if Sia had a close friend in her past life. It seemed to him that something was wrong, and it was unknown where this feeling came from. Lee Hyung's rage and Lim Gayan's humility were difficult to convey in words. The head of the 3rd Department of the Divergent Guild even stamped her foot when she didn't find San Jihan in the parking lot. The parking attendant cautiously noted that they had passed each other, but the woman did not understand how a fight between two men could end so quickly. Hyung began to bite her thumbnail, worried that foreign agents would come for the player. At that moment, her hand was gently covered by someone else's palm, and a low female voice softly asked her to stop. Gayan reminded the lady of her own words. Biting your nails doesn't help matters, so she stopped the manager. Hyung looked up at the bodyguard, catching herself thinking that such actions could make her fall in love. Then, shaking her head, she turned sharply, walking towards the car. Gayan asked after her what she was going to do. The woman summoned the system window, where the stream with Jihan was being broadcast. She joined the broadcast, slyly revealing that she now intended to stalk him. San Jihan was called a predictor of victories, and he really was one. Watching the guy in the office suit defeat another warrior, the audience had no doubt that he would take first place. The next person to be hit by the player's foot was a man dressed in armor. From such an attack, he, with a muffled cry, flew far back along the entire perimeter of the arena. Jihan used the nameless divine arts, the gate technique. Lightning gate of the shimmering sky. Now the rest of the participants had no choice but to be attacked by the guy's energy. Having stopped, Jihan straightened up. Rare discharges hovered around his body, and behind his back the players groaned in defeat. San clenched his fist, thinking that he had done a good job. Concentrating on sensations really helps to adapt faster. The guy glanced to the side and flexed his fists, deciding that he could deal with a couple more. There were warriors there who had encountered Jihan before and recognized him. This player defeated the Golden League Corpse Golem in one hit, and now, standing in front of the Bronze League players, he was instilling in them a great deal of fear. Moreover, the guy was not someone who could be easily defeated. He was like a natural disaster that could not be prepared for. The system announced the end of the game, and Jihan left the battlefield arena. San slowly transformed into reality. He took first place again. The player won for the 5th time in a row. The experience and equipment points received were increased by 200%. The level was increased twice. Jihan reached level 15 and unlocked the dungeon map. The guy was surprised, and taking off his shirt, he realized that you can get into the dungeon after level 15. This type of map is available from level 15. Here, unlike other maps where you just need to fight, there are different conditions. The player is required to avoid traps, navigate mazes, and solve puzzles. Even in BattleNet, it is recommended to cooperate with other players because in the location it is very important to work as a team. But Jihan understood that many did not like him. If he enters the dungeon with someone who plans to take revenge on him, it will be difficult. As he descended the elevator from the roof to the floor, Jihan shook his head because such allies would start to become annoying when he decided to leave. It will be difficult, but it is worth being patient. Soon he will reach the Silver League. Then, as San dreamed, he would be able to create his own guild from the players he liked. 2 eggs were being deliciously fried in a large frying pan. Jihan was preparing food and asked Seiya to set the table at that time. When the dishes and cutlery appeared beautifully arranged on the table, the guy invited his niece to have breakfast. Finally, their small family gathered around the table to share a meal together. Seiya tried a piece and was surprised at how delicious Jihan's cooking was, but he brushed it off since he hadn't done anything wrong. He promised to show his niece what a truly good meal was next time. The uncle asked the girl if her friend had brought her home from school yesterday. Seiya shook her head. She didn't want to ride with Hiso anymore, but Jihan was surprised. The niece said that her friend reacted too sharply to everything, and she felt uncomfortable in such company. The classmate pestered Seiya the whole way with questions about her family, her situation, and tried to ask how she was feeling. Jihan frowned, calling Hiso a terrible girl. Seiya agreed with him. But she suddenly added that there was another reason. The girl smiled, saying that her mother's car was much better, even more comfortable and warmer. Jihan fell silent, staring at his niece in surprise. The next moment his gaze warmed and a smile appeared on his face. He felt the same way. It was then decided to take Seiya to the school by car, and they were immediately noticed by a large crowd at the BattleNet school. Jihan sighed, asking Seiya who all these people were, and the girl replied that they attracted attention yesterday. Jihan drove slowly to the parking lot. A crowd of pursuers rushed after him, but the guards did not let strangers in without passes. The guy exhaled heavily, thinking out loud that he needed to either change the car quickly or come up with something else. Seiya immediately drew his attention to the women standing at a distance. Lee Ha-young, hearing the roar of the engine, turned around and looked languidly at the arrivals. Jihan got out of the car, looking at the guests in bewilderment, wondering why they had such serious faces. The player said that it was strange to see them here. Ha-young came closer, saying that she came early to wait for her family. The head of the 3rd department of the Divergent Guild reminded that the guy never called her back. Seiya waved her hands. She will not interfere anymore. With her arms crossed over her chest, Ha-young walked closer and leaned towards the boy, asking him to pay attention to her right now. A crowd of reporters and partners watched the conversation between Ha-young and Jihan, wanting to break through to such a successful player themselves. Jihan asked if the woman was okay with such attention, but she calmly replied that she was used to it. When the guy remarked that she was comfortable in such an environment, the lady replied that she herself had studied at this school. She added that she couldn't get used to Jihan's reaction, and he apologized for not calling. Ha-young sighed and shook her head, saying that this kind of attitude was new to her. Jihan was the first man who made a woman run after him. Straightening up, she reached out her hand to the bodyguard standing behind her. There was a paper on the table that marked the transition to the platinum level. The crowd roared as Ha-young offered a platinum-level contract to a bronze leaguer. Jihan remained silent. He did not expect that this person would offer so much. Lee Ha-young suddenly stood up from her seat and leaned over the table, whispering that it was only thanks to her that such a contract could be obtained. She smiled, hoping for the guy's understanding because the contract reflected her feelings. Lim Ga-yoon persistently pretended to be somewhere far away, looking away. Realizing that they would get nothing here and that the woman had planned all of this, the crowd began to disperse in disappointment. Jihan calmly looked at Ha-young's beautiful face, surprised by the woman's cunning. He sniffed the air and was stunned, sensing something familiar. The smell? The guy felt the same perfume that Zero wore in their past life. Ha-young couldn't understand what was going on in Jihan's mind and how he managed to stay calm. The smile slowly slid off the woman's face. She felt her self-esteem begin to crumble. Finally, she sat back down in her chair, letting out a sigh of disappointment. She still hadn't managed to get the player's phone number. Having calmed down, Lee Ha-young asked the guy to look over the contract, and then she would send him the original with her signature. After asking how to contact him, Jihan asked if he should give her his phone number. She raised an eyebrow and nodded, and San immediately offered to make a deal. He smiled mysteriously at Haeyeon's surprised question. When she heard that the player had reached level 15 and would be going to the dungeon, she rose from her chair again. The manager expected Jihan to start going on raids and had no idea that it would take the guy less than a month to reach level 15. Jihan rose from the table, announcing that he was going to the dungeon right now. If he doesn't take first place, he will contact the Divergent Guild and, of course, give the head of the third department his phone number. Lim Gyeon couldn't believe that the player wanted to go on a raid without a guild or a team, and Ha-young reminded him that many people don't like the guy. Walking away from the table, Jihan offered to agree, and the woman admitted that she was confused by such a proposal. She asked what would be required of her and received a meaningful smile in response. Jihan wanted to confirm if Ha-young was 0, so he asked her to show him his status window. This way, he will be able to find out if she currently has her gift education. The lady blushed slightly, repeating the question. This gift is simply an enhancement of experience, which would be embarrassing to show to others. Jihan, noticing Ha-young's reaction, thought that this was true, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. The woman sighed and agreed, but then warned him not to regret his choice. Jihan had already logged into BattleNet, saying that Ha-young and Gaeun shouldn't leave when he logged into the game. The BattleTube broadcast began. The player slowly moved around the space, asking the women to wait for him. He calmly promised that his participation in the game would not take much time. 3 cards. Dungeon. The dungeon itself was the Tomb of the Conqueror, an ancient warrior, powerful and invincible, with a bow on his back, riding a horse and with burning eyes. In the Tomb of the Conqueror, the difficulty of the task was high. The tomb was the burial place of the legendary conqueror. The dungeon is inhabited by various monsters, but it does not have such difficulties as traps and labyrinths. But in order to clear it, all members of the group must survive until the end. The conqueror's loyal servants left no chance for the players, so it is so important to assemble a successful team. Finally, player San Jihan entered the dungeon. All players were summoned. The system announced that the game would begin soon. Seeing his team, Jihan thought that they must be good players, all from the same guild and with good equipment. The boys were outraged by the hero's appearance and began to shake his hand one by one, saying that they were glad to meet him. The spectators immediately figured out where the players were from the Black Falcon Guild. One of the knights shrugged, saying that they could go since Jihan was now on the team. The Trinity offered the guy to follow them, but he refused, stubbornly going down the stairs. The warrior was surprised, saying that he should be ahead, but Jihan threw in the last words that he was confident in his abilities. They didn't argue and rushed after the player. They would rely on Sun. He thought that this time he was lucky. There were no people here who would set him up. The player was a little worried about the conditions of the cleanup. He stood up straight, serious about clearing the dungeon. As soon as the team entered the narrow corridor, warriors of the Conqueror began to appear right from under the ground. The Black Falcon Guild players slowed down when they saw the danger. The guards of the tomb had already filled the entire corridor. Soulless clay monsters, they were ready to defend their place to the last. The Trinity asked Jihan in what order they would attack. The magician offered to clear the way with magic. The player shook his head, saying that there was no need to do that. Stepping forward a little, the guy demanded that they just stand still. As if understanding what the man was talking about, the clay guards perked up, taking a fighting stance. Several of them immediately pounced on Jihan, swinging their swords, but he dodged. In revenge, the player smashed the warrior into tiny pieces with his bare hands. He rushed to the side and hit the second man on the head with his fist, and it broke, and the stones fell down with a loud noise. In just a few short jumps, Jihan crossed the corridor, leaving a mountain of stones behind him. The whole head of one of the warriors at the end of the corridor remained resting on the guy's palm. Approaching his team, who were dumbfoundedly looking at the one who had dealt with a bunch of warriors in a few steps, Jihan asked why they were so frozen. Winking, the boy crushed the clay head in his palm, asking her to follow him. There are 10 paths in the Conqueror's tomb. Each team is given their own. All paths lead to the 7th level of the dungeon, where the final stage takes place. The 8th path was determined for San Jihan's team, and they successfully pass it. In the Conqueror's tomb, on the 3rd level of the dungeon, Jihan was dealing with the guards with all his might, and the other players were amazed at his strength. The player crushed the guards so deftly as if they were made of sand. The guy himself was only thinking that the dungeon guards didn't look strong at all. There was one among the viewers who sent a flirtatious letter asking the player to check his mail, where a large donation was waiting for the player. Without paying attention to extraneous things, Jihan crushed several guards with one kick. He walked on, casually shoving his hands in his pockets as the figures behind him fell to the ground. Jihan assured his fans that he would stay in Korea and not go to Japan like his father-in-law, then brought up the system window to block the annoying viewer. His team was glad that the third level went so smoothly they would not have been able to defeat the guards on their own. The knight dropped to one knee, still amazed that their leader was crushing the guards with his fists alone. The mage lowered his eyes, thanking the player and asking for forgiveness for the fact that he had to fight alone. Jihan asked him not to apologize. It helped him a lot that his own team wasn't playing against him. The magician added that it would be great to collaborate with the guy again. Jihan didn't answer, but he tensed up as he turned the next corner. The team found themselves on the fourth level, and the corridor looked rather deserted. The rest of the warriors flinched as they took in the situation. Small holes could be seen on the walls and on the floor all around the perimeter. There were traps everywhere. The magician heard that there were almost none here, but he didn't expect to stumble upon them all at once. Jihan asked if the others would mind speeding up a bit, and the guys immediately agreed. Stopping at the beginning of the corridor, the player announced that he would also go first here. The rest had to cover their leader. Jihan did not see how the warrior knight hid, starting to nod to him in a rather strange way. As it turned out, the members of the Black Falcon Guild received identical tasks from Takeda, who was blocked in the chat. He, of course, wanted his teammates to betray their leader. A viewer with the nickname Sword King Family 898 promised to donate 1 million points for this. Takeda was delighted as he sat at his desk and looked at several monitors. He calmly drank tea, thinking out loud that he would not like to resort to such a method, but there was no other way to figure it out. Kazuo narrowed his eyes and smirked as he mentally talked to Jihan, proud of himself for bribing a few people. And these warriors will not give themselves away, because there is a good reward at stake. The trio stood in a row behind the player, calculating his every move, ready to attack at any moment. Jihan, without warning anyone, rushed forward along the corridor to pass all the obstacles. The magician followed him silently. The manager, sitting in the room, was sure that the guy would lose. He laughed joyfully, throwing his hands into the air. It seemed as if his villainous laughter was echoing over the entire city. But Jihan will be able to leave the game unharmed only in one case, if suddenly someone did not warn him in advance. Meanwhile, the guy rushed forward along the corridor. Having run forward a little, a flock of arrows with sharp tips flew straight at the players. An impenetrable mask of attentiveness froze on Jihan's face. It seemed that in another moment the arrows would pierce the guy and his invisible shadow pursuer. But suddenly the player behind shouted at Jihan to step aside. He was going to destroy the arrows with his ability. But he was already about to use the power of space management and answered on the go that there was no point in helping. This power of the absolute territory allowed Jihan to hide behind a bloody dome from other people's attacks. The arrows pierced this field and remained stuck there, trembling finely. The magician raised his head in disbelief, looking at the many points, wondering what had happened. He turned to the other players to see if they had seen the same thing. In response to this, the shooter smiled cheerfully, clutching one of the arrows in his hand. The magician immediately screamed, warning Jihan of the danger that threatened him from his own team. The guy's eyes lit up red. He realized that they were trying to kill themselves. The magician gathered strength in his hands, shouting to stop the others. Jihan immediately used nameless divine arts. A lightning-fast tread of shimmering sky appeared in the air. Yellow and blue flashes cut through the air. At that moment, a strong blow flew into the shooter's face, tearing his glasses off his face. Jihan, waving his fists, burst into the space of his teammates. The knight shook his broken arm and whined pitifully from the pain. Turning around, Jihan extended his hand and pointed his palm at the guys. Jihan's fist clenched, and the force disarmed the two warriors in red flashes, causing them to writhe in agony. A magician ran up to the player, asking if he was okay and if the game was over. The shooter and the knight were talking angrily to each other. They were all given the task of suicide. The magician asked in surprise why they were arguing. Jihan, looking at the status window, answered that they had a reason for this. If any of them had completed the task, the game would have ended. The mage shook his head sadly, saying that as a member of the guild, he was truly very sorry. The guy held his hand on the badge a little longer than usual. Jihan said that there was no need to apologize and immediately pointed his hand towards the magician, repelling the other man's attack. He knew that the magician was also a traitor and managed to stop him. He growled in indignation, but the player knew that all members of the Black Falcon Guild had received the same task. Yes, the magician did not reveal himself in any way, but San Jihan still found out his intentions. Golden Light donated 10,000 fortune points to the player in advance and attached a warning message. As a lifelong fan of Jihan, Svet watched his stream. But he also didn't miss the streams of his new team members in the dungeon. And right in the middle of the broadcast, the guy noticed something suspicious. The Sword King 898 family issued a quest with a reward of $1 million. Players had to kill themselves without anyone noticing. Then Golden Light warned Jihan with a donation. For the sake of justice, he sacrificed his wealth points, all so that Jihan could hire his faithful servant as an editor. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of his hero. Jihan muttered something, waving his hand again to direct power at the mage. While his team writhed on the floor, Jihan kept wondering about the Sword King's motives. Even if he hated his ex-father-in-law so much, it was too expensive to pay 1 million for tasks. Jihan bent down to pick up the sword. He said out loud that even if the player's life was at stake, they weren't worth much. The guy picked up the weapon and swung it a few times to test it. What was happening led him to some conclusions. Either there is some guild behind this, or the special influence of the Sword King. They are willing to pay 1 million just to see the fortune window. Their obsession with the guy is just crazy. And while Jihan was wondering who it could be, Takeda Kazuo was sweating from nerves in his chair. Jihan summoned the system window, saying out loud that the ill-wishers were ready to do anything dirty to see his status window. Their agreement had to be changed. The player decided to change only the part about his hundreds of thousands of subscribers to 1 million, and the first condition remains the same. He was pleased with the work done, but Jihan was still worried that he would get 200,000 subscribers very quickly. Thanks to him, he got money and attention. We need to get the maximum benefit from the situation. Using the F-rank restraining rope that restrained the incapacitated opponents, Jihan tied up the 3 traitors with it. Moreover, their faces showed incredible surprise when the player dragged the guys along with him. Now the teammates were just hanging in the air like a big balloon as Jihan walked further down the corridor. Entering another room, he saw the glowing eyes of one of the statues. The traitors, having fallen to the ground, screamed in horror. Looking up, an otherworldly voice filled the player's ears, ordering them not to disturb his rest. The statue opened its mouth and in a deep voice announced that the Emperor was eternal. The voices of 1,000 stone guards merged into one, warning uninvited guests not to disturb the master's rest. On the 6th level of the dungeon, the danger level increased, but apparently not for those who betrayed Jihan. They were still tightly tied up while the player dragged them along the floor. When the knight began to moan annoyingly, Jihan simply tied his mouth with his power. Just 10 minutes ago, the bewildered knight, asking himself why a Bronze League player was so strong, rudely addressed Jihan. While the trio were just frozen in the air, not yet tied up, they tried to intimidate the player. Players even threatened to turn the entire Black Falcon Guild against Jihan, but this did not produce any results. A few waves of the hand, and invisible bullets pierced the knight's armor. He was stunned and looked down. Seeing holes in the iron armor, Jihan immediately mockingly said that the League would not help such incompetence. The players sank down one after another, exhausted, feeling how light their own bodies were becoming. The traitors were puzzled as to how Jihan could perform such tricks with just one movement of his hand. Apparently, the guy pressed on the pain points, something that is only possible after you reach the advanced class of a warrior, a master of martial arts. The knight, powerlessly frozen in the air, thought absently that he thought Jihan was an ordinary support. The trio then found themselves tied up, irritated to realize that they would now be dragged through the dungeon. The knight suddenly remembered Gohuk. He realized that his niece was Jihan's weak point. He decided to show off his ability to insult, which he developed while playing on the computer, and started chatting. Hearing the word niece from someone else's lips, Jihan smiled unctuously and sealed his opponent's mouth. Pulling the rope tighter, he asked with feigned kindness if the knight should shut up. And now, wiping the floor with his own face, he thought that he didn't care about anything anymore. And so that the trio would not completely lose their strength, Jihan added health points to them along the way. He stopped to check the system window. The player was now on the 6th floor. If he can clear it, he will move on to the last one, so he continued on his way together with his tied-up teammates. A few minutes later, the guy passed a large stone arch. It was behind her that he found himself on the 6th floor. Cursing under his breath, Jihan saw a horde of yellow lights on the ceiling. It was hard to see because of the darkness, but now the player knew one thing. All these lights were the eyes of the clay warriors of their master. Jihan winced when he heard the characteristic sounds of an army awakening. They rose straight out of the ground, surrounding the entire team. Then, driven by the desire to protect their emperor at any cost, the guards rushed at the enemies. The trio of traitors lying on the floor looked in horror at the shadows hanging over them. But Jihan did not let those who betrayed him die, but immediately repelled the attack with someone else's sword. The mage, who found himself tied face up, screamed in despair when he saw the clay blade. The player grabbed the rope and, together with the screaming trio, threw them aside. The sword he snatched from an unexpected enemy dealt with the enemy's attacks with ease. Jihan didn't even have to use his abilities at full strength, deftly dealing with the guards. The clay figures, although they possessed incredible dexterity, instantly fell apart. Clutching the sword in his hands, the player stepped back. The room was filled with dust from the clay figures. The Emperor's next guards lurked on the ceiling, sensing fresh blood. Their eyes once again lit up with a bright yellow light, designed to scare people. The players felt the tomb begin to shake, and Jihan turned around abruptly. The tied-up archer couldn't help but let out a startled cry as he looked ahead. The clay monsters continued, like a prayer, to call for His Majesty's rest not to be disturbed. The Emperor is eternal. Do not disturb his rest. The figures approached the players from all sides. The guards' eyes continued to glow. Perhaps they were in berserker mode. A system table with a limited task appeared in front of Jihan. He had to destroy all the guards. The reward was 1,000 achievement points. The player thought that he hadn't been given any tasks for a long time, so he smiled and immediately covered the tied-up trio with his shield. The shooter squealed in fear when Jihan suddenly decided to attack the self-created defense with a sword. The players yelled indignantly that the team leader was illogical. Why would he pin them under the shield and then hit them like that? Jihan pursued his own goal. The shield was stronger if a force field was placed on top. Now he didn't have to constantly protect these players. Then the guy extended the absolute territory ability over the entire room with one hand. No matter how many times he used it, he was constantly surprised at how effective it was. Then the movements of everyone in it slowed down. The guy could overpower enemies with one movement of his fist. After such a spiritual attack, the clay figures began to crack and crumble. In this territory, one Jihan had true power. The guy thought that Baron should be ashamed because he used this ability only to strengthen his mana. Shaking his head, the player decided that enough of this fooling around was enough and tightened his grip on the borrowed blade. He was going to finish off the entire army of the Emperor's guards once and for all. The figures, as if led by someone, simultaneously rushed towards Jihan. The next moment they found themselves scattered across different parts of the tomb by a lightning whirlwind. Jihan grinned, freezing for a moment, waiting for all the fragments to fall to the ground. The system announced that the task was completed. The Emperor woke up. He could not help but feel the change. The Conqueror's tomb can only be cleared if all party members are alive. The powerful figure greeted the thieves, saying that people come for gold, but in the end they themselves stay. He will give them what they want. And now you will need to fulfill the condition for passing the last floor. The game required all players to bow respectfully to the Emperor. Jihan looked forward at the opened doors, looking there carefully. The Emperor, riding on his faithful horse, met the players on the 7th floor of the dungeon. This was the last stage. A bright circle appeared in the center. Apparently, this is where they should stand and bow. Jihan threw the trio into the circle. Then he raised his hand and opened his palm, using force. With one movement, the guy raised his comrades to their feet and tore apart the tightly tied ropes. Jihan closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, they were already red. He walked forward and the 3 players followed him, floundering in the air. Hearing them groan and be surprised, Jihan smiled slightly. Now the player's strength characteristic is 18 points. The zone and the effect of absolute territory have been pumped up. The Emperor, watching the players, ordered them to begin. All 4 of the team found themselves in their places in the glowing circles. Jihan looked at his team with a glance and looked at them carefully. Although the distance between them was great, as long as he stood in the center, he could control everyone, mentally ordering them to fall to their knees. Then Jihan was the last to bow to the Emperor. Now the cleansing had gone perfectly. He dropped low to the ground, showing his gratitude to the man. Forged from pure gold, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction, informing the plunderers that they could now return to where they came from. The system announced that the 7th floor of the dungeon had been completed. Now the gates of return were open. There was a portal inside, ready to transport players into reality. The remaining members of the team who found themselves free thought that they were happy to have passed, even though they had not earned 1,000,000. They looked at Jihan, surprised that he was not going to leave. He stood in front of the mission window, clutching his head. The system offered to complete a hidden task, to show the statue of the Conqueror genuine respect and receive 5,000 achievement points and the arrow of the Conqueror as a reward. Jihan, seeing the arrow, thought it was a great deal. The guy thought it was so big that it looked more like a spear. The player glanced sideways at the magician and grinned, remembering the conditions of the task. He was angry, not understanding why Jihan was hesitating, because now the guys from the second group could enter the portal. The next moment, the magician was thrown to the side so sharply that he screamed. He found himself next to Jihan, the player holding his teammate tightly by the collar of his coat. Jihan informed the conqueror that this was a sign of true respect for him. It was impossible to read anything on the statue's serious face. It was silent for several seconds. The magician opened his mouth, looking at the conqueror with horror, not knowing what reaction to expect. But what the magician certainly couldn't predict was that Jihan would swing and throw him towards the statue. The mage hit the golden head of the horse statue with force, and it began to chew on the player. The knight, whose mouth was still sealed by magic, trembled slightly as he looked at this. Jihan lowered his head and grinned, shooting red eyes. Having finished eating the magician, the horse stamped its hooves, and the emperor turned his gaze to Jihan. He addressed him as the king of robbers, asking what he wanted. The boy replied that the invader was the personification of a plunderer, and he would show the emperor his true respect. Instead of all the gold lying on the ground, the player will take what is truly valuable. Jihan pointed at the emperor's arrow with a smile. The golden tip shone brightly, reflecting the beautiful glow around it. The conqueror's arrow is included in the reward, and the fact that Jihan recognizes its value and takes it is a demonstration of respect. This was the true condition of this assignment. Suddenly, the emperor bent over, right on his horse, and burst into laughter. The tomb shook with loud laughter. The statue could not stop. He even clapped his hands, exclaiming how much he liked it. It was magical and magnificent. The emperor declared that he would reward the player, and he summoned a dagger to himself. It flew into the owner's hand, and the statue declared that the act was very touching. He will give Jihan his treasure so that he will show true respect. Swinging his blade, the boy declared that he would gladly accept the gift. Then the emperor launched an arrow from his golden bow and called on the boy to catch it. He smiled widely, because this was no ordinary arrow. It was the arrow of the phoenix. The statue was engulfed in something resembling golden fire, and the horse immediately reared up. The shooter, one of Jihan's teammates, suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. He realized that he was literally burning alive, just like the knight on the side. Jihan was also burning in the fire, but he held on steadfastly, not showing pain. Looking sideways, he saw how quickly the health bar of the rest of the team was falling. It doesn't matter that they die. The problem is that when they do, their weapons will disappear along with them. Jihan, standing with someone else's blade in his hands, realized that he needed to prevent this. The large room of the tomb was filled with fire, as if hell itself had descended upon it. It was so hot that even the gold began to melt. The shooter fell to the ground. The system declared him dead. Jihan felt a fierce heat throughout his entire body. Even through his closed eyes, he saw the emperor's grin. Hot sweat was running down the player's face from the heat of the phoenix arrow. Jihan was holding on with all his might. He was not a good counter to this weapon. The statue's golden bow flashed in the semi-darkness, leaving only one option: to aim at it. Jihan was going to attack the emperor with his own bow before he decided to shoot. The story goes that long ago, a wise man appeared before a wandering boy who had lost his way. He stopped, tightening his grip on the straps of his bag. The sage extended his hand and pointed in a certain direction, saying that he would show the way. The long-bearded stranger said that this was the only direction in which the traveler should go. He turned around, looking at the road behind him, on which a barely noticeable white haze had appeared. From the battle devotion of the 3 talents, one unusual technique has reached people. It was called the Ultimate Advanced Super Speed Strike, and that was what Jihan decided to use now. Grinning evilly, confident that an ordinary man would never comprehend his plan, the emperor pulled back the bowstring. The heat coming from Phoenix grew stronger and stronger with each passing second. Jihan, however, lunged forward and actually used his super speed to reach the emperor. It didn't take more than a few seconds before the bow in the statue's hands was split in 2 by the tip of Jihan's sword. With the help of the Immortal Sage technique, the player managed to turn the tide of events. The Phoenix arrow, emitting fiery flashes and giving off heat, pierced the ground. The emperor no longer smiled, his hands frozen in the air, holding the broken bow. His eyes, glowing with a bright golden light, narrowed. He asked what the name of the robber was. Jihan gave his name with a grin. The emperor lowered his hands and sat up straight in the saddle, looking straight at the player. The arrow stuck in the ground began to move, driven by an alien force. The emperor called the guy a remarkable and noble warrior. He mentally ordered the bird artifact to take off and rush towards Jihan. He, without flinching, suddenly grabbed the spear with one hand, hearing that the emperor appreciated the respect shown to him. The statue of the conqueror decided to give up his phoenix arrow with all his usual gratitude. The emperor said that he looked forward to meeting them again in a more worthy battle in the future. Then Jihan suddenly thrust his sword into the ground. It pierced the surface and froze there firmly. The player replied that he would also wait, at which time the figure of the statue dispersed into the air as a hot fire. Jihan knew that there were plenty of battlefields on Battle.net, so they would see each other again. Then he grabbed his trophy tightly. Having checked the arrow for strength, the player smiled with satisfaction and barely noticeably, deftly pressing the weapon to himself. He then decided to cut off the feathers at the end to use this phoenix arrow as a spear. Meanwhile, viewers were discussing the stream. The camera couldn't even capture the improved super speed punch. Jihan shook his head with a smile. Of course. The path of the immortal dead is not just very fast. This technique strikes a specific point with a thin sword of chi, and strikes at literally the speed of light. Moreover, Jihan understood that he was beginning to have better control over the nameless divine arts. When first used, it was unstable and a lot of energy was wasted. But the more I used it, the more refined and stable it became. This is how Jihan will be able to demonstrate the basic forms of martial arts. The system announced that the conqueror had recognized the player, and he was released from the conditions of the 7th floor. Looking at the screen, Jihan asked himself if it was all over, then glanced sideways at his traitorous teammates. The knight looked terrible, almost at death's door. He looked with a shudder at his window of state. Trembling with fear, the knight quietly asked when the archer died and timidly looked at Jihan. He, having twirled the arrow above his head, decided that he could move on with a clean slate. The knight began to sob out loud like a small child as his leader threw up his hands. He said he was not so generous as to allow a man who had betrayed him to take first place. With unprecedented fury, the boy turned the arrow so that, using the feathers at the end, he could throw the traitor into the air. The yellow, glowing eyes went out. Then, having done what was necessary, Jihan grinned imperceptibly. The investors who had been waiting for the player at the school peered intently at their system screens, then exclaimed in unison when they saw that the game was over. Jihan slowly disappeared from the game space and appeared in the real world. The audience was amazed by the artifact in the player's hands. The highest level first. Casually putting one hand in his pocket, Jihan held the arrow with the other, looking at Lim Gayan and Lee Hayan standing to the side. Winking at the women, he asked if they had watched everything on stream. And again the player was first. Gayan pursed her lips, almost rolling her eyes, and Hayoung admitted that Jihan was amazing. Photographers and investors were watching them from a distance, so the guy immediately asked the head of the 3rd department of the guild to fulfill the agreement. He asked if the lady was retracting her words, but she hesitated, glancing sideways at the arrow behind the player's back. Gayan unconsciously reached for her sword, and Hayoung timidly asked Jihan to lower his spear while they were talking. It was incredibly frightening, possessing stunning power. The woman frowned, shook her head and rubbed her forehead vigorously. She even covered her face with her hand, muttering that the guy would regret this, just like she warned. Looking out the window of the state, Hayoung Jihan allowed himself a victorious smile. He knew what he would see. The woman had an auxiliary gift that helped other players become stronger. Nurture, which allowed the user to nurture a player. Hayoung exclaimed dejectedly that Jihan shouldn't tell anyone about this, while Gayan was worried about her mistress. The bodyguard knew better than anyone that Hayoung hated talking about him, because it was sad to spend all the money on a worthless gift. While sitting together in the car, Hayoung admitted that she was jealous of the good gifts the newcomers gave her this time. She spent all the money and prayed for days on end, and in the end, she received education. She grimaced and muttered that it was a complete waste of time to go to that damn academy. Hayoung always spoke badly of the academy and her gift when the opportunity presented itself. And of all places, it was the academy that gave her education. The color flooded the guild department head's cheeks. She was angry and embarrassed at the same time, not understanding why Jihan was silent. Looking up, she saw a smile on someone else's lips and almost pulled back, deciding that the guy was mocking her. Hayoung defiantly asked why Jihan was being rude and laughing at her in her face, and he replied that he was simply happy with what he saw. The woman's face was filled with confusion, and she let out a surprised cry when she heard this. Suddenly, the player took out his mobile phone from his pocket and asked Hayon for her number. She mumbled that she had lost the bet, but Jihan shrugged, saying that he just needed her mobile number. Frowning, the head of the department rudely replied that the guy could look at the business card he received last time. Jihan simply replied that he had lost his business card, leaving Hayoung and Gayun completely baffled. Did the player really just admit that he wasn't interested in the lady? First he lost his business card, and now he's asking for her number. Still, having started to enter numbers on someone else's mobile, Haeyeon thought that the player was for some reason interested in education. Frowning again, the woman decided that she was being deceived. Her ego couldn't stand it. And how could she give him her number after everything that had happened? But pulling herself together and remembering who she was, Haeyeon decided that she didn't care. She could do it and wouldn't pay attention to anything. So she wrote her number in Jihan's phone book, even adding a heart at the end of her name. Taking the phone, the guy looked at the screen and raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He didn't answer, and Haeyeon turned on her heels, calling Gaeun to follow her. She glanced slyly at Jihan, deciding that he was seriously puzzled by this technique. But instead of surprise, the woman saw a grin on the stranger's face that she had not expected at all. The bodyguard even had to pull the lady along, who froze halfway. Jihan threw out a parting shot that they would call each other sometime, and left Haeyeon to be angry alone. Stepping aside, the guy looked at the number for a long time, trying to remember it. The BattleNet school was buzzing with talk after the recent battle. The students were watching Song Jihan's stream in the dungeon with all their might. Sia listened with joy to her classmates, who vied with each other to praise her uncle, who had become even stronger. Hiso, a close friend, did not look pleased. She was tensely catching the admiration about the clearing of the Conqueror's tomb. She was deep in thought about something, and a strange voice pulled the girl out of her thoughts. The classmate noticed how Jihan had changed since their last visit to Sia's house. The short-haired girl looked at the screen with loving eyes, and even asked Sia to introduce her to her uncle. She sat with a blissful look and almost cried from happiness, thanking her uncle for becoming like this. Suddenly, someone asked her about a special day that was coming very soon. Hiso called the system screen, saying that soon the girl would be 18 and would officially become a player, because then adults could see their status window. The students of the academy are eagerly awaiting the day when training and various tasks will begin, and they will all be able to go to BattleNet. The gift room is the main reason for the academy's existence. It interests all the students. Classmates assumed that Sia would receive a gift of at least S rank. After all, her father was an SSS rank, something that the Seijin family was very proud of. The beautiful mother had an SS rank, and what's more, a saint class. There were even rumors that my uncle's gift was at least an S class. Sia waved her hands, saying that it had long been proven that gifts had nothing to do with kinship. Her classmates objected, since statistics say otherwise, and the girl lowered her eyes, hoping that something good would happen to her. Her birthday was approaching, a few days left, and lately Sia had been feeling uneasy. Someone else's palms lay on the girl's hands, clenched into fists from tension, gently stroking them. Hiso assured with a smile that she was confident in the best outcome of events, so that her friend should not worry. She added that Sia had better wait for the gift she had prepared for her, and the girl immediately became embarrassed. Hiso smiled back and shook her head, pressing something on the system screen. Adding that Sia should accept it, Hiso grinned slightly. Meanwhile, in the first training hall of the Japan's self-defense forces, a powerful player cut up all his opponents with 2 swords at once. The 2 observers spoke to each other in Japanese, asking if the Sword King had always been so strong, but as it turned out, it became clear after the staged round. The Sword King, Yun Seijin, has now become much stronger than he was before. The scientist monitoring the player's condition flipped through the documents, saying that Seijin's condition had improved. They were all eagerly awaiting the first performance of the renewed man. The international BattleNet competition, Korea versus Japan, was about to begin. At night, the Divergent Guild headquarters in Seoul was restless and noisy in the office of the head of the 3rd department. Haeyeon screamed into the phone that someone wanted to marry his own daughter to some man, even if he didn't expect the woman to allow him to control her destiny. She raised her voice again, saying that this was exactly why she left, because she was making the decision to get married on her own. Looking angrily at the screen, Haeyeon screamed that she was not going to get married now. She was talking to her father and then pressed the call end button hard. Then, hiding her mobile phone, she lowered her head and exhaled heavily. At that very moment, Gaeun entered the office, asking if the lady was okay. She didn't expect her boss to angrily respond that something was definitely wrong. Haeyeon turned around and started screaming that she was furious. The bodyguard nodded because the woman looked upset. The head of the department remembered her unsuccessful date with the old man from the self-defense. She was already enraged by the fact that she had to be there, and how could her father consider his candidacy? Gaeun supported the lady, saying that it was terrible and wealth did not make life easier. Haeyeon sat down heavily in a chair, saying that only the bodyguard understood her. She, seeing the lady's fatigue, suggested that she go home, but Haeyeon refused. There was nothing more to talk about, and the women fell silent. looking thoughtfully out the large panoramic window. Finally, Ha-young broke the silence, suddenly asking her interlocutor for forgiveness. After all, because of her work, she has almost no time for herself. With the S-rank gift and talents, Ga-yeon could cope perfectly well on her own. The bodyguard shook her head. It was her duty. She would wait until Ha-young inherited the company, but she grimaced. She didn't want that. The woman wanted to remain independent, earn money herself, and live the way she wanted, so that her parents could not find fault with her about the wedding. Ga-yeon noted that this sounded good, but it was a pity that the lady's way of earning money was gambling. Ha-young rolled her eyes, saying that there was nothing illegal about predicting the winner, since it was a form of investment. The bodyguard threw up her hands, rightly answering that since this is an investment, the person should receive something in return. Ha-young jumped up and put her hands on her hips, declaring that she was in for a big win this time, referring to Korea's fight against Japan. Ga-yeon tried to warn the lady because it was quite a dangerous investment. It was sad that all Koreans were betting on Japan winning with a score of 3-0. Unfortunately, no matter what anyone says, everyone knows that Japan will win. At that moment, Ha-young's cheeks turned pink. A message from Jihan arrived at a rather late hour. What she read made the woman even more surprised. The next day, Jihan managed to invite Diego Masuda to the promised dinner at an expensive restaurant. The man was a little embarrassed. It was the first time he ate such expensive beef, but Jihan assured him that everything was fine. Diego then asked if he could order a drink, and the player agreed, giving his friend the choice. A few minutes later, the establishment's guests were served aromatic soju. Then the footballer poured beer into glasses, one portion for each. A few seconds later, both players made toasts, ceremoniously clinking their glasses. Jihan, taking a sip, could not help but praise Diego for the wonderful drink. The proportions were excellent. In turn, the footballer tried a piece of beef and was beside himself with delight. The dish turned out to be so delicious. Then the players agreed to switch to informal terms to make communication more comfortable. A little later, when all the food had been eaten, Diego suddenly said that he felt a little offended. Having had a fair amount of drink, he decided to open up, putting his head in his hands. The man admitted that without BattleNet, he would not be able to live like this, because he was once a football star, and now he found himself at rock bottom. He could no longer earn money, so his wife took the children and left her husband. Jihan listened attentively to his teammate and was also surprised that he spoke Korean well. After all, Diego Mashid from Argentina was once a world football star. He had everything you could want. But with the advent of BattleNet, people stopped caring about sports and he lost all his fans. Then people forgot about football, Jihan sighed dejectedly, because now a world-class footballer teaches children in Korea. After a few seconds, Diego gathered his courage and raised his head, saying that he had complained enough and needed to get down to business. Even when drunk, Masid remembered Jihan's proposal to change his class. The footballer should become a magician. The interlocutor smiled and nodded. That's exactly what he meant. Having opened the system window, the player asked the football player whether his gift would enhance any equipment that resembled a football. Diego had the characteristic of the god of football, but he was not happy about it, because that is why he always walked with the ball. Besides, he does not have anything that a magician needs, and his mana indicator is very bad. Jihan was not upset at all by this. He again began to look for something on the screen. A screen and a projection of an object similar to a ball also appeared in front of Diego. The interlocutor asked him to look at all of this. The footballer's face lengthened as soon as he saw the characteristics of what was depicted in front of him. Arachne's B-rank sphere, a magic item used by Arachne of the spider tribe, wrapped in spider webs. This holy relic was very elastic thanks to Arachne. Spiders only have legs, so the sphere was used as a ball. Diego looked like he had just seen the salvation of his life. Such an item suited him perfectly. Jihan asked with a smile. If the man was interested in this thing, it could reveal his potential. In his past life, Masid was the most powerful magician that ever existed. When asked how much the artifact cost, the footballer squealed, "About 50 million, a price more than the down payment on his house." Having calmed down, Diego thanked him for the information, saying that he would not be able to save up for the sphere even in 10 years. How amazed the man was when Jihan announced his intention to donate the artifact, and if necessary, to provide financial support. Masid was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but ask why the player decided to be so generous. Then, becoming more serious, Jihan expressed his desire to see Diego in his own league, which he planned to create when he reached the Silver League. When asked if the guy had money for this, Jihan took out his phone and nodded. Then he turned the screen towards the astonished Diego, saying that he would soon earn even more. At this time, Ha-young did not take her eyes off the screen of her mobile phone. She was visibly nervous. Unable to bear it any longer, the woman hissed, thinking that this made no sense. What a strange choice. Son Jihan sent her the results of the competition at different stages of the matches. 1 win, 3 losses. It was unimaginable that Korea could defeat the King of the Sword. He stood in front of a whole group of warriors, armed from head to toe. Sejin closed his eyes for a second and collected his thoughts, but he didn't even have to try to feel his own strength. The man and his team met the Korean representatives at a specially decorated, dilapidated arena, around which spectators, BattleNet fans, were already jubilant. The international BattleNet competition between Korea and Japan, D-Day, has begun. Jihan, with a confident smile, showed Diego the bets on his phone for the match, where Korea was listed as the winner. Masid warned that he did not disdain the Korean team, but asked if Jihan knew who the Sword King was. He is so strong that he can take on an entire team single-handedly. Jihan replied that it was hard to believe and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. Diego still looked warily at the guy, who was sure that it was easier to see than to try to convince. The faces of Team Japan, ready for battle, appeared on the big screen in front of the interlocutors. They looked more than majestic, knowing that the leader of the team was the King of the Sword himself, Ito Ryuhei. Finally, the two teams looked at each other carefully. The system determined the victory condition: defeat all players of the opposing team. There are only 5 rounds. The one who wins 3 times will be the winner. Sejin walked forward confidently, the hem of his robes fluttering in the wind, loudly telling his team to listen to his instructions. The 3 young men looked at each other without saying anything. One of them, the bravest, immediately turned to Ryuhei, who turned around. The gunner guy stepped forward, declaring that the team was not going to obey. They do not acknowledge the Sword King as a member of their team. The man immediately asked if this was because he was Korean. The shooter frowned and angrily exclaimed that there was a more important reason. After all, this place was not Ryuhei's, but Seiji's, who had already arrived on the team a long time ago. But because of the King of Swords, he was removed. The guy simply became an innocent victim. The shooter asked how Ryuhei could be so impudent, and if he planned to apologize to Seiji. While there was disagreement within the team, a brunette from the Korean side watched the players from afar. The Sword King closed his eyes tiredly and shook his head in response to all the accusations. As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, a beam of fire flew straight into the man's head at that very second. A glow filled the area where the Sword King stood, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. The Japanese team perked up, letting out a muffled cry. It was a divine ray. It seemed the Korean side had already begun the massacre. Even the Korean support who attacked Ryuhei was surprised that he hit a man. The other players also didn't believe that the support managed to hit the Sword King. It seemed like he didn't notice the attack while arguing with his teammates. At this time, the victim himself almost lost health points. His body was strewn with broken pixels. He turned slowly, scanning with a dangerous and frowning gaze the opponents who considered this an opportunity. After all, by weakening the Sword King in the first place, they could turn the tide of battle in their favor. Ryuhei sighed, muttering that the players were making too much noise, then swung his sword with one hand, and a crack in the asphalt immediately appeared in front of them, cutting off their path. Seeing this, the opposing team froze, everyone mentally trying to calculate the next move. A few seconds later, something happened that no one present could have expected. The shooter of the Korean team was stunned, looking at the Sword King with disbelief, asking what he had done. The man shrugged, replying that they themselves refused to carry out his commands. Right in the middle of the game, he fearlessly and calmly plunged his own sword into his chest. Ryuhei slowly scrolled through it, adding that he understood everything, but in that case, he would simply refuse to participate in the competition. The spectators, having witnessed with their own eyes the first kill in the Korean team, could not hold back a collective cry of disappointment. And how amazed Diego was, having become convinced of the truth of Jihan's words, because the commentator announced a suicide in the first round. The murder was counted by Lee Jinwook from the Divergent Guild for the damage inflicted. Then the footballer began to ask his interlocutor how he had found out everything in advance. Moreover, the man jumped up from the table, hitting the surface with his fist, but Jihan only spread his hands. He could not tell the whole truth. But he was able to quickly divert all suspicion from himself by focusing Masid's attention on the ongoing match. The guy then looked at his phone screen again to make sure everything was exactly the same. Fortunately, the dividend amount did not change. The bet came in 37 times. Before going back in time, Jihan thought it was a setup because the stakes remained small. Taking advantage of the confusion of the Japanese team, The Divergent Guild defeated its members. The first round ended in a Korean victory. Thanks to Ryuhai's unexpected behavior, South Korea won. As stated, the best player was Lee Jinwook. The commentator was sure that the players of both sides were now confused. The next round marked a change of scenery. Now the players would have to fight in a space with a long, narrow bridge. Before the round, the Japanese players who had re-entered the arena began to sort things out with the King of the Sword. The shooter grabbed him by the chest and shook the man, rudely asking what he was doing. The veins on the boy's face bulged as he screamed that Ryuhai had no right to kill himself, being a representative of the nation. In response, the shooter received only calm words from his interlocutor. He could no longer look at all this. Ryuhei fearlessly declared that the Japanese team was a bunch of nobodies with no sense of professionalism. Now it became clear to him why the team lost to Korea every time. The Sword King boldly told the shooter that he didn't care about the players' childish friendship. He would kill himself every time they didn't recognize the man as the leader. Let them choose. Victory with Ryuhai, or a miserable loss, as was usually the case. The shooter gritted his teeth, not knowing what to answer. But he understood perfectly well that his hated interlocutor was right. The guy cursed and forcefully released the Sword King, stepping back. Finally, the system announced the start of the second round. Team Korea was approaching the designated place. They were confused. They did not understand why Ryuhai killed himself. There were suggestions that the man was sent deliberately. But the team leader didn't believe it. Looking at the lonely standing figure of the Sword King, he thought that the man could repeat this move again. But such a probability was low, because the hero's mood had completely changed, and even the aura hovering around him spoke of this. The Korean team took up defensive positions. The captain ordered everyone to be on guard. He tried to give a parting speech, managing to say that their enemy was the Sword King. At that moment, Ryuhai made only one lunge forward and immediately cut the bodies of 3 of the opposing team in half. Only support Jinwook remained alive, looking in surprise as his teammates crumbled into pixels. They barely understood what had happened, as their health points instantly began to decline. The spectators watching this let out stifled gasps. Some even covered their faces with their hands. Jihan, although he knew the results in advance, could not calmly perceive what was happening. Ryuhei was invincible, and everyone knew it, and he himself could easily remind others of it. The man's hand tightly clutched a weapon that struck several opponents at once. The Sword King didn't even have to get close to the team captain to deal with him. The winner of the previous round, the support, was also in the kill zone along with him. There was no emotion on Ryuhai's face. It seemed like he was just deep in thought at that moment. The audience's reaction remained unchanged. Even the commentator fell silent at that moment. But the next moment, everything changed. The fans of the Japanese team cheered enthusiastically, welcoming the winner. Shouts of praise for Ryuhei came from all sides as he stood motionless on the battlefield. In just 2 strikes, he managed to equalize the score between the teams. The Sword King killed the entire Korean team. The commentator announced the start of the 4th round, and it was clear that the Korean team was already slowly losing strength. Japan won the 3rd round. The score was now 1-2. The Korean players needed to cheer up. The commentator expressed hope that there would not be another such miserable loss as there was in the 3rd round. Then the Sword King dealt with the entire guild just as mercilessly. That round was heartbreaking, with an overwhelming force of a completely different nature than the second. The Sword King deftly dodged the heavy attacks of Team Korea's leader. When the man was successfully repelling the other men's attacks, the commander ordered the others to prevent him from counterattacking. Support Jinwook nodded, gathering energy for the next throw. Using his ability, a golden chain appeared on Ryuhai's wrists. The commander rushed at the pinned enemy, shouting for his team to ignore the attacks on the commander. They need to hit with all their might while he is tied up and under attack. But the King of the Sword did not bear his proud title in vain. When the Divergent Guild leader attempted to attack Ryuhai, he was somehow still able to counterattack. The man looked angrily at the spiritual sword that was glowing blue in front of his face. Indeed, Ryuhai didn't even need to hold a physical weapon in his hands. Straining just a little, he wriggled out from under someone else's grip and easily broke the chains. The support cursed when he saw that his spell didn't last even a few minutes. He had barely whispered how this was possible when he himself was hit by a powerful blow from a Japanese player. Ryuhei flew past Jinwook like lightning, cutting off his head with his sword. The rest of the Korean team perked up, and the shooter was ordered to shoot and not let anyone get any closer. But their mistake was that the guys completely forgot about the other members of the Japanese team who remained in the shadows. The opposing team's shooter pierced his opponent with an arrow, sneaking up from behind. He grinned, reminding them that he was also in the game. A second later, the Sword King slowly descended next to his team. His Zanpakuto levitated nearby, emitting blue mist. The man turned to one of his team members and said that she remained the same. Ryuhei had an incredible technique called the flying sword. Not everyone could master it. The girl bared her teeth, asking if he had gone crazy against the backdrop of his own coolness, since this version of the technique looked better than when the hero simply stood on the sword. Ryuhei snorted, calling the player a disgrace. She better fight as well as she insulted. The girl decided to show what she was capable of by collecting the magic sphere in her hands. The next moment she was transformed. Even the participants' clothes changed, and lightning spread around her body like an ocean. She growled, releasing all her anger and strength, which even affected the Sword King. He covered his face with his hand and grabbed the sword, praising his opponent's abilities. But it was his turn to show off his strength. Ryuhei jumped up, tightly gripping the handles of his weapons in his hands. Seeing this, the girl screamed, sending a multitude of stinging lightning bolts towards the Sword King. He decided to try out a new ability, and the top of the arena was illuminated with a bright light. His opponent immediately tried to fight off the attack by raising her hands up. Like an emotionless robot monster, Ryuhei rushed down, attacking the girl. There was an explosion of incredible force. Fragments flew around. Clouds of dust covered the surrounding area. The glow filled the faces of the audience. They had seen such a performance for the first time in their lives. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that a huge crater had formed in the middle of the arena. Ryuhei slowly walked to its edge to take a closer look. The commentator announced the end of the round. Japan won with a score of 1-3. The remark that Korea must lose one day was dejectedly made. But it was okay. One loss was not the end. Looking at the TV screen, Diego could not contain his sincere surprise. He looked back and forth between Ryuhei and Jihan, asking how he was able to guess the exact score, but the boy simply replied that he had dreamed it. Masid continued to exclaim that he couldn't believe it and asked how much money Jihan had received. The player smilingly said that it was very little. The guy was mentally pleased that he managed to earn good money in any case. But that scene was unexpected. Ryuhei is much stronger than the player remembers him. Now, frankly speaking, Jihan felt as if he were a small animal in front of a predator. Even with the nameless divine arts, it would be difficult for him. The conditions for their improvement were such that he either had to reconstruct the 3 divine secrets for himself or find the real name of these arts. The former son-in-law also had an SSS rank gift, the absolute double blade. But that didn't matter. No matter how strong Seijin is, and no matter how hard he tries to intimidate other players, he won't be able to defeat Jihan. Looking angrily at the screen, the guy promised himself that he would simply become stronger. Ryuhei doesn't have much longer to wait. Jihan will soon meet the man one-on-one. Hyung was shaking as she looked at the phone screen, gasping in delight. The woman's cheeks flushed. She had indeed won the bets, receiving a huge amount of winnings. A full 37 times more, 5 million became almost 200. Hyung pressed the phone to her face, squealing that she didn't believe such a day would come. She thanked Song Jihan immensely. Thanks to the guy, the woman won 180 million, not believing her own luck. But all in all, she lost 20 million. Hyung bet 5 on what Jihan said, but was confident of South Korea's loss with a score of 0-3. She bet 200 million on Japan's victory and lost it. Hyung's shock, disappointment, and hurt were beyond words. Trying not to go crazy from defeat, the woman was ready to slam the phone against the wall. She had lost not 200 million, but a chance for a happy future. A single tear slid down the cheek of the head of the 3rd department, mentally cursing everything in the world. At this time, Jihan and Diego continued to discuss the matter with which they began their conversation. The B-rank Arachne sphere levitated in front of the guy. He asked if Masid would sign a contract with him. The man scratched his neck, admitting that he did not understand how such a person wanted to work with him. The player looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, tilting his head to the shoulder. Diego explained that he did not consider himself such a valuable person to collaborate with. To this, Jihan replied that the footballer had seen his predictions of the outcome of the competition, and now the guy is confident in the correctness of his choice. At this, Diego perked up. It was his turn to be surprised. Jihan easily pushed the sphere closer to his interlocutor, deciding to share his thoughts. The magic item approached the player. He was afraid to even touch the sphere. Jihan is convinced that he will become the most powerful magician. This contract was an investment in the footballer's future. The guy knew that for sure. As Diego looked at Jihan with admiration, carefully squeezing the sphere, the interlocutor asked to be on his side. Masid couldn't remember the last time he had been offered something like this. He missed being important to others so much. The footballer felt that after the start of BattleNet, he would never again experience such a feeling. Diego couldn't take it anymore and dropped his hands to his face. Unable to contain his emotions, Jihan gave him hope. Therefore, the man had no reason to refuse. The agreement was further reinforced with a firm handshake. Getting up from the table, Masid solemnly declared that he would be glad to cooperate with the future head of the guild. Diego will never forget what the boy did for him, 10,000 times more. Jihan smiled cheerfully, saying that he liked his new comrade's self-confidence. Now all they can do is wait. While a lot of players have gathered in the BattleNet arena, one of the newcomers rushed towards someone with a dagger and a warlike cry. A graceful hand grasped the hilt of a gold-encrusted sword. The Plum Blossom sword repelled this boyish attack without straining at all. The ability allowed Gaeun to easily deal with opponents, and from her sword, as the name suggests, plum petals flew in all directions. The woman straightened up dramatically, lowering her sword, but the echo of her blow painfully went down the back of the other player. The crowd roared at Lim Gaeun's stunning attack. Turning around, she saw two warriors rushing towards her, who wanted to get rid of the warrior first. Players with clearly weak skills pounced on the Plum Blossom sword, wanting to die quickly. Looking calmly at these impudent fellows, she only chuckled, saying that this was not enough. It only took 2 swings of the sharpest blade to knock out the opponents. The system declared the end of the game, leaving only 50 survivors. Gaeun opened the status window. She took first place in this game. She looked closely at the screen, thinking that the result was not bad. First place for 5 kills? Gaeun narrowed her eyes, firmly thinking that it was not yet time to be proud of herself. She needed to become much stronger than the Sword King who defeated Team Korea in the competition, or Sun Jihan, who went down in history as an undefeated legend. Gaeun lowered her head and clenched her fists. After all, she was very far from the level of men. Gathering her courage, she looked at the sky, dissatisfied with herself for having relaxed too much after joining the Divergent Guild. She needed to become better. The mobile phone with the news of the Sword King's abdication trembled slightly in the girl's hands. Sitting in the back seat of the car next to her friend, Sia had a hard time not crying. Hiso looked at her classmate with concern, asking if she was okay. And although Sia assured that everything was fine, since this had been happening for a long time, her friend asked her not to lie. There was silence in the car. Only the hum of the engine and Sia's sigh could be heard. Hiso clenched her fists, resolutely suggesting to her classmate that they stay together today, since it was better to be in company if someone was feeling bad. But the girl shook her head. Sia thanked them for taking her home, and the driver, Uncle Hiso, immediately asked Jihan's niece to accept any help, because in this way, he wanted to atone for his mistake. Sia smiled sincerely. She was not angry at this man, and was glad that he understood everything. Hiso clapped her hands, asking if her friend had thought about her offer. If she agreed, she would start preparing today. The girl thoughtfully said that she wasn't sure. She was told that she wouldn't lose anything. Sia barely had time to answer when the car braked sharply, and her unbuckled friend hit the back of the front seat painfully. Rubbing her bruised cheek, she called out to her uncle asking what the sudden stop was about. He himself looked amazed, looking forward and even stuttering a little. The man said that they had arrived at the Sword Palace. The girls' faces lengthened in fear, and the car's path was blocked by strong male figures. It was getting dark, and Sun Jihan was running as fast as he could across the rooftops of the Sunset City. He jumped over great distances with lightning speed, completely unafraid of heights. One more jump and a long distance, he knew where he wanted to be. A few seconds later, the guy landed deftly on one knee, leaning on his left hand. As he stood up, he was surprised to notice that he felt much lighter than before. Still, Jihan managed to improve a little. It was much more enjoyable to train on a hill like this. Sitting on the edge of the roof of a tall building, the player looked out at the crowded streets. Thoughts were hovering somewhere high up in the gentle yellow sunset sky. In the States, Jihan also climbed up like this, much higher, just to be in silence. Now it reminded him of the past. Now he fully realized what kind of person Yoon Se-jin was during this period. The man's still young face looked tensely at Jihan, and his eyes shone with incredible strength. They had never fought against each other before. At a time when half of the shares on Earth disappeared and the best began to gather together, Se-jin constantly took first place as a warrior. And suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, this man suddenly disappeared. Jihan still didn't know for sure what happened then. Now the former father-in-law is as strong as Jihan himself was in his best times. You can't relax just because he has a fast growth rate. The guy must become much stronger. We must master the nameless divine arts as soon as possible. Standing at the very edge, the player took one last look at the street. It was time to leave. A few seconds later, only a flash remained in the warm air. The Sword Palace towered over the other buildings in the city. Driver Hiso got out of the car, yelling at the men to get out of the way. As it turned out, the road was filled with countless reporters. They all wanted to talk to Mrs. Sia, demanding to say at least a few words. Some made their way to the car, asking about the King of Swords match today and his interview. The girl's friend asked her to ignore everyone. Sia looked in horror at the sly faces of the ubiquitous reporters, who asked if the girl's statement had provoked Ryuhai's words. All of them, like hyenas, swarmed the car windows and stuck their cameras and mobile phones in my face. Driver Hiso selflessly chased away annoying photographers from the car. They demanded the right to interview Sia while Jihan was not here, and the girl herself desperately wanted to hide somewhere, covering her face with her hands. The crowd kept trying to break through the man, demanding understanding, but a very familiar voice that the photographers heard behind them made them fall silent and cower. Jihan himself was slowly approaching the scene of events, and he did not look pleased. Red energy hovered and seethed around his body. The player was seething and ready to avenge his only loved one. Jihan's eyes were glowing red, and with a single movement of his hand, he scattered the huge crowd in different directions. Now the path to the car was lined on both sides with photographers lying and groaning in pain. Some had already woken up and were complaining of back pain, while others did not believe that the guy could attack reporters. The sly ones immediately began to rely on Jihan's conscience, whether he was worried about his own image. The veins on the guy's face showed. His eyes turned even redder. That's why he treated the reporters softly. They immediately fell silent, fearfully lowering their heads. According to Jihan, this was their first mistake. Or better yet, let them thank us for the fact that everything worked out. Jihan's voice was like the devil's, so no one could argue with him. The guy calmly walked up to the car and grabbed the door handle. Opening it, he saw Sia, whose face was completely blank from animal fear, and the uncle immediately asked his niece to come out. Looking affectionately at the girl, who had just now removed her hands from her face, Jihan said that they were going home. Supporting Sia's unsteady gait by his shoulders, the player thanked his uncle and Hiso for their protection. The friend finally shouted at Jihan, calling him sir and asking him to take care of her classmate. There was genuine concern on her face. Hiso seemed to genuinely empathize with Sia. She was still waving to Jihan and Sia, who were moving further and further away. Hiso and her driver stood there for a few more minutes, not saying a word to each other. The next second, the girl covered her face with her hand, looking down. Her uncle looked at her in surprise. A moment later, the girl burst into laughter as if she were mad, tears streaming from her eyes. She had a hard time holding back her laughter. Such a performance did not escape the ubiquitous reporters. They remembered the girl sitting next to Sia. Him Ki-so was the granddaughter of the CEO of Taiwan Daily, South Korea's first publishing company. The girl wiped away her last tear, muttering that it was all over for little Si now. When Ryuhai gave an interview after his stunning victory, he stated that he no longer had a daughter. The man buried his entire life before Japan, and therefore disowned his daughter, asking her to refrain from any personal and unnecessary questions like this. Jihan and Sia returned home. The guy was just listening to the speech of his niece's father, realizing that the reporters pounced on Sia precisely because of this interview. The guy bared his teeth, looking at the smug face of his former father-in-law through the phone. The player was just dreaming of giving him a dressing down. Then he wondered what to do because Sia was just starting to get better, and this stupid interview ruined the whole mood. And now the niece could not come to her senses. When Jihan returned to his report, Sia suddenly called him, asking if he remembered his promise to fulfill her wish. The player asked if they were talking about the time when the girl was looking for the Shadow Queen, and she nodded. Jihan was stunned when he heard that his niece had come up with her own wish. Sia shook the phone in her uncle's face, announcing that she had found the Shadow Queen. He really looked like he didn't believe it was possible to do. A new stream started on the internet. Jihan moved to the BattleNet arena. The system announced the start of the game. The golden tip of the Phoenix's arrow glittered dazzlingly in the rays of the artificially created midday sun. The spectators vied with each other to ask what the winning player had in mind when he arrived here with a huge arrow in his hands. He smiled slyly, frowned, and said something incredible. The player was about to destroy the spectator seats, and all his attention was focused on them. Next to a large column, hidden in the shadow, stood a figure in a long cloak, the hems of which fluttered in the wind. Raising his head, the elf's sharp gaze swept over the player. Jihan was about to check if it was really the Shadow Queen. Earlier in the day, Si convinced her uncle that she had found the Shadow Queen on the stream recording. The boy peered at the graceful figure on the screen, still not trusting either his niece or his own eyes. But Sia stubbornly continued to insist that this dark elf was the Queen of Shadows, And although the girl admitted that she was not 100% sure, this was her main suspect. At first, Sia looked at the elven queens who had risen to the thrones. They were two obvious queens. But it was this elf in the cloak who looked more like Shadow. Jihan asked his niece what she meant, and she asked the guy to look at his mobile phone. First, you should have paid attention to the color of this stranger's gaze. Elves with black eyes exist, but very rarely. And even here she had black sclera. Jihan thought hard, admitting that his niece was right, but she gave another argument. This elf kept her eyes on who would take first place every time before the game even started. At Jihan's questioning look, Sia explained that the dark elf had been constantly looking at the player. However, in addition to this, the girl checked other matches as well. Those games where Jihan did not participate, but there were other strong warriors. Including Lim Gayan, the elf is always in sight and looked at the winner. This strange creature pierces players with its gaze, as if it knows the future. Dark eyes are sometimes even frightening with their depth and causticity. Jihan found this argument to be very suspicious indeed. Saya suddenly drew her uncle's attention to the last video. It was the most important. There, standing behind the column, the dark elf looked unusual, or rather, her shadow did. Although the quality is poor, if you zoom in on the picture, it is difficult to see and still understandable. Seeing a dark semicircle outlined under the creature's feet, Jihan decided to check it out for sure. The guy paused the video and asked Sia in surprise if she really had looked for everything on her own. The girl nodded, since she spent all her free time watching streams. Jihan was worried that his niece was overworking herself, but she smiled and replied that it was not difficult for her. The guy sincerely thanked Sia, and the girl hoped that she had guessed correctly. Then it was Jihan's turn to keep her promise. He immediately asked Sia what her wish was. Smiling, he asked to name anything, because he could do anything. The girl was stunned for a moment, staring at her uncle in surprise. Then she looked away and smiled a little sadly, thanking him for it. Right now, Jihan was crushing his opponents with the Phoenix Arrow artifact. The system announced that 10 kills had been made, and the guy straightened up, thinking that this would bring him first place. The guy, with some difficulty, pulled the arrow out of the gradually disappearing corpse of the monster. Now he was going to break the audience barrier, as he had promised. In the Colosseum, a barrier was installed between the audience and the stage. The strength of the barrier is comparable to the power of the barrier ability of a diamond rank support. It is needed to prevent the attacks and abilities from going beyond the stage, so Jihan cannot see the true identity of the elf through the eyes of a wanderer. He needed to create a gap to look through the barrier at the dark elf. Jihan took a deep breath and grabbed the Phoenix Arrow he had just retrieved more tightly. The spectators continued to be perplexed, not understanding the player's actions, and he had already aimed the tip at the barrier, confident that he could handle it. This is the Arrow of the Conqueror. It is what should help in achieving the set goal. It became stronger when thrown and returned to the owner's hands after use. The Phoenix Fire was sealed inside, disappearing after 5 throws. Jihan could not draw out its full power due to the risk when throwing. But to break the barrier, even the initial level of strength will be quite enough. Jihan was going to use 3 combat dedication talents to look at the elf's face. Then, after the first throw came the second with the Path of the Immortal Sage. A powerful explosion occurred between the barrier and Jihan, and the result was not visible due to the bright light. There was no emotion on Jihan's face as the smoke cleared. At first, the elves sitting behind the barrier seemed not to even notice the flash, but it was followed by an explosion of the same force which sent the commentators into raptures. Jihan had no intention of stopping and used the 3 talents of martial commitment. The arrow in his hands trembled after the third attack, but his hand still held it tightly. Next came the ability Path of the Immortal Dead, a new attack. A flash as bright as the sun descended onto the arena and flew up to the barrier. This time it worked. The cells on the wall began to crumble like eggshells, spreading out to the sides. Jihan froze not far from the breach. He himself did not expect that it would be possible to break through the barrier so soon. It was time to find out everything. The player immediately activated the Wanderer's eyes. His pupils began to glow a bright blue color. Jihan aimed straight at the spot where the dark elf was sitting. He needed to hurry before the barrier closed. The creature's raven-like eyes slowly widened as they stared at the approaching player. He demanded to reveal the identity of this dark elf, to understand who she was. But as soon as he managed to meet those gazes, he immediately felt how the environment changed. He himself seemed to drown in the elf's black pupils and immediately saw reflections of blue behind his back. Jihan turned around sharply, trying to remain as calm as possible. But this blue was not an ordinary reflection. Right above the player in oblivion were those very eyes. as if they were about to swallow Jihan. In the real world, the sun was gradually setting over a large city. The guy lay in his bed, occasionally groaning from the echoes of pain and tension. Even a soft blanket and pillow couldn't make this difficult day easier. Jihan tousled his hair in silent torment. He could not calm down. He can't do anything, because this meeting with something like this in the Bronze League did not bode well. That image scared the player to the point of madness. Even if he were in his previous body, he would still be scared. However, grinning, Jihan sat up in bed, deciding that someone else's power would be of great help. He immediately called the achievement store to use the accumulated rewards to upgrade it to level 5. It can provide space for an additional constellation. After reviewing all the offers, the player decided to choose several constellations. What he wished for turned out to be premature. Earth is currently going through a tutorial. If the player chooses place for an additional constellation, it will not be shown in his status window. Then Jihan added a slot for the title. The system reported that he had acquired a place for an additional first-level title. After closing the achievement store, the guy called up the status window. Jihan has reached level 22. 3 more to go before reaching the Silver League. Now that he has such combat and normal strength, the player can practically be classified as a Silver League player. The extra title slot was not chosen at random. It will be required for the title of Successor of the God of Martial Arts. Soon, Jihan's combat strength would reach 30 points, and he would obtain the Nameless Martial Arts, thus linking himself with the God of Martial Arts. The player will become the Successor of God, a title he used in his past life until his death. At any cost, Jihan intended to take possession of it this time too. The guy looked into the distance, remembering one person. It is with him that he will soon meet in the arena, engulfed in flames and strewn with the corpses of opponents. Her light hair will flutter in the wind, and her gaze will be directed to the side, waiting for Jihan. The realtor talked about how they were in the heart of Gangnam, where there was good public transportation and plenty of updated schools. On top of all that, his clients will get a symbol of success, a view of the Han River from a high floor. The man gestured professionally around the room, asking for the client's opinions, as these were the best apartments in his arsenal. Seiya was amazed, but Jihan did not look impressed when he was told that 200 square meters would be more than enough for 2. The guy glanced sideways at his niece and for some reason decided that such an apartment would be too small. The realtor, realizing that the client was making up his mind, immediately distracted the girl's attention by inviting her to look at another room. Jihan shook his head and decided that Seiya didn't like this apartment. After all, the niece spent her entire life in the penthouse of the Sword Palace. An ordinary apartment would hardly impress her. Stopping, the player looked around the room, looking out the window. Regardless, moving was what Seiya wanted when she found Shadow. Then, sitting on the couch in the penthouse, the girl was silent for a long time before speaking. Seiya wished to leave the Sword Palace. She said it quietly, without looking her uncle in the eye. It seemed like the sooner it happened, the better. Since that place was full of memories of Seijin, Jihan was sure that staying in the house was depressing for his niece. The realtor smiled and pointed out the large rooms and ideal layout. Because it's not for nothing that only apartments are sold in this building, and it's not even about the price. Seeing Seiya Jihan's confusion, he decided that he had to find a suitable home for her. He approached his niece decisively, saying that they needed to find more space. Seiya will soon become a player, so a room for a connector will be needed. The realtor immediately said that he will look for more. The man smiled at the girl, noting that she was very lucky to have such a strong and reliable uncle. Jihan waved his hand. He still had something to work on. As it turned out, the realtor was a fan of the player, and he directly said so, adding that he would root for him. The man suddenly shook his head. He wanted to thank Jihan. He used to be part of the Sword King fan community, but the hero's move to Japan shocked the man so much that he immediately left and was very worried about Lady Seiya. The realtor heard that the family is having a hard time, but he is happy to see for himself that they are coping well. Tears came to the girl's eyes when she heard these words, and she was also congratulated on waking up, despite the long journey. She pressed her hand to her chest, trying not to burst into tears even more. The realtor hoped that the girl would receive a great gift. Even good words didn't particularly touch Jihan, because he was worried about his niece. Attention to Seiya only increased after the battle between Korea and Japan, and it even came to persecution, like last time. Surely everyone is interested in her awakening and the gift that the girl will receive. And when it turns out he's F rank, all their attention will turn into poison. In her past life, Seiya lost her life because of this. This must be prevented, even at the cost of being isolated from people for some time. Well, and especially from the ubiquitous and incredibly intrusive reporters. Kim Hee-seo sat in a large chair with her legs tucked under her and chatted on the phone, carelessly twirling strands of her long hair around her fingers. She made dastardly plans, telling reporters about Sia's birthday and where she would be, promising to provide an interview opportunity. In the office, a guy with blonde hair was sitting on a chair nearby. He dejectedly called Hee-seo a scumbag and a hypocrite, befitting a member of a family of media workers. Hee-seo was completely offended by me because she didn't force the guy to stay here, and he, stretching, chuckled. Otherwise, he wouldn't get to meet Sia. When asked why Hee-seo hates the girl so much, she irritably replied that if it weren't for BattleNet, Sia would never have been noticed because she is from a simple family, and she and her friend are now often compared. So the mean girl organized a murderous interview for her classmates for the benefit of her own family. Hee-seo grinned and hoped that Sia would get a bad gift. It would be nice to humiliate her. But the guy mockingly called his interlocutor a piece of trash. She looked bored and said that his participation was also important and showed a photo of Jihan, telling about him. The blonde stood up and walked towards the table when he was asked if he could beat Jihan in a fight. The guy bared his teeth, saying he didn't care about the player, a row of even teeth flashing in the shadows. Now Hee-seo called her interlocutor a scoundrel when he asked her to keep his promise. The blonde stretched his neck, asking not to worry, because when the plan was completed, Hee-seo could do whatever he wanted with Seo. He looked at the girl with a mad look. His whole body was seething with dark energy and bloody lightning. His anger and bile literally devoured its own carrier, leaving marks on the skin. There were 14 hours left until Seo woke up. Now the girl was at the academy. Hee-seo had been trying for hours to persuade Seo to give in to her adventure with kindness. She waved off the proposed interview, but her friend did not let up, begging her to think a little more. She said that it was for Sea's good, but she gently refused once again. Hee-seo suddenly shamed her classmate because she was recently criticized because of the Sword King, despite her innocence. Shouldn't the hurtful words be covered with a good report, since Hee-seo tried so hard to convince her grandfather to help his friend? But even such deception did not convince Sia. She resolutely stood up from the table, firmly saying that she had no time for this now. The girl left the office saying that she would go to the restroom. Hee-seo grimaced, silently cursing Sia, hating her with all her heart because she just had to agree. She irritably tossed her hair off her shoulder, thinking that it didn't matter since reporters were already waiting for the girl in front of the entrance to the gift room. Everything will happen today. Hee-seo was interested in what kind of gift this bastard will get. Since the awakening will happen anyway, it would be good to write an article about it. Then Sia will go to hell. Hee-seo dreamed that her friend would receive an F-rank gift, while her friend hid from everyone in a stall in the school toilet. It was hard for her to restrain herself because the girl had known about everything for a long time. Seo closed her eyes to keep from crying. She knew how Hee-seo really felt about her. Hee-seo stood at the mirror in the restroom and put on lipstick. Her friends laughingly asked her why she was still hanging out with Sia. They laughed that the girls looked like mistresses. Hee-seo irritably hissed at them. The girls asked if her friend was going to send Seo to hell and cut off all ties with her. But Hee-seo planned to use the girl, reminding her that the family runs a publishing company. After all, the best moment to deprive a person of everything is when he is flying into the abyss. Sia heard her friend laughing at her behind her back, hoping that she would receive a low-level gift and be completely broken. She even wanted to take a bunch of photos with the desperate face of the unfortunate one. The other girls exclaimed in delight at what a bastard Hee-seo was and how interesting it would be to see everything. Sia could barely hold herself together, her fingers clutching her skirt with all her might. She felt unbearably bitter and painful now. But the shock of realizing what Hee-seo really was didn't last long. The girl bit her lip. She really felt uneasy from bad thoughts about the future. The girl was terrified that she would actually receive an F-rank gift. She prayed to all the known gods that her true colors would not be revealed, even if it was anything but an F-rank gift. Standing in a special room before a bloody metal altar, Sia prayed for a good gift. A bright light, the same red color as the room itself, lit up on the round sphere above her head. Feeling this, the girl opened her eyes, not daring to raise them up. Finally, she decided to look there, her mouth hanging open in surprise. A vague feeling appeared in her eyes, and Sia almost lost consciousness from what she saw. The sun was gradually hiding behind the buildings. There were 5 hours left before Sia woke up. Jihan looked at his wristwatch, lifting the sleeve of his shirt. He himself had not felt any peace since the morning, especially now that he saw that there were only 5 hours left. The player approached the BattleNet Academy building, where he was already met by guards. The guy asked if everything was okay in the gift room. The men replied that there was security there too. Jihan thanked the assistants, asking them to make sure that no strangers approached his niece, especially reporters. and they assured him that the staff at the academy would not approach the girl, especially when the government pays special attention to it. Yesterday, Jihan called manager Yunsik to discuss the issue with the Sword Palace donations. He knew that Sia would become an awakened player. He said that the situation was not the best and was worried that someone might have entered the awakening room. He wanted, if Jihan didn't mind, to put more security, and then the government provided security to keep Sia safe. The guy shook his head. Once again, he needed someone's help. He barely flinched when he heard a strange voice. He was led to the right place. The guard pointed to the gift room, saying that there were chairs behind the door and that the guy could sit down and wait. He thanked him and agreed to meet after midnight. The guard asked him to let me know if he needed anything. Jihan sat down on a chair, his head down, and the guards immediately left him. The guy clasped his hands and sighed heavily. The anxiety did not leave him for a moment. He bit his lip and shook his head, forbidding himself to worry. This time he would be there to protect her. Jihan lowered his gaze again, taking something out of his pocket. The guy had an interesting little thing lying in his palms, a round piece of glass framed in an unusual gold frame. A round moon rose in the sky, and there were 5 minutes left before Sia woke up. Jihan's thoughts were torn out by strange voices. The player was definitely not happy to see their owners. Hiso, supposedly his niece's friend, approached the gift room door with a smile, followed by a guy with a camera on. The girl smiled even wider, saying that they began to see each other more often. Jihan didn't answer, frowning as he rose from his chair. He immediately asked how Hiso and her companion got in, since the entrance was closed so that no one could come in. The girl replied that the publishing companies had a lot of connections. Jihan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Hiso didn't even hide the fact that she had sneaked in here. The girl chuckled mockingly. She came to her own academy on business. She needed to interview Sia, but her uncle asked her not to talk nonsense because his niece would go home immediately after waking up. This was his first and last warning. The reporter tensed, realizing they were heading for trouble, but Hiso didn't seem at all scared. Shrugging her shoulders, she repeated with an innocent look that she had to conduct the interview. Then Jihan asked her to take into account that he would not remain on the sidelines. The girl pretended to be upset, lamenting that she would not be able to defeat such a strong man in a fight. Then she suddenly snapped her finger, exclaiming that she had remembered something important. Narrowing her eyes, Hiso smiled, assuming that something bad would happen to the level 21 support Jihan, who was selflessly protecting his niece. The moment she said that the guy would be attacked by an unknown level 50 warrior, her fair-haired friend with a crazy grin actually gathered all his strength into a fist and aimed it at the back of Jihan's head. It was midnight. Sia's awakening. The girl was sitting in the middle of the room on her knees. A status window was open in front of her. The system congratulated the girl on her awakening. The gift she received was an F rank, called Late Flower. The strongman attacked Jihan with all his might, vilely attacking him from behind. Sia was devastated. She didn't even have the strength to cry. She so hoped that this would not happen. But now it was definitely over. Jihan slowly flew into the white abyss. A high-frequency noise from the impact filled his ears. He turned his head back slightly. The veins on his face stood out from the tension, and the pupils in his eyes turned blue. Laughing madly, the enemy continued to hit with such force that Jihan fell forward, unable to stay on his feet. Squealing, he asked them not to interfere, because he would take care of their Sea himself and would love her with all his heart. It seemed that only these words stopped Jihan from falling. He simply froze in the air. Then, slowly looking around, he hissed that the stranger had no right to mention his niece's name. The blonde pointed his finger at the player in surprise. He didn't expect that nothing happened to him after the blow. Jihan was stronger than he seemed. He barely had time to finish speaking when the guy returned the blow with all his might straight into the hated face opposite him. But there was no reaction. Jihan discovered that his opponent had an ability, Stone Skin. And indeed, where the stranger's fist had touched his face, a gray stone appeared. The guy bared his teeth, cheerfully noting that the player was well informed. Then he exclaimed that Jihan had no lack of confidence and hit him hard in the side. The fight was already being filmed by a shocked reporter, while Hiso watched the scene with pleasure. The fury with which the stone-skinned guy struck did not give any hope for Jihan's victory. The stranger, with the same grin, shouted that his rival did not know where his place was because people had encouraged him by calling him a rising star. Then, mocking Jihan, who could barely stand on his feet, the guy ordered him to answer whether this was true, continuing to beat him. He shouted that he would beat Jihan until he spoke, but the next second his opponent seemed to wake up and shut up his annoying opponent with a powerful hook to the jaw. Jihan straightened up, hanging his head low. his hands still in the air after the attack, and time around him seemed to slow down. The man with the camera continued filming, but was shocked by what he saw, while Hicho's self-confidence was evaporating with every second. As it turned out, Jihan used his special technique on the guy with stone skin, a long-range strike. The player didn't need to touch the person to strike, and the opponent didn't even understand what was happening. Jihan looked like he was resting a few minutes ago rather than fighting. Looking the blonde straight in the eyes, he called him a hooligan. Then, narrowing his eyes warily, he promised to leave such a mark that he could not do anything like that again. Swinging one last time, Jihan seemed to hit the air itself, but the blonde immediately turned into a shadow, carried away somewhere into the distance, and it looked truly terrifying. At that moment, the videographer ran away completely, while Hiso continued to stand, looking in shock at how her plan was collapsing. A few moments later, her friend was thrown to the girl's feet like a bowling ball. A shadow crossed Hiso's face, and she gave the blonde a disdainful look. Then, in 1 second, she went mad with anger, so much so that she clenched her teeth until they creaked, preparing to scream. Behind the wall in the gift room, Sia, exhausted from her emotions, sat on her knees. She stared aimlessly at one point, her head down. Tears were gathering in her eyes every now and then. She had long ago decided that the future was futile, that now everything was over for her. However, tears would not help. Sia began to angrily wipe away the moisture from her eyes. She understood that sadness would not change anything. It would only worsen her already deplorable mental state. Moreover, the uncle is already tired of waiting for his niece. It's time to leave. Slowly rising from the floor, Sia floated on stiff legs to the massive door. Stopping, she looked at her status window again, thinking about how to live on. Even if she was an active player, with an F-rank gift, she would start to tremble with fear. The system announced that Sia would realize her gift later, and the girl felt like an idiot for praying for something good for so long. When the automatic doors opened, Sia heard her friend scream and gasped in surprise. Her uncle was clenching his fist, someone's scalp was hanging in the air above him, and at his feet lay a hairless man, apparently the owner of that very scalp. The girl worriedly asked her uncle what had happened, and he calmly replied that the boy deserved it. Seiya turned her head sharply as Hiso screamed hysterically, calling Jihan a crazy bastard. She placed the guy's head on her lap, screaming that the player had no right to bring her friend to such a state. Didn't he know that her grandfather was the CEO of Taewon Daily? Jihan threw the scalp at the girl with a sharp throw. He didn't care about the regalia of her relatives. Who cares that the Hiso family runs a major publishing house? Is it really going to manipulate the media? Hiso laughed madly, waving away clumps of hair. She threatened that this would not end well because she would be able to create and spread fake news. The Song family will become the most disgusting in the world, and people will remain silent at their mere presence. Jihan pressed his lips into a thin line, and the muscles in his tense face began to twitch. Seo looked at her former friend with pain in her eyes. She continued to say that the attitude of society towards her and her uncle was already negative because of the Sword King, which was even for the best. Seo winced when she heard Jihan ask Hiso to try hard, and the family itself will be able to simply leave Korea, which confused the villainess. Then Jihan gathered a fiery sphere in his palm, quietly asking the girl if she would be able to answer for her actions. She raised an eyebrow, asking Jihan to stop acting cool, because if it weren't for BattleNet and Seijin, they would never have been able to talk to her. Jihan threw it, replied that he understood, and sent the fire towards Hiso with a snap of his fingers. The flames reached out to the girl in thin threads, gently embracing her body. The flames did not burn until Jihan allowed it. He added that Hiso was not the type to think about his own behavior. But if that's the case, he'll make sure the girl remembers what happens when they get involved with his family. Hiso looked at the player with confusion, while the fire got closer and closer to her face. A second later, the corridor was flooded with light and a heart-rending scream was heard. When it was all over, Sia and Jihan were sitting in a car in an underground parking lot. The girl, looking warily at her uncle, carefully asked if they would be okay. She admitted that she was glad that she had managed to take revenge on Hiso, but Seiya still felt uneasy.